Lu Jiangxian found himself immersed in a very, very long dream where he saw fields with rice paddies, the gleams of swords, an immortal sect, a woman, and a huge lake. Hand over the Supreme Yin breathing Chi Sutra and the Moonlight Secret Decree, and will cripple only your cultivation. A pleasant but cold female voice echoed in Lu Jiangxian's ears. He strained to discern a face within the haze, yet its features remained elusive and indistinct. The violent shaking jolted Lu Jiangxian awake. Visions of light and strange colors swirled in his mind. He tried to open his eyes and rise, but his body refused to obey as if an unseen force anchored him to his bed. All of a sudden, a brilliant white light pierced through the dense darkness before him. Though the darkness surged like a tidal wave, the column of light stood unyielding, as eternal as the sun. Golden runes erupted from it, stretching into the darkness and scattering across the sky like a celestial shower of stars. How beautiful, Lu Jiangxian thought to himself in a daze. As more and more runes appeared, eventually reaching a pinnacle, Lu Jiangxian heard a sound akin to glass shattering resonating in his ears. The world then burst into light. Lu Jiangxian saw a sky as blue as the sea, a vast primeval forest, and nearby, a small crescent-shaped lake. A white stream of light cascaded into the sparkling water. Below, thatched huts and rice paddies peppered the landscape. Like a swallow, he swiftly soared over the small tawny villages, their smoke and fires and a clear stream. In a fleeting moment, he caught his reflection in the stream. That looks like a round, shiny thing, he thought, perplexed. A vague realization then surfaced. Am I no longer human? Suddenly, the violent shaking returned. Lu Jiangxian plunged into the water. The stream, too shallow to absorb the impact, led him to gently collide with a blue stone at the bottom. The impact felt like a punch to his chest, knocking out the air in his lungs. With the stream's agitation and the force of the recoil, his body steadily righted itself, facing up toward the sun-dappled water surface. Wasn't I up all night in my rented room, revising my work? Lu Jiangxian gazed silently at the sun reflecting on the river, watching as turbulent waves twisted the light patterns beneath the water's surface. His head throbbed relentlessly as he recalled fragments of the past. All he could remember was weakly collapsing onto the bed, with the smoke and glow of the neon lights in his rented room weaving around him. He also remembered opening a can of beer and sitting down at his dim computer desk, feeling his heart racing and his breathing becoming progressively labored as the world around him began spinning even more. Did I die? Well, this isn't so bad. At least I don't have to worry about my future or the burdens of living. This thought, perhaps born from long-suppressed feelings, fluttered through his mind, surprisingly lifting his spirits. Looking around, he observed the dark green treetops with their dangling aerial roots, nimble fish swiftly gliding overhead, and the soft splashes of water. But if this goes on, it's bound to drive me crazy with boredom, he added with a sigh. He watched as the sun gradually descended from overhead, painting the sky in warm hues of pink and orange, and the water darkening beneath the treetops. 2 fish curiously circled him, and even a crab attempted to turn him. As the moon rose, its luminous glow gently bathed the river. Lu Jiangxian felt a cool chi flow penetrate the water, bringing a subtle sense of comfort. As he watched the moonlight envelop his body, forming a mesmerizing white halo, he was rendered utterly speechless. This experience transformed his state of mind in an unexpected and profound way. What is this? Am I absorbing the essence of the sun and moon like an immortal from legends? Wait, does that mean immortals, divine abilities, demons, ghosts, and gods are actually real? He wondered in awe. What have I become, an artifact spirit? Curiosity and excitement surged within him as the moon's halo seemed to gather strength, settling upon him. A cool sensation enveloped his body before he slipped into a meditative state akin to drifting in and out of sleep. Time passed. As the chi flow thinned, Lu Jiangxian awoke. The crescent moon had vanished, replaced by the sun peeking over the treetops, casting a warm morning light across the river. That was fast. Lu Jiangxian could not help but feel a surge of joy. With focused attention, he sensed a stream of chi serenely flowing within his body, moving in circular motions around the edges. If he concentrated hard enough, he could catch a glimpse of a bluish-gray mirror lying peacefully at the bottom of the river, nestled among various colored stones. Fish swam nearby, feeding at the bottom, and a river crab busied itself with digging at the side. His vision was limited to about a meter around him. It was not particularly clear, but instead like the fuzzy and bulky television he watched in his childhood. This is my current form, isn't it? Lu Jiangxian smiled wryly. He then consciously stopped the flow of chi and gathered it at the center of the mirror, which emitted a faint glimmer. It seems that it doesn't do anything other than glowing. I should absorb more moonlight, maybe that'll change something, he mused. I don't know what this mirror is made of, and I have no idea what the outside world thinks about sentient artifacts. Best stay hidden, just in case I'm found by an immortal cultivator who can destroy me without a second thought. Li Mushin woke up in the early hours of the morning, his gaze fixed on the dilapidated roof of his house. A faint glimmer pierced through the darkness, a reminder of the small opening that had formed a few days ago. He did not have the time to repair it, which led to 3 nights of restless sleep. Beside him, his wife lay deeply asleep, prompting a deep sigh from Li Mushin. She might not be aware of what's going on, but these past few days have been wild. Those immortals around Mount Dali are going crazy, turning the place upside down as if they're on some kind of treasure hunt. Everyone's terrified. All they can do is kneel and bow their heads to the ground whenever those streaks of light pass by. Frowning, Li Mushin's mind was fraught with worries. At the foot of Mount Dali, their small village had always been tranquil. However, recent events had cast a shadow of fear over everyone. The mountain roads are narrow and secluded. The imperial court is too far away to be concerned, and we're usually fine with that. But a battle among immortals. Their immortal techniques could easily wipe out the entire Lijiang village without sparing even a single soul. Unable to sleep any longer, Li Mushin got up and peered out the window into the dark night. My boy's appetite grows day by day. They eat more with every meal. I'll catch some fish and crabs at Mike River tomorrow. No one can escape their fate, even if it means being killed by an immortal. The Li family has worked hard on these barren lands for over 200 years. We can't just up and leave. With a shake of his head, Li Mushin turned and left his house with hands clasped behind his back. Outside the house, the brown dog was still sleeping. Li Mushin walked through the gentle morning mist, observing Lijiang village as it awoke the sound of chickens, the barking of dogs, and the smoke rising from the houses. Xiangping. Li Mushin called out loudly toward the side house. He heard some noises inside before the door creaked open and a teenager burst out. Father. Li Xiangping, a decent-looking boy with mischievous eyes, tilted his head as he looked up at Li Mushin and asked, "What will we be doing today?" Li Mushin waved his hand and said, "We're going to Mike River to fetch some river fish and crabs. There's not much work today. Let's bring some fresh flavors home for your mother." "Yes, father." Li Xiangping grabbed a rope basket and a long fork, ready to set off. With a hearty laugh, Li Mushin headed toward the fields. The Mike River was both shallow and wide, its banks lined with large amounts of mudflats and reeds. Rather than feeding their dozens, sometimes hundreds, of geese and ducks every morning, the villagers set them free to wander freely toward the river. Later in the evening, someone from the village would make their way to the riverbank and call out to the birds. Familiar with their keeper's voice, the geese and ducks would then follow them back home. Li Xiangping arrived at the Mike River before the geese and ducks were released for the day. The river was quiet, with only 2 small rafts swaying on the shore. Rolling up his sleeves and kneeling in the mud, he blindly felt around with his hands, then fixed his eyes on a flash of green in the water. "That's a good fish." Li Xiangping held his breath and moved swiftly. With a firm grasp, he caught the green-tailed fish by its gills and pulled it up. He chuckled, tossing the fish into his rope basket. The fish in Mike River were not usually this easy to catch. This green-tailed one must have carelessly swum downstream, and Li Xiangping was lucky to have caught it. As he looked at the riverbed, Li Xiangping noticed something unusual. A spot under the water was too smooth, faintly reflecting a silver light. Just as he was about to hold his breath again and dive in for a closer look, a loud voice called from the shore, "Brother Xiangping." Li Xiangping instinctively hid his rope basket and turned toward the bank, where a boy that looked just over the age of 10 emerged from the reeds. "Oh, it's you, little brother Yi. Are you here to watch over the ducks?" Li Xiangping asked, relieved. He then held out the basket. "Look at this greentail. I caught it barehanded." "Awesome," Li Yesheng exclaimed, looking enviously into the basket. Li Yesheng's father had been bedridden for years, and his elder brother was a freeloader at home, so they often struggled for food. They frequently relied on Li Mushin, their uncle, for meals. Li Xiangping, his first cousin, had always treated him like a younger brother. After a brief exchange, Li Yesheng shook his head and said, "All right, brother, I better go check on the ducks. If I lose any, my brother will beat the crap out of me." "Off you go then," Li Xiangping urged, eager to investigate the mysterious object at the bottom of the river. "All right." As soon as Li Yesheng left, Li Xiangping took a deep breath and dived into the riverbed. He groped around and sure enough, his hands found a round object. Emerging from the water, Li Xiangping gasped for air and wiped his face before examining his find. The object was a palm-sized plate with a bluish-gray center and a dark iron frame. It was broken into several pieces, held together only by the frame. The back was engraved with strange symbols that Li Xiangping could not decipher. "This looks a little like my aunt's mirror," he mused. His aunt, who owned the largest field in the family, was the only one in the village who could afford such a luxury. Ordinary village girls had to make do by looking at their reflection in the water. Xiangping remembered his mother taking him to see it when his aunt first acquired it. Indeed, it was more convenient than relying on water. Yet the piece in his hands was a far cry from that mirror murky and blurry. Shaking his head in disappointment, Xiangping tossed it into his basket and turned back to his fishing. Lu Jiangxian had been submerged in water for nearly half a month. Starting from the third day, the moonlight's energy had stagnated, showing no signs of increase. Despite a week of effort, there was no growth. He could only make himself glow. One morning, as his gaze lingered absent-mindedly at a large green fish, a hand suddenly pressed the fish into the silt. With a swift movement, the hand seized the fish by its gills and lifted it. Lu Jiangxian, still grappling with the shock of seeing a living person for the first time, watched as a large hand scooped him up. He caught sight of a rather handsome face and felt a flicker of nervousness. The boy uttered a few unintelligible words and tossed him into a basket, leaving him to stare at the wide eyes of the green-tailed fish inside. It was at that moment Lu Jiangxian realized a serious problem. He could hear, but he might not understand. The local dialect sounded similar to the Fujian and Zhejiang dialects from his previous life, which were completely foreign to him. Even if he managed to speak, the likelihood was that the locals would not understand him either, thus complicating his integration into this new world. Observing the fish being thrown into the basket one after another, Lu Jiangxian focused, probing his surroundings. He watched the boy carefully raise the long wooden fork in his hand. From this vantage point, Lu Jiangxian had a rough idea of what this boy was thinking and the specific fish that had captured his attention. Every time the boy caught a fish, Lu Jiangxian saw him murmuring to himself. In no time, Lu Jiangxian learned the specific pronunciations of numbers 3 to 6 and the names of different fish species. Each catch provided a valuable learning opportunity, all thanks to the boy's self-talk. I guess I'll take it one step at a time. Watching the boy get up and leave, he sighed. The child seemed to be from a farming family, so perhaps he would offer what he found to his parents. Lu Jiangxian's plan was to engage with more people to gradually learn the local dialect. Meanwhile, he would seek ways to amass the energy of the moonlight while ensuring his own safety. Hey, brother Xiangping. Xiangping was walking home with a basket on his back when he spotted a girl approaching from a distance. She had a round face with plain features, but her broad smile lent a certain charm to her appearance. Little sister Yun, Xiangping greeted her with a smile, turning around to offer her a view of his basket. Look at these fish I've caught. You should take a few home to try, he offered. Oh, I couldn't possibly, Tianyun demurred, smiling shyly and looking down. The girl had matured early. At 11, she was already taller than 13-year-old Xiangping. In Lijiang village, men and women usually marry around 13 or 15. Of all her peers, Tianyun had long set her heart on Xiangping as a future husband as they were closest in age. Please take them, I insist. Xiangping insisted, pushing 2 fish into Tianyun's hands. He had no ulterior motives. Tianyun's father was the most generous in the village, and Xiangping naturally wanted to treat his daughter better. After parting ways with Tianyun, Xiangping hurried home, lowering the basket into the small pond. He thought for a moment, then took out the mirror he had found earlier and pocketed it. Taking along the 3 wooden boxes from the table, he headed toward the fields where his father and 2 elder brothers were working. The Li family had 4 sons: Li Changhu, Li Tongya, Li Xiangping, and Li Qijing. In Daya village, the Li brothers were highly respected. Every time the topic of the Li family's 4 sons came up, Tianyun's father would often comment enviously, Li Mushan is one lucky man. However, Li Mushan, the only one in Daya village to have traveled far and wide, did not share this sentiment. As he watched his sons toil in the fields, he felt a sense of regret. A good man should pursue studies or military service. Working the fields is nothing to be proud of. He would say this while pointing at Uncle Tian. Alas, life had its own designs. Those who had seen the world beyond often found their return to simpler lives the hardest. Li Mushan, a former soldier who had killed in battle, returned to his village after the age of 40 with his military salary. With that money, he bought land and became a prominent landowner. Yet this was the life he found least fulfilling. Arriving at the field's edge, Xiangping found his eldest brother, Li Changhu, already waiting under a tree. At 17, Li Changhu was already sporting a beard. Watch where you go, third brother. There's no need to rush, Li Changhu called out. I heard from Uncle Tian that you had quite the catch today. Li Changhu smiled and affectionately tousled Xiangping's hair, looking at him with a gentle expression. Absolutely, big brother. We're gonna have a great meal tonight. Xiangping laughed heartily. That's great, Li Chenghu smiled while he wiped away the sweat on Li Xiangping's face. He then picked up a wooden box and shouted across the field, "Second brother, coming." The second brother, Li Tangya, hurried over with his hoe, sitting down and addressing Li Chenghu respectfully as big brother before turning to Li Xiangping with a smile. "You guys go ahead and dig in, I'll head back now," Li Xiangping said. Famished from the morning's work, he promptly made his way home. Inside Li Xiangping's rope basket, Lu Zhongxian sensed an inexplicable force drawing him closer. As they neared his house, the sensation intensified. Passing the large acacia tree at the village entrance, Lu Zhongxian felt his chest tighten and his breathing quicken. The mirror in the basket trembled, emitting a faint red glow. That must be a part of me, or at least something important to my existence, Lu Zhongxian realized. It's to the north, toward that large lake. The pull faded as Li Xiangping moved away from the village entrance, and Lu Zhongxian mentally marked the direction. Staying close to Li Xiangping and observing life around the village, Lu Zhongxian began to understand the locals' speech by combining his own mental perceptions with observations of their movements and tone. The village appeared ordinary, with no signs of martial arts experts or flying immortal cultivators. The people followed a simple routine: work at sunrise, rest at sunset. The tools they used and size of the fields they tended to were nothing out of the ordinary. This seems to be just an ordinary village. Even the largest house is only a 2-story building made of wood and mud. There's no way immortal cultivators would live in such modest homes, right? Lu Zhongxian mused. Great powers usually bring about great productivity, but this village seems way too old-fashioned, he concluded. With some of this stuff figured out, he began formulating a plan, envisioning a framework for his future actions. Meanwhile, the Li residence bustled with activity. The mother and 2 youngest brothers were busy preparing dinner. Li Xiangping had come home with a full basket, and his youngest brother, Li Qijing, had triumphantly brought back a horde of fat voles caught in a grain bag while he was out gathering mulberry leaves in the back mountain for raising silkworms. Their father, Li Mushin, patted them on the back and showered them with praise. At 14 and 15, the boys were growing rapidly, and the food on the table barely sufficed to fill their hungry stomachs. Li Mushin had only a quick bite, and Liu Linian, the mother, watched her 4 sons with a smile. Only the big brown dog under their table seemed anxious, weaving between the legs of the 6 family members. After dinner, the moon began its ascent over Mount Dali. Leaning against the corner wall with a straw in his mouth, Li Xiangping watched his father frown at the sky as if searching for something. "By the way, father," Li Xiangping said, tugging the leg of his father's pants to get his attention, then pulled out the mirror from his chest pocket. "I found this in the river this morning." Li Mushin took the object and then examined it closely. "This isn't made of iron or copper. What exactly is this thing?" The moonlight, casting its glow in front of the house, suddenly seemed to come alive as it converged above the mirror, forming a captivating halo. Li Xiangping, unable to believe his eyes, rubbed them, transfixed by the most stunning moonlight display he had ever witnessed in his entire 13 years of existence. "Father," he whispered urgently. "Quiet." Li Mushin, visibly paled, forced himself to look away from the moon halo. He shakily pushed the mirror back into Li Xiangping's arms and whispered, "Keep it hidden. Tell your brothers to grab their sabers and come out." For the first time, Li Xiangping witnessed a look of murderous intent in his father's eyes. They were narrowed and piercing, resembling those of an eagle, sharp and focused. "G got it." His voice quivered as he stumbled back into the house. The night was still young. Li Xiangping pushed open the bedroom door. "Brothers." "Father said to grab your sabers and head out." Li Xiangping tearfully relayed his father's message to his 2 elder brothers who were lounging on their beds. "What?" Li Chenghu stood up abruptly, gripping Li Xiangping with concern. "Is father in trouble? What's going on?" Li Tangya, meanwhile, sprang into action, retrieving 2 sabers from under the bed and taking down the rattan armor and a long pole from the wall. He peered out the window somberly and quietly said, "It must be an enemy seeking revenge." Keeping the long pole for himself, he handed the saber and rattan armor to Li Chenghu, then patted him on the back. "Take these, big brother. Third brother, you go get mother and youngest brother to the backyard." After acknowledging his instruction, Li Xiangping rushed to find his mother. Li Chenghu quickly calmed himself down and donned the rattan armor. With a saber in hand, he moved toward the door. Outside, Li Mushin stood silently, surveying the melon field in front of the house. Once his 2 sons joined him, he took one of the sabers and instructed, "Look around the house, one on the left and one on the right. Make sure no one's lurking around." The brothers hurried off to their assigned tasks. Meanwhile, Li Mushin walked to the front of the house. With surprising agility, bent down in the melon field and astonishingly pulled a person out from its depths. "Please spare my life, big uncle." The man was terrified. As soon as he hit the ground, he began begging for mercy, clinging to Li Mushin and curling up into a ball. "Oh please, big uncle, spare me." Li Yesheng, who had only intended to steal a melon to satisfy his craving, was petrified to find his most feared uncle standing before him. The saber in Li Mushin's hand only served to intensify his fear. Yesheng. Li Mushin immediately frowned, his expression a mix of confusion and irritation. He stroked his beard, scrutinizing the young man. Li Yesheng, known for being a freeloader at home and swindling others, was the older brother of Li Yesheng, whose father had been bedridden for years. Hearing the commotion, the two teenagers rushed over. Li Tanya raised the long pole in his hand and pressed it firmly against Li Yesheng's shoulder, causing him to break down in fearful tears. Li Changhu, upon lifting the boy's head for a closer look, was struck by a sense of recognition. Cousin. Li Changhu exhaled deeply, his voice tinged with confusion. "What are you doing here?" Li Tanya asked coldly, pressing his pole down harder. "Stealing melons from our family." Li Mushin answered coldly on behalf of the stammering Li Yesheng. With a flick of his saber, he turned and walked away. "Please excuse us, cousin," Li Tanya said, lifting his pole. He threw one last glance at Li Yesheng before following his father back to the house. Li Changhu remained, helping Li Yesheng to his feet. He wiped the guy's face and offered a few comforting words before politely escorting him out of the courtyard. Inside the house, Li Qijing and Li Xiangping sat at the table nervously. The mirror was still hidden in Li Xiangping's chest pocket, and he dared not move around recklessly. Soon their father and second brother entered the living room. "Where's big brother?" he inquired, looking around anxiously. "He's seeing a guest off," Li Mushin replied, shaking his head. "I know Yesheng often comes to steal, but I'm afraid he'll speak of tonight's incident and possibly put our whole family at risk." Li Tanya took a seat on a small stool. He glanced at Li Xiangping and was about to speak when the door creaked open before quickly closing again. Li Changhu took a seat and turned to his father with a puzzled look, shaking his head disapprovingly. "Aren't you overreacting, father? Yesheng was just stealing a melon. Why risk offending his family instead of showing kindness?" "What do you mean by his family? We're two branches of the same Li family," Li Mushin retorted. He leaned against the window and motioned to his wife and youngest son. "Watch the front and back doors. Alert us if anyone comes." After they left, Li Mushin shut the door and window tightly, then turned to Li Xiangping. "Tell them what happened." Li Xiangping nodded and began explaining in a quiet voice. "I found something while fishing in the Mike River today." After a pause and seeing his father's nod, he took out the mirror from his chest pocket. Li Changhu turned his gaze from his younger brother to his father, then took the bluish-gray mirror. He examined it closely, yet its purpose remained a mystery to him. Li Mushin retrieved the mirror from his eldest son and carefully placed it on a stone stool beneath a small hole in the roof. He then turned to look at his two sons. Moonlight began dancing on the mirror's surface like water ripples, converging to form a mesmerizing white halo, jewel-like in its brilliance. Li Changhu shot up from his seat abruptly, staring at the moon halo around the mirror. Li Tanya was equally spellbound, watching it in deep thought. The Li family gathered around the mirror in silence, each absorbed in their thoughts for the duration it would take to drink a cup of tea. Li Xiangping was still visibly shaken despite witnessing this phenomenon for the second time. "I've never seen anything like this in my entire life," he murmured to himself. "Haha, not just you, son. Even your old man here has never seen such a wonder," Li Mushin chuckled, but his laughter did not reach his eyes, which remained stern. "This might belong to an immortal," Li Tanya commented softly. He picked up the saber and wiped it continuously, his eyes fixed on the mirror. Despite his apparent calmness, his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Such a discovery could bring about trouble for our family. Li Changhu paced anxiously in the living room, his voice tinged with excitement and worry. "What should we do if an immortal manages to find his way here tomorrow with some sort of tracking technique?" Li Tanya looked intently at his father, his expression serious. Li Xiangping nodded, then remarked with a cheerful tone, "I'm sure the rewards he'll offer us will be fantastic." "Nonsense." Li Mushin dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand. "I've heard tales of Immortal's wrath. We must not keep it. If it had been important, its true owner would have reclaimed it long ago before any ordinary humans like us could. This might have been misplaced by an unlucky immortal." Li Changhu listened with growing apprehension, frowning deeply in thought. A thought suddenly occurred to Li Tanya, and he spoke in a low, serious voice. "But didn't Yesheng see this item as well?" "Brother Yesheng was most likely in the fields when I was showing it to father out in front of the house," Li Xiangping replied, dropping his gaze to the ground. "I'm going to kill him," Li Tanya declared decisively, donning his rattan armor and grabbing his saber before storming out. Li Xiangping, seeing this determined expression on his brother's face for the first time, could not help but take a second look. come back here." Li Mushin called out sharply, halting Li Tangya in his tracks. He glanced at Li Xiangping, who appeared visibly shaken. "But father, Li Yesheng is an ungrateful and pretentious two-faced snake. It's better to deal with him now rather than risk him carelessly revealing our secret and bringing ruin to the Li family," Li Tangya argued with a sense of urgency. "It seems like second brother has learned some big words from the scholar in our village," Li Xiangping thought to himself while listening silently. He lowered his head, feeling a pang of shame, recalling how his father had sent them to study with a scholar in the village. His elder brothers were favored for their diligence, while he, being younger and more playful, now found himself struggling to even understand the big words in his brother's speech. What if it was your youngest brother instead? Would you kill him too for spilling your secrets? Li Mushin challenged his second son with a laugh. "We have no such villains in our family," Li Tangya retorted sharply. Li Mushin shook his head and adjusted the wooden table. Then with agile ease, he leaped onto the table and deftly retrieved a wooden box concealed in the roof beam. Placing the box on the table, he addressed his three sons solemnly. "There are things you should know. I left home at the age of 13 and joined the army on the Gili Road in Anli County. General Yang, under orders from the court, was recruiting soldiers to fight against Mount Yue. With nowhere else to go, I became a soldier. General Yang was a strict but fair leader. He treated us like family, sharing our hardships. He taught us the battle tactics of the Yue soldiers, emphasizing the importance of martial arts. This method is widespread and easy to learn, but difficult to master. Without proper training, it's just physical exercise, nothing extraordinary." Li Mushin paused and let out a sigh. Seeing his sons listening intently, he continued, "I documented his teachings on a wooden tablet when I returned home. I've instructed you in these practices before, but I've yet to see any remarkable progress. That's the first item in this box." He opened the wooden box, revealing its contents: a wooden slip, a talisman, several pieces of broken silver glaze, and other miscellaneous items. During the battles against Mount Yue, their shamans often used miasma, plagues, snakes, and insects as attack. The army issued these talismans as protection against such witchcraft. This particular talisman had saved my life, but now its power has faded, and it's no more than a scrap of paper. That's the second item. People of Mount Yue were skilled in using animal bones, feathers, and glaze. I scavenged these valuable items from those I defeated in battle. These are the third. Tomorrow I'll present this piece of glaze to your uncle, claiming it's something Xiangping found in the river. Whether Yesheng saw it or not, we'll insist that it's just a piece of broken glaze that happens to shimmer in the moonlight." Li Mushin, holding a fragment of glaze, carefully packed the item and whispered his plan to Li Tangya. "Father has a good eye for things." Li Chenghu nodded in agreement. "Our second uncle is a reasonable man. I'm sure he won't fuss over such a small matter just to keep the peace. It's just unfortunate that Yesheng is a piece of trash," Li Tangya commented softly, glancing at his father. Li Mushin placed the mirror on the wooden table, shaking his head slightly. "Now the value of this treasure depends on how we use it. It might turn out to be useless if we don't use it right." Lu Jiangxian, listening from within the mirror, began formulating his own. Trapped in the mirror, he pondered how to protect himself and find a way out. He realized he might need to rely on the resources and help of the people in this village to navigate the long path of immortality unless he could escape from the mirror. The Li family, though of humble peasant origins with shallow roots, had remarkable members. Li Mushin, the father, was courageous and perceptive. Li Chenghu, the eldest, was mature and magnanimous. The second son, Li Tangya, was brave, keen, and decisively bold. Li Xiangping and Li Qijing were also quick-witted and agile. Together, they formed an impressive and formidable family unit. What's more, Lu Jiangxian was helpless, lacking both hands and feet, unable to walk or run. How could he even think of escaping or hope to be in the possession of someone else? Was he doomed to be discarded like trash in the river, imprisoned in silence for 100 years? Whatever the case, I must at least take a look east, even if it's from a distance, Lu Jiangxian thought, channeling the qi within his body toward the mirror's upper left corner. Inside the house, the Li brothers fiddled with the mirror, cautious not to damage it and lose their chance at an immortal destiny. The moonlight felt cool and soothing upon touch, but the moon halo remained unaffected by their efforts to influence it, whether by blowing on it or attempting to manipulate the surrounding airflow. It was only when Li Xiangping picked up the mirror and gently caressed its reflective surface that something changed. Lu Jiangxian's efforts catalyzed a reaction, and the upper left corner of the mirror suddenly illuminated, startling Li Xiangping so much that he trembled and yelped, unsure whether to hold on to it or set it down. Li Tangya leaned in for a closer look. The mirror's upper left corner glowed with a bright white arc, thin on the sides and thicker in the center, a sight that gradually faded after the space of a few breaths. "It lit up, brother," Li Xiangping exclaimed in a hushed, excited voice. Li Tanya took the mirror, mimicking Li Xiangping's actions. Indeed, a white light illuminated the mirror. He then passed it to his father, gesturing for him to try. Both Li Mushin and Li Chenghu stroked the mirror, expressing their admiration for the phenomenon. However, Li Tanya, after a soft exclamation of surprise, took the mirror from his elder brother and stroked it while turning away from the others. "Father, regardless of where it's stroked, the illuminated area always points north." "It's just like," Li Tanya paused, pondering as he held the mirror. "A compass." Li Mushin nodded in agreement. Inside the mirror, Lu Jiangxian was cheering internally, impressed by Li Tanya's quick thinking. "Let's head to the village entrance first." Li Mushin stroked his beard thoughtfully after saying that, then turned back into the room to address his children. "Grab a chunk of cured meat. We're going to visit the scholar first instead." Li Yesheng, with tears still in his eyes, stomped into his front yard, cursing under his breath and kicking at the stones on the path. Why are they acting as if a few melons are some great prizes when they've got a real treasure on hand? Raising sabers in the middle of the night, those idiots must be hiding something. He muttered, sitting down on a stone, his mind racing with thoughts. Li Mushin spent 20 years wandering around. He must have collected some valuable things. "There's no way he doesn't have treasure hidden around somewhere," he mused. "But those stubborn fools are so tight-fisted, I couldn't coax even a speck of mud from their hands. The old man is just as obstinate, always keeping his secrets closely guarded. If only Li Mushin was out of the picture, we'd get a share of whatever treasures he's hiding." Li Yesheng glanced toward the courtyard door as his younger brother, Li Yesheng, timidly entered. His glare intensified and he barked at the boy, "Get over here, you brat." He grabbed his brother's collar and flung him toward the front of the house. Li Yesheng tumbled to the ground, curling up in fear. "I know you're chummy with that runt Li Xiangping. Tomorrow, you're going to sneak into their house and steal a couple of their melons," he snarled viciously. Li Mushin, accompanied by his 3 sons, walked from the end of the village to the entrance, receiving smiles and greetings from villagers resting at their thresholds. "Uncle Mushin, where are you off to?" "Just delivering something to the scholar," Li Mushin replied cheerfully, hoisting up the cured meat in his hand. At the village entrance, he scanned the surroundings, then patted Li Tanya and Li Xiangping on the shoulders and whispered, "Go ahead." The two nodded in understanding and quickly vanished into the dense reeds with a swift turn. Li Mushin gazed into the distance with a look of concern. Li Changhu, sensing his father's unease, offered a reminder. "We should have told them earlier to keep their distance if they encountered anything unusual. It's better to be safe than sorry." "I'm sure Tanya knows what he's doing," Li Mushin reassured, squinting as a myriad of thoughts flitted through his mind like fleeting shadows. He was acutely aware of the risk posed to his sons tonight, the possibility of losing them, leaving Li Changhu as the sole heir. However, their safe return could elevate the Li family to new heights. Clenching his fists, he grappled with the weight of his decision. For 200 years, the Li family had toiled on this land for 200 years. Now faced with a potentially life-changing opportunity, Li Mushin had made a rational decision that aligned with the best interests of his family, although it was an emotionally excruciating one. The courtyard door suddenly opened, interrupting his thoughts. Han Wengsu stood there, a small bowl in hand, looking perplexed. "Brother Lei." "Master Han," Li Mushin greeted, his face breaking into a broad smile as he stepped forward and placed the cured meat on a wooden table. "How generous of you," Han Wengsu said with a smile and a nod. He sliced off a piece of the meat, finally chopping it onto a dish, and served some pickled vegetables alongside it. The two then pulled out a small table made of eucalyptus wood, poured 2 cups of rice wine, and sat by the door to chat. Those flying immortals have finally ceased their visits. Li Mushin sighed as a sense of relief washed over him. Han Wengsu shrugged and clicked his tongue. "Immortals. When I was 12, an immortal visited our town." With a nostalgic look on his face, he continued. He claimed to be looking for enlightened individuals. Out of over 1,000 children, he found only 3 and took them away. Who knows, some of these immortals we see today might be those very townsfolk. Such opportunities to encounter immortals are truly rare. Li Mushin responded after a pause, consoling the scholar. "Indeed, rare and elusive." Han Wengsu murmured, staring at the moon, lost in thought. Both men sat in contemplative silence, each burdened with their own worries. As Li Tanya and Li Xiangping made their way through the reeds, parting the layers gently, the grayish-blue mirror in their hands emitted a warm, pulsating white light. Li Xiangping looked in the indicated direction and whispered, "This way leads to Moongaze Lake. It's about half an hour's walk from Gyuli Road." Li Tanya shook his head and said, "We can't use Gyuli Road. let's cut through the reeds. Li Xiangping murmured his agreement and followed his brother. Lu Jiangxian sensed the pulling force growing stronger. As they ventured deeper into the reeds, the light in front of him brightened, revealing an image of a serene, crystal-clear lake, where a flock of white gulls stood one-legged along the edge, resting. The mirror in Li Xiangping's hand grew increasingly hot, filling him with apprehension. Looking up at Li Tanya, he saw his second brother's expression was stern and silent. Only concern filled his eyes. Is immortality really within the reach of us mortals? Li Xiangping pondered, seemingly oblivious to the burning sensation in his hand. Hang in there, mirror. We're almost there, he muttered, clutching the grayish-blue treasure. Soon they emerged from the dense reeds to find Moongaze Lake shimmering before them, with a startled flock of gulls taking flight. Lu Jiangxian's gaze was fixed on a rocky sandbar in the middle of the lake. Among those moss-covered stones, a piece of jade was wedged firmly in a crevice, glowing with a white light. As the mirror emitted a beam of brilliant white moonlight, Li Tanya and Li Xiangping could faintly discern the glowing white jade that lay wedged between the rocks before them. Exchanging looks of amazement and excitement, Li Xiangping eagerly began to remove his clothes, preparing to enter the water. Wait, Li Tanya cautioned, pulling him back. I'll get it. You stay here with the mirror. If the moon reaches that position in the sky and I'm not back. He pointed upward, indicating the moon's trajectory before continuing. Then hide the mirror in the reeds and head toward the Gili Road. Don't go back home right away, Li Tanya instructed, looking earnestly at his brother. Wait until sunrise, then return to see how things stand. Got it. Li Xiangping's voice broke, betraying a hint of sadness. He wiped his eyes and gazed at his second brother. With a reassuring laugh, Li Tanya stripped off his clothes, revealing his lean and muscular arms. He then turned and swam toward the lake, leaving Li Xiangping concealed in the reeds, watching him intently. Years ago, he swam in Moongaze Lake numerous times during visits with his father and brothers. Drawing on this familiarity, he effortlessly made his way to the center of the lake. Li Tanya thoroughly examined the rocky crevices on the island. After spending what felt like the time needed for an incense stick to burn, he let out a sigh. Nothing, he muttered with a frown. As he checked once more, he inadvertently pulled out 5 or 6 small river crabs. Then his fingers brushed against something smooth and cool. With a gentle tug, he extracted a jade piece about 2 fingers thick. This cylindrical-shaped jade had characters engraved on it, which Li Tanya strained to read under the moonlight. Supreme, Qi, Meridian Nourishment. He could recognize only a few words, though he had learned to read at a young age from the scholar in the village. The intricate patterns on the stone made it difficult to decipher. Glancing back at the shore, he clutched the jade and swam back. Third brother. He called out softly as he neared the reeds. Li Xiangping emerged, and Li Tanya reached out to show him the jade. But as soon as he opened his hand, the jade transformed into a beam of white light and whooshed into the mirror. The brothers watched in shock at the white light above the mirror, and moonlight swirled together, before merging into the glass. Inside the mirror, Lu Jiangxian felt as if struck by lightning. Knowledge flooded his mind so rapidly that he cried out in pain and lost consciousness. After the jade's absorption, the white light in the mirror gradually faded. As the golden-red sun cast its first rays, they illuminated Li Tanya's bare torso, revealing golden lines that glowed. He turned to face his younger brother and suggested, "Let's head home first." Li Mushin sat at the red lacquered wooden table, attentively listening as his 2 sons recounted the events. He nodded approvingly at Li Tanya and said, "Well done." He and Li Chenghu had spent a restless night, fraught with worry. Now seeing his 2 sons return safely, his anxiety finally eased. Our home is spacious, with the backyard against the mountain and 2 melon fields in front. I've been thinking of expanding, building 2 more houses there and a courtyard with a secure front gate to prevent prying eyes, Li Mushin shared thoughtfully. He had contemplated this for some time, anticipating the day his growing children would need their own space. The Li family was well respected in the village, thanks to Li Mushin's savings and the land he had bought after leaving the army over 10 mu. This, combined with an additional 5 mu inherited from his father, brought their total landholdings to approximately 20 mu. The fertile land of Lijing village, along with the valuable reeds and mudflats, sustained them well. In a prosperous year, the yield from their 20 mu of land could comfortably sustain more than 10 people. Such productivity had the potential to elevate the Li family from mere farmers to the status of landowners. Despite their wealth, Li Mushin insisted his children engage in both academics and farming, preparing them for independent lives. We need to keep the family together. When it comes to finding spouses, they should be connected to the Li family, he mused, reflecting on the opulence of the city's elite families, where multiple generations lived under one roof, engaged in scholarship or military service. In contrast, poorer families often split up, each member fending for themselves. "I've made my decision," Li Mushin declared with conviction, turning to his sons. "Call your eldest brother from the fields. We'll level the foundation and rent them out. The tenants can manage the fields from now on. Your youngest brother doesn't need to gather mulberry leaves this afternoon. From now on, he'll spend his days studying with Master Han." "All right," Li Xiangping replied energetically, despite a sleepless night, and hurried outside. Li Tongya, after a moment's contemplation, addressed his father. "Are you thinking of adopting the ways of the clan? Establishing ancestral halls, opening a clan residence, focusing on education and military training. The Li family has been saving for 200 years. It's time," Li Mushin affirmed with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "As for pursuing academics and martial arts, traveling the Gili Road is filled with danger, and venturing in and out of Mount Dali is a life-threatening journey. There's no need to go all the way to Yue State to study or train in martial arts. We only want to build a legacy for our family business and to ensure our survival." "I agree. Who knows, we may find something more interesting than academics and martial arts," Li Tongya responded softly. "Don't say such nonsense." Li Mushin laughed heartily, patting Li Tongya on the shoulder before strolling out with his hands clasped behind his back. The morning sunlight burst forth from Mount Dali, bathing Moongaze Lake in a golden glow. The wind whispered through the reeds, carrying the distant sound of children laughing along the Mike River. Chen Erniu sat on a ridge, his gaze heavy with worry as he surveyed the crops in his field, his mind clouded with thoughts about his bedridden wife. Born in Lichuanku village on the eastern side of Mount Dali, Chen Erniu had witnessed a severe drought there 10 years ago. The ground had cracked, emitting white smoke, sending the villagers into a panic. As a young boy lost in the chaos, he fled to Lijing village where the farmer Li Zhenshui took him in. The following year, he was given a plot of land to farm. As he grew older, he rented another plot of land, built a house, married Li Zhenshui's daughter, and settled down in the village. However, his wife's sudden illness weighed heavily on him. Thankfully, he had some savings and sought the help of the scholar who lived near the village entrance. The illness was minor, treatable with a few doses of medicine. However, he was still worried about the potential financial strain if her condition were to worsen. "Uncle." Lost in thought, Chen Erniu was startled by a cheerful voice. Looking up, he saw a handsome young man at the courtyard entrance, smiling warmly in greeting. "Ah, it's you, Changhu. Please, I hardly deserve such respect." Chen Erniu replied modestly, bending over slightly. As a tenant farmer married to a concubine's daughter of the Li family, he felt undeserving of such honor. Li Zhenshui, though intelligent and capable, had a wandering eye. Unsatisfied with just one wife, he took 2 concubines. With his first wife, he fathered 2 sons. From his concubines, he had 3 sons and 4 daughters. Li Zhenshui was dying of old age, and the youngest son to his first wife who remained by his side suddenly died. Meanwhile, the children born to his concubines were eyeing the family's fields. Li Mushin, who had been away from home, returned with a saber in hand, alongside his men. This formidable veteran ruthlessly killed the housekeeper who conspired against the family. No one from the prominent family who poisoned his younger brother was spared for poisoning his younger brother, not even their dogs. Li Mushin, flanked by his 2 men, his saber still dripping with blood, dragged the dead bodies away on a cart through the village. From one end to the other, they left a trail of blood, sending a clear message. The villagers shuttered their homes, sensing the danger. Li Mushin's illegitimate younger brothers were initially terrified, thinking that they would have no share of the fields now that the Li Zhenshui's legitimate heir had returned. To their surprise, Li Mushin gathered them together. He declared that regardless of status, they all shared the same blood. He then generously distributed the family's lands, 2 mues to each of the family members and 4 mues to each of the 2 men he brought here. Overwhelmed with gratitude, everyone addressed him as the head of the family, solidifying his leadership within the Li family. As Chen Erniu gazed at Li Changhu's gentle smile, he could not help but recall Li Mushin's face, starkly marked by blood splatters in jarring contrast. Even under the warmth of the sun, this haunting image sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, he respectfully asked, "Changhu, what brings you here?" "Uncle, you're being too formal with me. I heard Auntie is unwell. My father figured you might be too busy to cook, so he sent me to invite you and little Z over for a home-cooked meal prepared by my mother," Li Changhu replied with a smile. "Oh, I can't possibly impose." Chen Erniu replied with an embarrassed smile, looking clearly to him. "It's settled then. Mother has already prepared everything," Li Changhu insisted, patting Chen Erniu's shoulder before taking his leave. "All right," Chen Erniu agreed, shaking his head in amusement. He called into the house, "Little Z, get changed. We're going to your uncle's house for dinner tonight." The Li family had renovated their mansion 2 years prior, expanding it significantly. The estate stretched from north to south in a rectangular shape. The front yard, paved with stone bricks and adorned with stone locks, looked like a martial arts training ground. Chen Erniu could not help but admire the heavy stone locks, remarking, "The Li family sure keeps up with their martial arts training. Those look really heavy." Entering the main courtyard, they were greeted by a pond in the middle, which was home to several blue fish. The courtyard branched off to the side houses of Li Changhu and Li Tanya, located on the left and right. Various rooms lined the connecting corridors. The grandeur of the estate was further accentuated by the meticulously laid stone paths and steps. Li Tanya, now 18 and yet unmarried, greeted them as they entered. Li Chengfu had recently married the second daughter of the Ren family in a grand ceremony. After dinner with the Li family, Chen Erniu sat in the courtyard chatting when he noticed Li Qijing rush into the yard to whisper something to Li Mushin. Although only 9 years old, Li Qijing possessed a strikingly handsome appearance and displayed clear signs of intelligence. He was a favorite among all the relatives and his siblings. Li Mushin, who had been casually watching his children, leaned in to hear Li Qijing's hushed words, "Father, the mirror, it's glowing." Nodding, Li Mushin patted his legs and addressed the group. "This old man needs some rest now. Please don't mind me and carry on with your conversations." With that, he turned and headed to the backyard. After the group acknowledged Li Mushin with nods and murmurs of understanding, Chen Erniu rose promptly. He bowed respectfully and announced his intention to leave. There were several rooms in the backyard. Li Mushin entered the central ancestral hall, the most spacious of them all. In there, offerings of fruits and melons were presented to their 6 generations of ancestors, whose histories were traced through the village records. Pushing on one of the walls, he revealed a hidden room behind the hall. The roof window above was open, allowing moonlight to bathe the bluestone platform below. Resting upon it, a grayish-blue bronze mirror emitted a bright, watery white light. "It's been 3 years. Jinger, go get your brothers over here," Li Mushin said, staring at the mirror with a furrowed brow. "Right away," Li Qijing responded energetically before hurrying off to find his siblings. Upon waking, Lu Jiangxian's mind overflowed with newfound knowledge. He paused, taking as long as an incense stick would take to burn, to compose his thoughts. Then he began to carefully explore the wealth of information contained within the Jade, the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra. The doctrine focused on manipulating the spiritual qi of heaven and earth through the human body's orifices. It involved stirring up the supreme yin energy of the moonlight, ultimately cultivating it into the 6 chakras of embryonic breathing. Mastery of these chakras could prolong life, nurture one's spirit, and enable the casting of various spells. Once the 6 chakras were fully developed, akin to a full moon, one could progress to the qi cultivation realm. Additionally, the scripture outlined several minor spells, such as the golden light, purify, water avoidance, exorcism, and the mind net. These could be practiced once the 6 chakras were cultivated, harnessing the spiritual qi in accordance with the scripture's teachings. Furthermore, the scripture delineated the 6 realms of immortal cultivation: embryonic breathing, qi cultivation, foundation establishment, purple mansion, golden core, and nascent soul. The Jade recorded the embryonic breathing meridian nourishment technique from Moonlight Origin Mansion of Yue State and distributed to disciples from the Moonlight Immortal Mansion at the embryonic breathing realm. After absorbing the Jade's knowledge, Lu Jiangxian experienced a profound transformation. His divine sense expanded to 66 meters, and the capacity of his moonlight energy increased exponentially. With sufficient moonlight energy, he could perform the various minor spells recorded in the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra, anywhere within 3 meters of the mirror. Most importantly, a specific spell from the mirror's memory emerged prominently in his mind: the Profound Pearl Sacrificial Spirit. The Profound Pearl Sacrificial Spirit spell was much more extensive than the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra. It primarily detailed the use of the mirror to harness Supreme Yin moonlight energy and condense the Profound Pearl Talisman Seed. This talisman seed, when implanted in another person's danshan, could aid their cultivation. Upon their successful cultivation or demise, it could nourish them, furthering their practice of the Supreme Yin Profound Light. Included in it was a reception method, guiding the recipient in drawing the Profound Pearl Talisman Seed out from the mirror and nurturing it within their danshan. Lu Jiangxian paused, feeling a sense of unease about the Profound Pearl Sacrificial Spirit spell. It seemed almost sinister, like one of those demonic arts he had read in books before. After careful consideration and thorough reading, he confirmed that the Profound Pearl Talisman Seed was not only harmless to its recipients, but also offered significant benefits. Profound Pearl Sacrificial Spirit spell was an inherent spell the mirror had awakened to. The number of profound pearl talisman seeds he could condense was limited by the strength of his divine sense. Currently, he could sustain only 6 seeds. Reflecting on this, Lu Jiangxian swept his divine sense through the Li family's residence, noting the many changes. What a transformation. During his 3 years in the mirror, the Li family had constructed a pond, expanded their compound, and flourished. Li Chenghu had married and grown a beard, stepping up as the new head of the family. Using his spell, he scanned the Li family but found none with a spiritual orifice necessary for immortality. Although he had already expected this, he was still a little disappointed. It seemed that, barring an unlikely event, no member of the Li family would achieve immortality. Their fates were tied to the mortal world, with lifespans not exceeding 70 years. Observing the Li family, Lu Jiangxian sighed deeply and activated the spell. Li Qijing, with keen eyes, was the first to notice a change and called out, "Father, look." The other brothers of the Li family also promptly gathered around. Li Mushin focused intently on the mirror. A white light flashed across its surface and a tiny script appeared. He patted Li Qijing's shoulder and instructed, "Bring me cloth and ink." The brothers quickly went off to gather the required materials. The Li family's foresight in building a study proved useful. It was well stocked with the 4 treasures of the study, which Master Han had donated to them. Otherwise, they would have had to travel to the village entrance for these supplies. Li Chenghu quickly fetched the cloth while Li Tongya brought a wooden table and ink. Fortunately, Li Qijing, who was by the mirror, had already memorized the earlier script that had appeared and vanished. Among the brothers, Li Qijing was the youngest but also the most well-read. Therefore, Li Mushin entrusted him with transcribing the small characters that appeared. The transcription of the reception method was a lengthy process. Li Qijing wrote diligently for as long as it took for an incense stick to burn until his wrist ached. Then, Li Tongya took over, while the others watched carefully to ensure accuracy. The task took 2 hours to complete, with the brothers alternating in their efforts. Eager to guarantee accuracy, Lu Jiangxian allowed the script to manifest 3 times. This included detailed annotations of Taoist jargons, along with diagrams of qi circulation and meridian paths. Only after watching the brothers carefully verify each detail did he gradually retract the light. The reception method, Li Xiangping read aloud from the cloth, his voice steady. In the initial phase of the first cycle, the profound pearl true elixir gracefully descends into the heart's network. This marks the positioning of the elixir cavity within the central palace. Following the elixir's descent, one must hold their breath 9 times, completing 1 cycle. Repeat across 9 cycles, 9 times each, a total of 81 times. This is referred to as the 9 heavenly cycles. This is an immortal spell. Li Chenghu exclaimed, both surprised and elated, barely resisting the urge to embrace the mirror and kiss it. The brothers passed the cloth around, reading it thoroughly and silently, committing the notes to memory. Li Xiangping's gaze then fell on a few final sentences. To complete the reception, choose days such as Jiazi year, Jiangshan year, the year of your birth sign, the 3 Yuan festivals, the 8th solar terms, or the first and last day of the lunar months. These are auspicious times when Yang dispels Yin. Perform the ritual under the moon's glow, burn incense, and take a purifying bath. Bow deeply to invoke, saying, "As a disciple from a certain family, I respectfully request the profound. I dedicate myself to pursuing the Tao and my destiny rests in your hands. When the time comes, I will remain true to my oath. With this talisman burned, I express my gratitude to Supreme Yin. After this, swallow air thrice. When the time comes, I will not fail to uphold my promise. With this talisman burned, I express my gratitude to Supreme Yin," he repeated softly to himself. Li Mushin watched the young man intently, then gently stroked his head and spoke calmly, "Obey your fate and dedicate yourself to the Tao path." In the early morning, slender wisps of smoke rose from the village rooftops, mingling with the mist in the air. "Uncle Li, you seem to be in a good mood today. What's the occasion?" People working in the field greeted Li Mushin with a smile as they saw him walking past the field. Looking down, Li Mushin recognized his nephew, Chengfu. The boy's innocent, honest appearance matched his pleasant manner of speaking. "Just happy to see the green shoots thriving in the field." Li Mushin responded with a laugh. Lijing village was dominated by 4 major families, Yi, Tian, Li, and Liu. The Yi family, making up over 30% of the village's population, was the largest. United, they were a force to be reckoned with. Oh, they were blessed by brother Chenghu's good fortune. Chengfu respectfully replied, leaning on his hoe. "You really have a way with words, young man." Li Mushin knew the comment referred to Li Chenghu's recent wedding. The bride from the Ren family was both charming and well-mannered, a perfect match for Li Chenghu. Li Mushin was thinking of letting his daughter-in-law in on the secret after she gave birth to an heir. After all, keeping too much under wraps might raise suspicions since they were living under the same roof. Besides, he knew his daughter-in-law could keep secrets. Tanya is reluctant to marry, and Xiangping is of age too, Li Mushin mused, stroking his beard. Tianyun, the daughter of my good friend, would be a good match for Xiangping, considering their similar ages. I'll ask Xiangping about it when I get back. Perhaps it won't be too long before I'm bringing a proposal with a swan goose over to them, he thought with a smile. In the courtyard, Li Tangya and his brothers were diligently studying the reception method. Li Changhu, having spent the morning patrolling in the fields, hurried back to join them. Li Mushin, feeling the weight of his years, preferred to leave the immortal spell to the younger generation and focus on worldly matters instead. After all, someone had to oversee the fields. Besides, it was wise to keep an eye out for any unscrupulous individuals who might attempt to sneak a peek into their household. Li Mushin was in a good mood today. He sat on the ridge, engaging in a leisurely chat with the village elders. Meanwhile, in the Li residence, Lu Jiangxian focused his divine sense on the three individuals, Li Tangya and two others, who were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Faint white halos at the tops of their heads became visible. Li Qijing's halo was the most prominent, extending about 8 kun and shining brightly. Li Tangya and Li Xiangping's halos measured 6 kun and 5 kun respectively, while Li Changhu's was only 3 kun. The size of these halos, appearing upon first practicing the reception method, indicated the level of compatibility between the individual and the profound pearl talisman seed. A halo of 1 kai signified a match as perfect as someone born with a spiritual orifice. Li Qijing's 8 kun halo suggested he could achieve up to 80% of the cultivation speed of a person with a natural spiritual orifice. In contrast, Li Changhu's 3 kun halo meant his cultivation speed was limited to just 30% of that potential. Essentially, Li Changhu's rate of cultivation was significantly slower. He might devote an entire day to cultivation, yet attain less progress than those who dedicated merely 8 hours to their training. Under the moonlit willow, Li Qijing abruptly opened his eyes, turning to Li Mushin, who sat beside him. The old man was reading the reception technique, recorded on a cloth while sipping on a cup of tea. Father, I've spent the past 2 months memorizing the technique. Today is the first day of summer and one of the 8 solar terms. I think I'm ready to give it a try, Li Qijing said. Go ahead then, Li Mushin encouraged, his voice calm and steady. Li Qijing was elated, and his 3 brothers buzzed with anticipation. They assisted in burning incense and preparing for the bath, setting up a table made of eucalyptus wood in the courtyard. Li Mushin carefully brought out the mirror, placing it upon a hornless dragon mirror frame he had recently crafted with his own hands. Before it, 9 incense sticks, as well as fruits and melons, were placed on the table. Lu Jiangxian watched with a tinge of embarrassment, noting that the arrangement of incense and fruit resembled a ritual for the deceased. Before the table, Li Qijing kneeled and pressed his forehead to the ground 9 times. With his head bowed, he solemnly stated, As a disciple of the Li family, I, Li Qijing, respectfully request the profound light. I dedicate myself to pursuing the Tao, and my destiny rests in your hands. When the time comes, I will remain true to my oath. With this talisman burned, I express my gratitude to Supreme Yin. Having declared this, he cleared his mind, activated the technique, and swallowed air repeatedly. Simultaneously, Lu Jiangxian focused, and the mirror began to shimmer, its surface glistening like water. There's a reaction. Li Mushin and the others exclaimed, their eyes fixed on the table. The grayish-blue mirror vibrated, and a white pill of light emerged, radiating so brightly that the onlookers struggled to keep their eyes open. Li Qijing's mind went blank as a profound, authoritative voice echoed, Here stands the disciple of the Li family, who has forsaken his worldly attachments, ceased all transgression, and severed his roots of evil. To him I bestow the profound light, initiating his journey in the path of Tao, transforming him from a mere mortal to a saint. He will begin with discipline and ultimately ascend to truth. I grant him a scroll of the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra, along with the Golden Light Art. Li Qijing quickly rose and sat cross-legged. The white pill of light dove into his Nuan palace. His body quivered as he was inundated with complex information. Activated by the technique, the white pill rotated gently within the Nuan palace, coursing through the meridians, and finally settling at the Kihai acupoint in the lower dantian. Li Mushin and the others anxiously watched as the profound pearl talisman seed sunk into the top of Li Qijing's head. They observed with bated breath as Li Qijing, kneeling with his eyes closed and mind focused, remained in this position until dawn. As the night faded and the golden sun rose, Li Qijing finally stirred and slowly awakened. Opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by his brothers, all wearing expressions of anxious anticipation. "Father, brothers, I have received the profound pearl talisman seed and stepped into the realm of immortal cultivation," Li Qijing exclaimed, leaping up to embrace his father excitedly. Li Mushin joyfully returned the embrace, spinning his son around in delight. Li Tongya and the others heaved sighs of relief, their faces alight with excitement. "I've also acquired a technique known as the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra," Li Qijing announced. As he attempted to recite its outline, the white pill in his Kihai acupoint quivered, and he suddenly found himself speechless, unable to utter a word. Startled, Li Qijing covered his mouth in shock. "Father." When he tried speaking again, he was relieved to find his voice had returned. Yet when he attempted to read out the technique's outline, he discovered he could not articulate it. "This immortal technique can't be spoken or written. It's really strange," Li Qijing said, his face reflecting his nervousness. "No need to worry," Li Changhu reassured, smiling as he patted Li Qijing's head. He watched as his father respectfully returned the mirror to its place and suggested, "When summer solstice arrives, let's invoke the technique again together." "But brother," Li Shijing interjected hesitantly, "it seems there are only 6 of these talismans." "Only 6. Li Tongya carefully reviewed the reception technique he had in his hand, then looked up at him in confusion again. "After I received the profound light talisman seed, my mind was filled with newfound knowledge, including something about the 6 realms of immortal cultivation and the embryonic breathing meridian nourishment technique. It appears that this mirror can produce only 6 talisman seeds," Li Qijing explained. Li Xiangping nodded in understanding and exclaimed, "Such miraculous artifacts capable of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth are indeed rare." Li Changhu, stifling a yawn, gestured to his brothers and suggested, "Let's all get some rest. After a night of vigil, I'm sure we're all exhausted. It's just to keep our sister-in-law from worrying, right?" Li Xiangping jested, "You cheeky boy." Li Changhu retorted playfully, then whispered, "By the way, I think Tian Yun would be a good match for you." "Big brother, stop playing matchmaker," Li Xiangping protested, then turned around and exited the courtyard. Li Changhu's laughter rang out as he entered the front yard. "There might just be a match in the making," Li Mushin mused to himself, twirling his beard with a knowing smile. Under the night sky, the moonlight shimmered like flowing. In the courtyard, Li Qijing sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his hands guiding a stream of qi from his Kihai acupoint. It coursed through his meridians, up his throat and neck, before finally emerging at the center of his eyebrows. In an instant, Li Qijing's eyes brightened as the moonlight converged with the spiritual qi at his brow. After a short while, he performed a gesture with his fingers, directing the now milky white qi back to the Kihai acupoint. This process was repeated 3 times. By the time Li Qijing opened his eyes and looked at the sky, he realized that 4 hours had passed. "The rate at which I'm absorbing moonlight is too slow." Li Qijing calculated that absorbing moonlight 81 times was necessary to cultivate a wisp of moonlight qi. To form the first of the 6 embryonic breathing chakras, the profound scenery chakra, 81 wisps of moonlight qi would be required in total. After successfully refining the profound scenery chakra, one could then be considered to officially enter the embryonic breathing realm and begin unleashing techniques. Doing it 3 times would take 4 hours, 81 times would take 108 hours. Li Qijing began counting in his mind. With 12 hours of cultivation daily, it would take 9 days. To complete 81 wisps, it would take 2 years. When he gazed upon the moonlight gathered on the mirror, an idea struck him. He settled down by the stone platform and resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, Lu Jiangxian passed time in the mirror, drifting in and out of his sleep. He had long absorbed enough moonlight energy and found the time in the mirror both long and boring, much like dozing off during a monotonous university lecture. Sometimes, a whole day would pass in the blink of an eye, provided that he blinked slowly enough. Li Qijing's spiritual power emerged at the center of his eyebrows and mingled with the halo on the mirror, abruptly rousing Lu Jiangxian from his sleep. Observing the boy before him, he could not help but smile. What a smart boy he is. Li Qijing, feeling a cool sensation envelop his body, realized the moonlight energy had increased more than tenfold. At this rate, forming a wisp of moonlight qi would only take 5 or 6 iterations. Excited by this discovery, he continued his practice. When the morning sun filled the sky and his brothers arrived in the backyard, only then did he reluctantly cease his cultivation. As his brothers and father gathered around, Li Qijing recounted the previous night's events. Everyone reacted with a mix of astonishment and delight. Li Mushin, deeply moved, offered another incense stick to Lu Jiangxian, then led his children out of the hidden room. Li Mushin, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached the entrance of the Tian family's courtyard. Tian Yun, humming softly while crouching to pick vegetables, looked up and recognized him. "Uncle Li." she called out, setting aside her vegetables and hurrying to her feet. "Father, Uncle Mushin is here," she shouted toward the house. "Good girl," Li Mushin replied, smiling warmly as he observed Tian Yun. The girl had blossomed beautifully over the past 3 years. Her figure was well-formed and graceful. Though not strikingly beautiful, her features were pleasant, and her smile added a unique charm. "Not bad at all," Li Mushin murmured to himself, revealing a fat swan goose he had been carrying behind his back. "Oh, Uncle Li, you shouldn't have," Tian Yun exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Upon identifying that the gift, she gasped in surprise. "Is that a swan goose?" According to the Book of Etiquette and Ceremonial, the Rites of Marriage, it was said that a marriage proposal should be made with a swan goose. In Yue State, it was customary for a member of the groom's family to present a swan goose at the doorstep of the intended bride as a part of the marriage proposal ritual. In Lijiang Village, where elaborate formalities were less practical, it was common for marriage proposals to be made without gifts. For Tian Yun, witnessing such a traditional betrothal custom was a novel experience. "Does my son, Xiangping, catch your fancy?" Li Mushin teased her. Tian Yun's cheeks were already flushed with a deep red that spread to her neck. Caught off guard and flustered, Tian Yun stammered, trying to mask her feelings. Yet, fearing that Li Mushin might take her hesitation seriously, she finally let out a shy but earnest, "Yes." Just then, Tian Xiaoshui emerged from the house. His relief was evident upon hearing his daughter's response. He had long suspected his daughter's affection for Li Xiangping, yet the boy was always so reserved and had never made his feelings known. Fearing his daughter might end up embarrassed, Tian Xiaoshui had always remained silent on the matter. "Big brother." Tian Xiaoshui greeted Li Mushin with a broad smile. Tian Xiaoshui had followed Li Mushin like a shadow ever since he was 5 and enlisted in the army alongside Ren Ping'an at 12. The three had formed a tight-knit bond in the military, as close as real brothers. After returning to the village, Li Mushin exacted justice on the influential Yuan family and then quit his former lifestyle to embrace farming. He took special care of Tian Xiaoshui, allocating fields to him and even arranging his marriage. For Tian Xiaoshui, the Li family was like his own family. He had even raised Li Chenghu with his own hands, treating him like his own son. He had no qualms about marrying his daughter into the Li family. Unaware of the thoughts running through her father's mind, Tian Yun retreated hastily as soon as she saw her father coming out, prompting a burst of laughter from Li Mushin. "Big brother, there's something else I would like to discuss with you aside from the marriage proposal," Tian Xiaoshui said, his expression turning serious. "What is it about?" Li Mushin inquired with a hint of concern in his voice. "A few days ago, I heard some noises while passing by the Yuan family's ancestral tomb up in the mountains, but when I went back to check, there was nothing," Tian Xiaoshui said. "Are there still any members left in the Yuan family?" Li Mushin knitted his eyebrows together, his tone grave. "Maybe some relatives are secretly paying homage," Tian Xiaoshui suggested anxiously as if trying to reassure himself. "That could be possible." Li Mushin nodded in agreement, looking slightly more relaxed. "I did ensure that the 5 members of the Yuan family were dealt with back then. I shouldn't have brought up such a heavy topic on such a joyful day." Tian Xiaoshui slapped his own mouth as he chastised himself, eliciting a soft chuckle from Li Mushin. Leaving the Tian family's courtyard, Li Mushin strolled along the dirt path, his face serene yet contemplative as he gazed toward Mount Dali. After settling the marriage proposal, Li Mushin returned to the courtyard, pretending as if nothing had happened. Passing through the front yard, he saw 3 of his sons engaged in a lively chat around the wooden table. The youngest son, Li Qijing, was absorbed in his cultivation inside the house. Despite the slow progress due to the faint moonlight, he dedicated himself to practice day and night, not wasting even a moment. In the courtyard, Li Xiangping was poring over the reception method. The cloth was already creased, and the ink was smudged from constant handling. "Brother Xiangping, try to be a bit gentler with it," Li Tanya chided with a smile, while his own hands were busy, silently carving symbols onto wooden slips. Li Changhu, the eldest, was meticulously going through the field deeds and working on the accounts. He raised an eyebrow in amusement and remarked, "He's been at it since this morning." Li Mushin strode across the stone steps, picked up a cup of clear tea from the table, and seated himself. "I've just been to the Tian family to arrange a marriage," he announced casually. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangping sprang up from his chair and stared at his father anxiously. "What did they say?" "Tian Yun says she fancies you," Li Mushin replied, slowly sipping his tea with a contented sigh. Good, that's great," Li Xiangping responded, visibly elated. The 2 brothers erupted into hearty laughter at his reaction. Li Mushin, however, had more somber thoughts. Setting down his teacup, his expression turned serious as he began, "Listen up now. Although the path of immortality is wondrous, it's also filled with unknown dangers and crises. Our Li family line is not robust. If anything were to happen to any of you, who would carry on the Li family's legacy? Li Mushin gazed at the earnest expressions of the young men before him and waved his hand, speaking gravely. This mirror represents both an opportunity and a potential misfortune for our family. I quickly arranged a marriage for Changhu, hoping he would soon father an heir. My hope is that if something goes awry, the legacy of our Li family will still carry on, he continued. The same goes for you. He pointed at Li Xiangping and let out an exasperated sigh, then averted his gaze to Li Tangya. As for you, Tangya, I'm too old to dictate your choices. You may not be interested in the women in our village, but you must consider leaving heirs as well. Li Tangya nodded silently, reflecting for a moment before responding. Don't worry, father, I know my responsibilities. Glad to hear that, Li Mushin replied, brushing his graying hair. His mind was clouded with concern. He was already in his 50s. Despite being physically robust and well provided for, Li Mushin was aware of life's uncertainties. It seemed prudent to him to settle family matters sooner rather than later. Father. The tension in the courtyard was broken by a clear, enthusiastic shout. Li Qijing emerged from the house, stopping before his elder brothers. I'm close to refining 81 wisps of moonlight qi and condensing the profound scenery chakra, he declared, his face beaming. I'm very proud of you, my son, Li Mushin said with pride, having often heard his youngest son speak of this profound scenery chakra of the embryonic breathing. He enveloped him in a joyful embrace, laughing as he looked at his son. The brothers, too, were swept up in this cheerful mood, their faces lighting up with smiles. Li Changhu even playfully pinched Li Qijing's cheeks, only releasing the boy when he protested in pain. We'll have to wait for the summer solstice to receive the next talisman seed, Li Tangya observed, his gaze sweeping over the happy scene in the courtyard. He then mused to himself, we weren't able to finish the preparations during the last day of last month and the first day of this month, so summer solstice will be our next chance. It's not that far off anyway. Li Tangya was silently etching the reception method onto wooden slips, but internally, he felt a surge of excitement as he thought, the path of immortal cultivation beckons me. Summer solstice rain drizzled over the barren fields, filling the air with an earthly scent. In the south, where wheat ripened early, the new harvest had been gathered, bundled, and stacked above the fields. Farmers exchanged greetings along the ridges, preparing to sow oilseeds, turnips, and mustard cabbages for the late fall harvest. At the Li residence, Li Tangya, Li Changhu, and several others eagerly anticipated the summer solstice. As soon as the sky began to dim, they carried out the table made of eucalyptus wood and kneeled together with Li Xiangping in front of it. A stalk of wheat, an offering from the first harvest of the summer solstice, assorted fruits, and 3 cups of tea brewed from summer rain were served before the mirror that was supported by the hornless dragon frame. The 3 of them exchanged glances before declaring in unison, as disciples of the Li family, I, Li Changhu, Li Tangya, and Li Xiangping, respectfully request the profound light. I dedicate myself to pursuing the Tao and my destiny rests in your hands. When the time comes, I will remain true to my oath. With this talisman burned, I express my gratitude to Supreme Yin. The mirror glowed with colors, flashing white light. 3 white pills emerged from the mirror, flying toward them. The 3 men swiftly sat cross-legged, guiding the talisman seeds as instructed in the reception technique. Observing the white pills entering their Nuan palaces, Li Qijing withdrew his gaze, sat down, and immersed himself in meditation. He focused on the luminescent moonlight within his Qihai acupoint, contemplating deeply. Thanks to the help of the mirror, I have refined 81 wisps of moonlight qi. With the summer solstice heralding the awakening of nature and dispersing the yin by yang, this is the perfect moment for a breakthrough. Emboldened by his youthful courage, Li Qijing began the process by performing hand seals and concentrating. The 81 wisps of moonlight spiritual qi swirled in his Qihai point intensely. Gather in the Nuan palace and descend the 12 stories. Take form, like birds in flight. Ascend the 12 stories and the orifice beneath the tongue. Li Qijing quietly recited the technique for condensing the profound scenery chakra from the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra. As he did so, the moonlight traversed the 12 stories in his throat, eventually in the Nuan palace at the top of his head where it condensed into a liquid and flowed into a clear pool in his Qihai acupoint. Rise, he murmured. In the clear pool in his Qihai acupoint, a bright silver arc of light emerged, resembling a beautiful crescent. Through the 12 stories and into the Qihai, the profound scenery chakra has emerged in the clear pool, Li Qijing exclaimed in awe as he beheld the mesmerizing scene. Without hesitation, he focused on the profound scenery chakra, exerting his utmost effort to stabilize its form. Time passed slowly, and the profound scenery chakra's form remained unstable. The crystal-bright crescent moon floated gently in the pool, its sparkling form wavering as if it could dissipate at any moment. Li Qijing was already exhausted at this point, struggling to maintain the form of the profound scenery chakra. Large drops of sweat slid down from his handsome face, staining his green-colored robe. At a critical moment, the clear pool within his Kihai acupoint suddenly receded with a splash, and a white talisman pill suddenly soared upward. The glowing, round talisman pill settled upon the profound scenery chakra, stabilizing the translucent crescent moon and calming the mana in the clear pool. Breathing a sigh of relief, Li Qijing gathered his strength to complete the process. The profound scenery chakra was successfully condensed, transforming the moonlight spiritual qi in his body into moonlight mana. Li Qijing had now become an immortal cultivator in the embryonic breathing realm. Opening his eyes, he looked toward the mirror, still enshrouded in the moonlight halo, and bowed in gratitude. The Li family would like to express their gratitude for bestowing upon us the immortal technique and aiding in the condensation of moonlight and completion of the profound scenery chakra. We will honor this favor perpetually, ensuring that incense burns year after year and the rituals continue unbroken. Li Qijing's youthful yet solemn voice marked his transition from a protected child to a self-reliant teenager. Jinger, Li Mushin called out softly, standing under the moonlight and gazing gently at his youngest son. "Father, I have successfully condensed the profound scenery chakra," Li Qijing announced, standing up with a smile. He opened his left hand to reveal a swirl of milky white mana. The first realm of cultivation is known as embryonic breathing. To reach the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, one must condense 6 chakras: profound scenery, radiant lure, celestial whirl, azure essence, jade capital, and nascent spirit. The profound scenery chakra is the gateway to the Tao, he explained. "Good, very good," Li Mushin responded, a wave of relief washing over him. Li Qijing waved his hand to disperse the mana, then resumed his seated position, focusing on solidifying his newfound cultivation. Such potent technique. Li Xiangping, the first to open his eyes, exclaimed with a smile. He stood up, stretched his body before grabbing the teapot from the table and took a hearty gulp. "I've received the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra and the Water Avoidance Technique." Li Tongya soon followed, awakening from his meditation. "I've received the Exorcism Art," he announced, his eyebrows raised in delight. The two brothers exchanged their experiences for a while before Li Changhu opened his eyes, looking somewhat bemused at his younger siblings' expectant gazes. "I got the Purifying Arts," he shared. As the three brothers chatted, Li Qijing, unable to contain his excitement any longer, interjected, "I've condensed the profound scenery chakra." "So quick?" Li Xiangping asked, tilting his head to the side doubtfully. Li Qijing nodded toward the mirror resting on the table and explained, "It's all thanks to the power of the mirror. Using it to harness the moonlight's energy truly halves the effort needed." Realization dawned on the others. Li Changhu affectionately ruffled Li Qijing's hair. With a smile, he said, "I've read that the human body has a spiritual orifice. Once mana permeates our bodies, we'll be able to locate it. Jinger, perhaps you could help us find it." Unlike his younger brothers, Li Changhu found the process during the reception extremely uncomfortable and began to doubt his own aptitude in cultivation. Observing his three older brothers, Li Qijing placed his left hand on the shoulder of Li Xiangping, who was standing closest to him, and closed his eyes to search for his spiritual orifice. The qi rises and breathes, much like an eager fish. He silently recited from the breathing scripture, guiding his mana through Li Xiangping's meridians. After a while, he opened his eyes, visibly shocked, and muttered, "None." Disturbed, he quickly checked his other two brothers, only to find the same result. "No, how can there be none?" Li Qijing's face turned pale. He sat down, closed his eyes, and focused inward. His mana coursed through his body, but he, too, found no trace of the so-called spiritual orifice in himself. The Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra states that the spiritual orifice is foundational to the great Tao. Without it, no matter the skill or method, it's futile. This. "Father." Li Qijing's voice trembled as he looked at Li Mushin, who was idly playing with tea leaves. "You were right. This mirror might indeed spell disaster for our family. If a true cultivator discovers this item, not only our lives but our souls could be at risk. And it won't just be us. The entire Lijing village, even all the villages in Gili Road, could be destroyed. I've condensed the profound scenery chakra, and mana flows through me. Unless I forsake my cultivation, no qi cultivators will be able to detect my spiritual orifices through their mana." Li Qijing stood up, his expression grave. For the disciples of the Li family, after receiving the profound pearl talisman seed, We must not flaunt it before condensing the profound scenery chakra. Indeed, Li Mushin sipped his tea, then looked at his children with a serious expression. When Jinger began to cultivate, I thought he was simply gifted. Han Wengsu once said that spiritual orifices are 1 in 1,000. Perhaps Jinger was that one. He smiled wryly. It appears now that this mirror is indeed an extraordinary immortal artifact capable of transforming the ordinary into the miraculous. With this talisman seed, even us mortals get a peek into the immortal Tao. The group was both elated and apprehensive, looking at their father in silence. Go and cultivate, I'll check on the fields, Li Mushin finally said after a long pause. Yes, father, they replied, each heading back to their rooms to practice. Li Mushin respectfully put the mirror away, cleared the table, and walked toward the fields with his hands clasped behind his back. Li Chenghu awoke from his meditation for the 6th time. He gritted his teeth and resumed his seated position, striving to calm his mind. This is too difficult. After over 3 months of cultivation, he had managed to condense only a few strands of moonlight. Meanwhile, Li Xiangping was already attempting to condense the profound scenery chakra, and Li Tongya had condensed more than 70 strands of moonlight. Li Chenghu, however, was still struggling with single digits. In comparison to the ease of cultivation displayed by his younger brothers, Li Chenghu found it arduous to guide his spiritual qi through the 12 stories, which was his throat. Even the talisman seed in his Kihai acupoint was lackluster and dim. During the day, the challenge was understandable, but on a slightly cloudy night, he could barely perceive the moonlight. He was only able to condense the few strands of moonlight by relying solely on the mirror. Li Chenghu sighed. He had come to realize that he lacked the innate talent for immortal cultivation. Whenever it was his turn to use the mirror for cultivation, he was consumed with guilt, feeling as if he were hindering his younger brother's progress. Awaking from his meditation for the 7th time, Li Chenghu's expression grew somber. Glancing at Li Tongya and Li Xiangping beside him, he quietly stood and moved toward the door. Outside, Li Mushin was in the backyard, diligently polishing his long saber. Holding the back of the blade in his right hand and pinching the edge with his left thumb and forefinger, he stabilized the sword with both hands, methodically polishing it against the sharpening stone. Strengthening his resolve, Li Chenghu called out to him, "Father, what is it?" Li Mushin responded without looking up, his tone calm. "I fear I am unsuited for immortal cultivation," Li Chenghu admitted with a hint of shame in his voice. "So, you're giving up." Li Mushin raised his head, his gaze cold. "It's not about giving up," Li Chenghu, having prepared his response, explained to his father. "My aptitude pales in comparison to Tongya and Xiangping, let alone Jinger. Even with the mirror, I can barely manage. During the day, I could better serve by managing our family's affairs and overseeing the fields to avoid raising suspicions." "Fine," Li Mushin said. He pondered for a moment, his expression softening. He shook his head and continued, "You can stop tomorrow. Prepare for Xiangping's wedding. Keep it simple, invite only close relatives and maintain a low profile." "Understood." Li Chenghu nodded dutifully and hurried toward the main courtyard. Upon entering, he was surprised to see his wife sitting there, sewing and chatting with Tian Yun. The ancestral hall in the backyard was off-limits to women, so she waited here instead. Tianyun, noticing Li Chenghu's arrival and sensing that the couple had matters to discuss, smiled politely and excused herself to return home. "What's the matter, Pinger?" Li Chenghu's expression softened visibly as he approached his wife and asked tenderly. "Chenghu." The face of the woman who exuded grace lit up with a subtle joy as she spoke softly. "I'm pregnant." "What?" Li Chenghu was taken aback and immediately felt his earlier frustration vanish. His face flushed with excitement as he eagerly asked, "For real? Why would I lie to you? Grandma has confirmed it, it's true." Ren Pinger nodded, looking shy as she pouted. Father, Pinger is pregnant." Overwhelmed with joy, Li Chenghu called out loudly toward the backyard. Clang! Li Mushin quickly dropped his saber and hurried to the main courtyard, his face beaming with excitement. "What did you just say, my boy? Pinger is pregnant." Li Chenghu, unable to contain his happiness, chuckled gleefully. "Marvelous, simply marvelous." Li Mushin laughed heartily, affectionately patting the blushing Ren Pinger on the shoulder and turned to Li Chenghu. "I'll get the physician here, keep a close watch on her." Li Chenghu nodded eagerly, gently guiding Ren Pinger to sit down, ensuring she was comfortable. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Li Xiangping slowly awoke from his meditation after performing a series of hand seals. He reached for the wooden slip in front of him, untied the cloth binding it, and unfurled it with a rustle. Illuminated by the bright moonlight, the top of the scroll revealed its title in bold characters, Golden Light Spell. The Supreme Yin-breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra could not be uttered or written, but its accompanying spells could be orally transmitted. Therefore, the brothers transcribed the spells they received and shared them with others. The Golden Light spell was the technique Li Qijing had acquired. Li Xiangping had condensed the profound scenery chakra a few nights ago and borrowed this technique to practice. The Golden Light spell was not overly complex. After reading it for 2 nights, Li Xiangping had quickly memorized it in his heart. With a flick of his left hand, a shimmering golden light appeared in his palm. Golden Light spell. This was an offensive and defensive spell. When executed correctly, a sharp golden light would be condensed. This golden light could be imbued in a weapon for striking down enemies or be projected as a ranged attack. Its power was notably formidable. After dispersing the technique with a wave of his hand, Li Xiangping stepped outside. His older brothers were still diligently cultivating in their seated position. He found a piece of huge bluestone near the doorway, wrapped his arms around it, and whispered commandingly, "Rise." To his surprise, he was able to lift the bluestone with ease. He even exerted too much force and ended up losing his balance, stumbling backward. Entering the embryonic breathing realm extends one's lifespan to 120 years. It enables mana to circulate through the orifices and meridians, lightens the body, strengthens muscles, sharpens hearing, clears vision, and grants extraordinary ability to perform techniques with hand seals. Recalling the content from the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra, Li Xiangping could not suppress a smile as he carried the bluestone to the backyard. He positioned the stone upright, stepped back 10 meters, then performed a hand seal and unleashed a technique. A golden light burst forth from his palm, striking the bluestone. Brilliant sparks flew, leaving a shallow yet distinct slash mark on its rocky surface. The bluestone was pushed 10 meters back, its movement leaving white friction marks on the ground. "Nice one." Li Tangya, who had earlier awakened from his meditation, watched Li Xiangping and chuckled. The technique Jinger received is the most useful. Just a few days ago, he damaged one of the rocks in the backyard garden. I didn't even dare tell father. In terms of cultivation progress, we're really lagging behind Jinger. Li Xiangping pouted, then straightened the bluestone and assessed the remaining mana in his body. He estimated he could unleash the same technique 4 or 5 more times. Jinger has condensed the profound scenery chakra in less than a month. Even with the mirror's help, it's a remarkable achievement, Li Tangya remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. The 6 chakras of embryonic breathing were the profound scenery, radiant lure, celestial whirl, azure essence, jade capital, and nascent spirit chakras. The profound scenery, celestial whirl, and jade capital chakras, collectively known as the 3 challenges of embryonic breathing realm, were particularly challenging. The brothers had used the mirror to easily breach the embryonic breathing barrier. Beyond that, the radiant lure chakra offered no shortcuts. One had to diligently cultivate spiritual qi and condense the embryonic breath, draw in qi and refine the moonlight, condense the profound scenery chakra in 9 months and condense the radiant lure chakra in 3 months. These are signs of a strong root bone. Li Xiangping, sitting beside his second brother, recited from the Meridian Nourishment Sutra, then turned to Li Tangya. "We've made swift progress in the profound scenery stage thanks to external aid. Let's see how we'll do in the radiant lure stage." "Indeed." Li Tangya nodded in agreement and softly added, "About Changhu. I fear he's struggling even more than us," Li Xiangping commented somberly, his gaze drifting toward Mount Dali under the night sky. "I'll continue to temper myself for a few days. Then I'll attempt to condense the profound scenery chakra. If I succeed, the mirror will be entirely available for Chengfu," Li Tangya remarked contemplatively. Li Xiangping, still watching Mount Dali, suddenly narrowed his eyes and stood up abruptly. Staring at the mountain, he shouted, "The audacity of that thief." Li Yesheng's father passed away last year. As the eldest son, he inherited the family's fields and fortune. Elated with his newfound wealth, he quickly sold a plot of field for cash and squandered it in a small restaurant in the village. Since then, Li Yesheng spent his days aimlessly roaming the village and mountains, frequently engaging in delinquent behavior like harassment and theft. Apart from his eldest uncle, Li Mushin, there was no one he feared or respected in Lijing village. His youngest brother, Li Yesheng, shared the same age as Li Xiangping. While Li Xiangping received education under the village head, Li Yesheng endured a life of solitude, hunger, and coldness. As a teenager who had just lost his father, he was forced to herd ducks and take care of cattle for others. Without the occasional assistance from Li Mushin's family, he might have starved in his own home. Li Yesheng never cared about his little brother's well-being. His thought was consumed by envy toward Li Chenghu's family. Observing them entering and exiting their beautiful residence, he was driven mad with jealousy. "We all belong to the Li family, so why are our lives so different? Why do they have such fertile fields and a high-walled courtyard while I have none?" they're only slightly wealthier than others in the village. Is there really a need for such an extravagant courtyard? It's as if they're guarding numerous treasures within it. He then vividly recalled a night years ago, the anxious expressions of several people, and the saber in Li Mushin's hand. Li Mushin must have a treasure. Chewing on a foxtail, Li Yesheng watched Li Chenghu having a pleasant chat with his tenants in the field, thinking bitterly, some are just born lucky. After dozing under a tree and realizing night had fallen, Li Yesheng spat out the foxtail, rolled up his pant legs, and stealthily approached the Li family's courtyard. Circling the courtyard, he found no cracks in the wall to exploit. The wall, smooth and well-constructed, seemed impossible to scale. Damn it, he grumbled, spitting on the wall. He kicked it in frustration, then turned and ran toward the back of the mountain. I bet they can't shield against prying eyes from above, he mumbled. Mount Dali was winding and extensive. One of its peaks was situated right behind Lijing village. The villagers never gave it a name and simply referred to it as the Back Mountain. To the south, beyond the Back Mountain, was Mike Peak, and further south was Jingyang village. The two villages were connected via a mountain path. Li Yesheng pushed through the bushes, climbing the mountain path for about 15 minutes. Reaching a vantage point, he crouched down, surveying the small courtyard below. Straining his eyes, he saw figures moving around, some sitting cross-legged, others walking around with a huge bluestone. He wondered what they were doing. I heard there were stone locks in the courtyard. Maybe Li Mushin acquired some laborer's martial arts or battle techniques and is teaching them secretly, Li Yesheng speculated. As he gazed at the sky, the mountains grew dim. The moon was obscured by dark clouds, and soon, Li Yesheng could not even see the figures in the courtyard clearly. The night deepened with the howls of apes, jackals, and wolves echoing through the chilly breeze that caused Li Yesheng to sit on a boulder and squeeze his legs together. How eerie, he thought. After shivering for another 15 minutes, his body cold and his nose running, Li Yesheng concocted rumors he planned to spread in the village. If it was an ancestral treasure, then he deserved to have it too, since he was part of the Li family. If it was indeed a martial art technique, he could always sell it for a decent sum even if he did not intend to practice it. Peering down at the courtyard, which was now deserted, Li Yesheng shrugged. He wrapped his arms around himself to fend off the cold and stood up to leave. Damn! Turning his head, he was startled by a figure standing quietly on the mountain path. In panic, he tumbled back behind the large boulder. Peeking out, he recognized that it was his cousin, Li Xiangping, looking at him disapprovingly. Li Yesheng glared at him. He was ready to confront him, but suddenly noticed Li Xiangping making some sort of a gesture with his hands. What? A bright golden light flashed before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his throat. His vision swirled, alternating between the bright moon in the sky and the moonlit courtyard below. Li Yesheng's head was severed, tumbling through the air before crashing down onto the mountain path. The last thing he saw was the extremely cold smile on Li Xiangping's face. It was so out of character that it rendered his cousin strangely unrecognizable. Li Yesheng's headless body was still hidden behind a rock. Blood gushed out from the stump of his neck, staining the rock, dirt path, and dead leaves, running in a rivulet toward Li Xiangping's feet. Stepping back in revulsion, Li Xiangping watched the fallen corpse. After thinking for a moment, he performed the hand seals to summon the golden light once more. He squatted down and expertly dismembered the body into large chunks. This would make it easier for the wild animals, attracted by the scent, to carry the pieces away and scatter them across the mountainous terrain. After completing this, Li Xiangping stood and surveyed his surroundings. The shadows between the forests were now filled with glowing green eyes. He clapped his hands and murmured, "Feast to your heart's content." Meanwhile, in the Li residence, Li Chenghu emerged from his meditation to find his two younger brothers absent and the large backyard eerily silent, with only the soft hums of insects in the air. Puzzled, he quickly made his way to the main courtyard, where he encountered Li Tangya. Seeing Li Tangya engrossed in his reading at the wooden table, Li Chenghu asked, somewhat perplexed, "Where's Xiangping?" Li Tangya slowly rolled up the wooden slips and looked at his elder brother. "Washing his hands," he replied. Li Chenghu, pressing his hands on the table, inquired with a hint of envy, "Are you preparing to condense the profound scenery chakra already, Tangya? In a few days, I should be able to condense all 81 wisps of moonlight chi. We're not as talented as Qijing, though. I have a feeling I may need a few more days to prepare." Li Tangya smiled as he retrieved a small piece of white cloth and tightly wrapped it around the wooden slips, securing it with a knot. "Chenghu, who do you think among us four resembles father the most?" Li Tangya suddenly asked, fixing a serious gaze on his elder brother. "You, of course," Li Chenghu responded without hesitation, then paused, finding a seat and continuing with a smile. "I'm too carefree, Xiangping is too active, Qijing is too timid. You Tanya have the most composure and resolve. You take after our father the most. Ha ha ha. Li Tanya laughed dryly, waving dismissively as he said, "Don't flatter me, big bro. In my opinion, Xiangping takes after him the most." "Why do you say that?" Li Chenghu looked at his younger brother curiously. "Back when we were kids playing in the courtyard, father once told us that the first time a person takes a life, they might experience ringing in their ears or a burning sensation in their head. They could end up paralyzed, tremble uncontrollably, shout incessantly, or feel disconnected from reality. Yet when he first killed, he simply sheathed his saber, poured himself a drink, engaged in conversation, and laughed. He was actually proud of his accomplishment. That's why Xiangping takes after our father the most." Li Tanya lowered his voice and leaned in to whisper to Li Chenghu, "Because he's ruthless enough." Because he's ruthless enough. As Li Tanya finished speaking, a shiver ran down Li Chenghu's spine. His body tensed and goosebumps prickled his skin. He gazed at his younger brother's smirking face, a sense of unease gripping his heart. Ha 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 ha. Giving Li Chenghu's shoulder a push, Li Tanya tossed the wooden slips aside and looked at him with a smile. Sheesh. Li Chenghu exhaled deeply, assuming Li Tanya was jesting. He waved his hand lightly and said, "I should be preparing for Xiangping's wedding." Straightening his clothes, Li Chenghu left for the Tian residence. The smile on Li Tanya's face faded as he sat down at the wooden table and began to speak. "Father." Li Tanya then saw his father standing on the stone steps, lost in his own thoughts with a distant expression. It was only when Li Tanya called out to him that he seemed to snap back to reality. The previous night, Li Mushin had sat by the door, watching the moon. Seeing Li Xiangping rushing to the back mountain, he followed his son quietly out of concern. Unbeknownst to him, Li Tanya was equally worried for his younger brother and had also followed him up the mountain. The two, meeting unexpectedly, gazed at each other awkwardly. They silently watched Li Xiangping murdering someone, then watched as wild beasts cleared the scene. Only then did they return from the mountain. Xiangping only did that to protect the family. "There's no need for anger, father," Li Tanya urged. "Who the hell said I'm angry?" Li Mushin, with a turmoil of emotions in his heart, spoke bluntly. He narrowed his eyes and added, "That fool deserved his fate. If Xiangping had just scared him off, I would have stepped in to deal with him myself. He did the right thing, so why should I be angry? And don't bother making excuses for Chenghu." Li Tanya exhaled a deep sigh and said, "Chenghu is generous and kind-hearted. The villagers and tenants all respect him. He's definitely the one who can safeguard the family business." "Nonsense." Li Mushin slammed his hand on the table, visibly irritated. "It's me, Li Mushin, whom they respect. Their regard for your older brother is merely due to the lower rents he offers. These people respect power and never virtue. Think about it, if I were gone today, wouldn't Li Yesheng dare to cause trouble tomorrow? Do you think Changhu would have the guts to kill him?" Observing Li Tanya's silence, Li Mushin's tone softened. "In the past, I wasn't concerned. With both of you supporting Changhu, his generosity was a strength, showing grace and mercy. But times have changed. Our family is walking on thin ice with secrets of our own. A leader who isn't ruthless enough can easily bring disaster to our family." He paused, then continued with a troubled look on his face. "I've been feeling uneasy lately. It's almost as if a calamity is on the horizon." After finalizing the wedding arrangements at the Tian residence, Li Chenghu sat on the ridge in the fields with a conflicted look on his face. He had roamed the village but saw no sign of Li Yesheng. Reflecting on what sounded like a hint from Li Tanya last night, Li Chenghu suspected that Li Yesheng had likely been killed by Li Xiangping. Pain surged in his heart. As children, Yesheng and Tanya, the two younger ones, had always followed him obediently, fishing in the river. He faintly remembered Chenger holding a large blue fish, beaming with joy and calling, "Look, big brother." Tanya, though envious, always feigned indifference and ignored him. When the three of them were exhausted from playing, they would stand by the river, competing to see who could pee higher and further. Then their aunt passed away and their second uncle fell ill. In just a few months, Yesheng changed drastically. He was no longer the boy he once was. He didn't deserve to end up this way. Tears welled in Li Chenghu's eyes. He had always believed he could guide Yesheng back on track, help him learn and live a good life. "Chenghu." A voice roused Li Chenghu from his thoughts. He quickly lowered his head, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes, and looked toward the source of the sound. There stood an elderly farmer with white hair and an honest demeanor, his skin weathered and tanned, dressed in simple garb made of homespun cloth and wide pants. "Uncle Su." Li Chenghu stood up and dusted his pants. "How are things at home? Do you have enough to eat?" he asked with genuine concern. "Yes, there's plenty." The old man's tears rolled down his face as soon as he heard Li Chenghu's question. Despite his age, he remained robust. His only son, however, was bedridden and unable to tend to the fields. Li Chenghu had granted them a rent reduction and provided food, helping them in getting through the tough times. Old Su, who had watched Li Chenghu grow from a boy to a man, perceived him as if he were his own child. Having experienced such kindness, he felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Li Chenghu. The conversation had quickly distracted Li Chenghu from his sorrow. Please don't hesitate to tell me if you need anything. My father reminded me just a few days ago to look after Uncle Su's fields, so I came to check on you, he said. Old Su, wise with age, chuckled, knowing full well that Li Chenghu's acts were favors from Li Mushin. He cupped his fist and said with a laugh, Please thank your father for me. Our family is truly grateful. Oh, it's nothing really. We're just doing what's right, Li Chenghu replied, dismissing the gratitude with a wave of his hand. As they conversed in the field, Li Xiangping approached the reeds with a cloth bag and observed Li Yesheng sitting on the riverbank. Li Yesheng was counting on his fingers, murmuring to himself, I visited our third uncle the day before yesterday, our eldest uncle before that, and was turned away by our fourth uncle yesterday. Today I'll have to settle for wild greens and catch a few shrimps home for soup. He gazed at the swaying reeds, reflecting on the places that had fed him. If not for these reeds, he believed he would have long perished in some forgotten corner. I'm indebted to Big Uncle and his family too, he reminded himself, only to be startled by a figure emerging from the reeds. Brother Xiangping. Li Yesheng stood up in surprise. Ever since the main family built the high-walled courtyard, Li Xiangping rarely ventured out, rumored to be absorbed in reading. Li Yesheng only saw him occasionally during meals at the main house. Here, take this. Li Xiangping smiled and pulled a white bun from his cloth bag, handing it over. Li Yesheng eagerly grabbed it, biting into it hungrily and exclaiming with gratitude, You're the best, big bro. Ha 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 ha. Li Xiangping had a history of sneaking treats for Li Yesheng during their childhood. Li Mushin had always known about it but pretended not to notice. Li Xiangping had indeed given him many things. Take this too, Li Xiangping said with a rather conflicted look. He pushed the cloth bag into Li Yesheng's hands, adding, These are some books I read during my early learning. You can read them while watching the ducks. Thank you, brother. Li Yesheng visibly moved, scooped up some river water to wash his hands before carefully accepting the cloth bag. I'll talk to father in a few days. Let's see if he can convince the scholar to let you study at his place when you have the time. If you have questions, you can always ask us. I really shouldn't trouble Big Uncle like that. Li Yesheng was elated yet hesitant, and his heart was filled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation as he kept waving his hand, trying to decline the generous offer. Besides, I heard studying costs money. My big brother will never pay for me. Li Xiangping looked at him for a moment, then said teasingly, You don't need to worry about that. I'll ask father to cover it. But Li Yesheng hesitated, overwhelmed by Li Xiangping's offer. A sense of respect welled up in him, and he thought to himself, Brother Xiangping really takes after Big Uncle. Unaware of Li Yesheng's thoughts, Li Xiangping patted his shoulder, encouraging him to focus on his studies before heading home. Lu Jiangxian had spent several months familiarizing himself with the Jade and had fully assimilated its power. He was already well versed in the minor illusion technique described in the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra, which could allow him to communicate with the Li family. Yet he considered the timing not quite right and chose not to reveal his extraordinary abilities. Instead, he remained motionless in the ancestral hall, seemingly inert. After all, the Li family was shrewd. The mirror might be of great value, but Lu Jiangxian, in his own estimation, was still a novice in the realm of immortal cultivation. Revealing himself now would not only raise a myriad of questions from the Li family, but could potentially expose his limited abilities. Fortunately, his divine sense had expanded to envelop the entire Li residence. Observing their daily lives was like watching a television series, offering him a comfortable diversion. However, the occasional powerful or subtle aura passing over the Gili road would jolt Lu Jiangxian, prompting him to retract his divine sense and remain inconspicuous. Despite the Li family's belief in him as some kind of immortal artifact, Lu Jiangxian was acutely aware of his own strength. He considered himself modest in power barely reaching the profound scenery, the second layer of the embryonic breathing realm, while Azure Essence, the fourth layer of the embryonic breathing realm, was his aspirational peak. When he compared himself to those overwhelming auras, he felt it prudent to remain cautious for another 80 or 100 years. Yet, he could not help but wonder, why are there refugees coming from the Gili road? Li Chenghu, accompanied by a group of villagers armed with torches, pitchforks, and hoes, stood at the village entrance, confronting a band of disheveled refugees. This incident arose just days after the marriage ceremony of Xiangping and Tianyun. Li Changhu, amidst his cultivation routine, was interrupted by a tenant from the Li family, who urgently reported the arrival of refugees at the village entrance. Refugees. The last refugees Li Changhu had encountered were over 3 years ago, from the Chen family, who had fled over Mount Mike. Recent years had been bountiful, and the Mike River had fed the surrounding areas well, leaving no families in dire straits along its banks. They claimed to be from Gili Road, informed the tenant, his voice conveying relief upon seeing Li Changhu. That can't be. After a moment's consideration, Li Changhu gave an order as he walked toward the exit of his residence. Father is already asleep, let's not wake him. Get Uncle Tian and Uncle Ren, we'll go check it out. Upon reaching the village entrance, the head of the Liu family, another prominent family in Lijiang village, was already waiting with a lit cigarette in his mouth. Upon seeing Li Changhu, Liu Linfeng greeted warmly, "Ah, you're here, Changhu. Big uncle." Li Changhu nodded to him. Liu Linfeng was the elder brother of his mother, Liu Linian. When Li Muxian had killed the influential Yuan family and redistributed their lands, Liu Linfeng's father was greatly impressed by the young man's actions. He had subsequently arranged for Liu Linian to marry into the Li family, thus forging a strong bond between the two families. Li Changhu and Liu Linfeng, leading the villagers, called out to the refugees. After calling 3 times, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. Despite his dirty and disheveled appearance, he carried himself with a certain dignity. Cupping his fist respectfully, the man addressed them with a bitter smile. "I'm the leader of the caravan traveling on Xili Road. We came from Jingxia City in the southern part of Wu State. We were attacked on Xili Road, and I, along with these people, fled amidst the chaos. I've been elected by the group to speak on our behalf, hoping for your shelter. The Gili Road has been long neglected, with wild beasts roaming freely. How did you all come through?" Liu Linfeng asked with a hint of skepticism. "Many have perished along the way, including the elderly and children," the middle-aged man replied with a sad smile. As the representatives from the 2 prominent families in the village spoke with the leader of the caravan, Old Su stood among the crowd. He was holding a string of grass-woven crickets in one hand and a hoe in the other as he scrutinized the refugees. Since he lived near the village entrance, Old Su was woken up early in the morning by the commotion caused by the arriving refugees. Learning that Li Changhu was coming, he quickly grabbed the grass crickets he had crafted a few days earlier, intending to gift them to his unborn child. His attention, however, was soon captured by a young man among the refugees. Dressed in tattered clothes with animal leather wrapped around his waist, the young man's eyes blazed like fire as he fixed his gaze on Li Changhu and Liu Linfeng. Those eyes seemed familiar, Old Su mused, stroking his white beard, yet unable to remember where he had seen such a look before. "Everyone, listen up." Liu Linfeng called for the refugees' attention, then stepped forward to address them. "I am Liu Linfeng, the head of the Liu family in this village. Lijiang village has lands that need tilling. If you are willing, my family will provide food and tools for this year. The reclaimed land will be rented out by my family, and we will only charge 30% of the harvest as rent." Li Changhu, standing a respectful half-step behind Liu Linfeng, added, "The Li family offers the same terms." At this, the young man among the refugees sharply turned his head. His fiery gaze locked onto Li Changhu's face for a few seconds before he lowered it again, seemingly satisfied. Old Su pushed through the crowd with great effort. He scanned the refugees intently, but could not locate the young man again. He turned around, only to see that the young man had already moved to the front, standing just a few steps away from Li Changhu and Liu Linfeng. The middle-aged man, previously speaking on behalf of the refugees, glanced at the youth and thought to himself, what intense eyes. Has he been with the refugees all along? We've been together for 3 months, yet I don't recall ever seeing this person before. In Lijiang village, you can eat, drink, marry, and raise children, but you must not steal or commit violence. Liu Linfeng was explaining the rules to the refugees when suddenly, the young man rushed out, falling to his knees before him, sobbing. "My family was slain, and I alone escaped. I traveled far to seek refuge under your benevolence. I am eternally grateful and would never dare commit any disgraceful acts here." His tears seemed genuine, stirring emotions among the other refugees who also began to cry, creating a chorus of sorrow. Overwhelmed by the scene, Liu Linfeng found himself deeply moved by their plight. Old Su, however, was fixated on the young man kneeling on the ground. His gaze focused on the scarred left leg, visible through the tattered pants, particularly noting a few distinct black moles at the ankle. A sense of recognition washed over Old Su. He continued to stare intently at the youth, his face flushed as though he was drunk. Meanwhile, behind him, Li Changhu could no longer hold back his emotions. He gazed at the kneeling youth with a sense of compassion, stepping forward and bending down to help the young man to his feet. All of a sudden, memories began flooding back to old Su. His vision blurred as if he had been transported back to an afternoon more than 20 years ago. Back then, old Su worked as a tenant for the Yuan family. The golden rice paddies in the fields swayed in the autumn breeze when a woman approached the fields, carrying her child. He had bowed to them and said, "Look at those moles on his leg. This child is destined for greatness." Wait. With a sudden burst of energy, old Su straightened his back, a posture he had not assumed in over 2 decades, and bellowed with a mix of surprise and anger. "Wait." Simultaneously, a voice echoed his call from nearby. It was the middle-aged man who had been chosen as the spokesperson for the refugees. He, too, was staring at the young man's face, his expression one of sheer astonishment, as he also called for a halt. Before either of them could elaborate, the youth abruptly lifted his head, catching Changhu off guard with a gaze that was fiercely sharp and almost bestial. Changhu barely had time to react as the youth lifted the leather around his waist, revealing a knife that glinted ominously with a cold light. The youth's eyes, fierce and sharp like a wild beast's, were fixed unblinkingly on Changhu with alarming intensity. His knife moved with lightning speed, aiming straight for Changhu's throat. Changhu barely had time to recoil in shock, his hands moving in a desperate attempt to block the attack. He was moving at the speed of lightning. He had honed this particular stabbing motion for over 22 years and practiced on countless haystacks. It was fueled by years of repressed hatred. The knife, gleaming like a bolt of silver lightning, nimbly evaded Changhu's defensive arms and impaled his throat. Changhu could only utter a few agonized groans before collapsing to the ground. His vision blurred, and the sounds of the surrounding screams and shouts of anger filled the air. "Bastard." Tian Shaoshui, standing behind Changhu, bellowed in rage and disbelief. Tian Shaoshui, obscured by the crowd due to his shorter stature, had not fully grasped the unfolding situation until he saw Changhu collapse. Tian Shaoshui lunged to grab the youth, his eyes burning with rage and the veins at his temples throbbing. However, the youth, though successful in his attack, abandoned the knife and used the ensuing chaos to roll away from Tian Shaoshui's grasp. He moved with the agility of a deer, swiftly disappearing into the mass of refugees. Tian Shaoshui pursued, but the refugees scattered in panic, giving the youth just enough time to slip into the nearby reeds and vanish. Damn it. Determined, Tian Shaoshui plunged into the reeds without a second glance, leaving behind the refugees huddled together in fear. God damn it, he brought disaster upon us. The middle-aged man who was previously speaking for the refugees was now cornered by the villagers. "I have nothing to do with this. I don't know that young man, he just came with us." He wailed, but his protests were drowned out by the commotion. "Shut up!" Liu Linfeng screamed, his face a mixture of rage and shock. He gritted his teeth and kneeled down to support Changhu, who lay motionless and bleeding on the ground. Liu Linfeng struggled to contain his anger, glaring fiercely at the middle-aged man. Seeing his nephew in such a state, Liu Linfeng's mind raced. How would he explain this to his younger sister, to Li Mushin? His nephew had died right before his eyes. Ren Ping'an sat on the ground, overwhelmed by grief. His daughter had married Changhu and was expecting their child. Now he had to witness Changhu, the child he had watched grow up, dying right before his very eyes. Panic enveloped the crowd. On the ground, Changhu lay with his eyes open, staring at the sky and feeling the warmth of his blood as it flowed from his chest. His consciousness started to fade. "I feel bad for Xiangping. My funeral will have to come before his wedding," Changhu thought despairingly as the pain and suffocation enveloped him, pulling him into an abyss of darkness. In the midst of the turmoil, a faint silver light unseen by all rose from his dantian. It spiraled upward like a swallow soaring into the sky, circling for a moment before flying toward the Li family's backyard. Not far from the scene, old Su stood trembling, witnessing the youth plunging the knife into Changhu's throat, the blade protruding slightly from the back of his neck. A rush of blood surged to his head, blackness clouding his vision as he nearly collapsed. How terribly unfortunate. Tears streamed down his aged face as he held the string of grass crickets he had intended to give to Changhu and clutched his chest in anguish. That bastard. Gasping for breath, old Su wiped his tears and started running toward the back mountain, muttering to himself, "I've lived through too much: the death of my wife, the downfall of the main family. I've dealt with scoundrels far worse than you. Just you wait. This old man will make sure you pay for this." At the ancestral hall in the Li residence, Lu Jiangxian sighed quietly. He had awoken the instant Changhu was assassinated, but he was too far away to do anything about it. All he could do was watch as the tragedy unfolded. As he observed the silver light fluttering around the mirror like a butterfly, he knew that with just a thought, this talisman seed could transform into pure essence, nourishing his divine soul. However, since Li Changhu had not reached the profound scenery stage yet, the talisman seed would not do him much good. With a sigh, Lu Jiangxian reversed his immortal technique. Using the profound pearl sacrificial spirit art, he catalyzed the spiritual sense within the talisman seed. A stream of mana, extracted from the seed, manifested in the courtyard and extended toward the Li family members. Li Mushin had been restless, taking over 2 hours to drift into a fitful sleep. But then he saw moonlight pouring through the windows and doorways, illuminating the room as if it were daylight. There, standing quietly by his bedside, was his eldest son, Li Changhu. What happened? Li Mushin asked hoarsely. Li Changhu remained silent, his gaze intently fixed on Li Mushin's face, as if committing every detail to memory. Li Mushin coughed harshly and asked with a furrowed brow, "What is it, Changhu?" Li Changhu then leaned down, bowing deeply to his father. "Take care, father," he said, his voice choked with emotion. As he spoke, his figure began to disperse, fading like grains of sand in the wind. The luminous moonlight slowly dimmed, and the room, once bright as day, returned to darkness. Li Mushin, in a state of shock, reached out desperately and shouted uncontrollably, "Speak to me, son, Changhu, Li Changhu." He bolted out of bed, gazing out the window in disbelief. Does cultivation also bring dreams? Li Qijing, with tears still on his face, awoke in the side house. He rose and walked outside, where he found Li Tanya seated at the wooden table. Upon seeing his younger brother, Li Tanya quickly wiped away his tears and forced a smile. "What's the matter?" he asked. Li Qijing, however, just stared blankly at him and then looked up to ask, "Where's big brother?" "He was called out this morning by a tenant." "Maybe something happened in the fields," Li Tanya replied, trying to maintain his smile. Just then the door opened with a creak. Li Mushin appeared, looking visibly unsettled. "Tanya, go get your big brother." "No, never mind, I'll go myself." Quickly slipping on his shoes, Li Mushin hastened to the front yard. As he opened the gate, he was met with a surprising sight. A large group of villagers had gathered outside, all holding torches and with tears streaming down their faces. At the foot of the stone steps, 3 people knelt beside something covered by a piece of white fabric. The sight of Tian Shaoshui and Ren Pingin's grief-stricken expressions sent a wave of dread through Li Mushin. With shaking hands, he descended the steps, gently pushing past the tearful Liu Linfeng to lift the white fabric. At the sight underneath, Li Mushin's vision immediately darkened and he nearly fainted. His brothers, who had followed him out, also looked on with apprehension. Li Qijing stepped forward, and upon seeing what lay beneath the cloth, he collapsed to his knees, crying out in anguish, "Big brother." He leaned over Li Changhu's body, checking to see if he was still breathing. Suddenly, Li Qijing jerked his head up, tears streaming down his face as he looked around at the villagers and demanded in a stern, roaring voice, "Who did this?" "Who?" His outcry, like the roar of a tiger, startled everyone, causing them to step back in fear. Chengfu, who was holding a torch amidst the crowd, paused as he witnessed Li Qijing's youthful face contorted with anger. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and mused, "The 4th son seems like a tough character. With the forgiving leader of the pack gone and the remaining 3 being cunning and vicious, it won't take long before the Li family has complete dominance over Lijing village." The crowd fell silent for a moment before someone murmured in response, "Changhu was killed by the refugees." Li Xiangping knelt beside Li Changhu, fighting back his tears. He turned his head to look at Tian Shaoshui and asked with a trembling voice, "Uncle Tian, what happened?" "It's likely the descendant of the Yuan family," Li Mushin answered instead, squeezing the words through his gritted teeth. He cast a glance at Tian Shaoshui, who hung his head in silence, as well as the gathered villagers, and shouted, "Tanya." At his call, Li Tanya stepped forward, wiping his tears. He cupped his fist to the villagers and announced, "Thank you for your concern tonight. Please disperse for now. There's no need to linger around any longer." After his announcement, he helped Liu Linfeng up and whispered in his ear, "Please, uncle, have your people keep an eye on those refugees. We don't want anyone causing trouble amidst the confusion. We'll join you shortly." "Right, of course." Liu Linfeng, who was kneeling before Li Mushin, seemed overwhelmed with the weight of the moment. Gratefully accepting the instruction, he quickly led the villagers away. Tian Shaoshui and Ren Ping'an carried Li Changhu's body to the Li family's backyard. Meanwhile, cries erupted from the main courtyard. Ren Ping'er had fainted upon hearing the tragic news. Tian Yun and Liu Linfeng, holding back their tears, attended to her, with one rushing to fetch a physician. Tian Shaoshui set Li Changhu down, his eyes brimming with tears. "Brother Tianmu." He was about to speak when Li Mushin, visibly exhausted, waved him off. "Ping'an, go look after Ping'er. Shaoshui, accompany Liu Linfeng and keep an eye on the refugees. I fear he might be in a difficult position without direction from the Li family." "Understood," Tian Shaoshui replied, wiping away his tears before leaving. Ren Ping'an nodded in a daze, then departed to care for Ren Ping'er. With no outsiders remaining in the backyard, the remaining Li brothers sobbed quietly. Unable to contain his anguish any longer, Li Mushin sat beside his eldest son like a wounded lone wolf, his wails low and heart-wrenching. "Oh Changhu," the brothers joined in the mourning. Li Tongya and Li Xiangping wept silently, trying to maintain composure, while the younger Li Qijing gave in to his emotions, crying without restraint. In the dead of night, Lijing village was in disarray. Old Su, armed only with a hoe, ventured alone to the back mountain. He navigated the winding path, his gaze fixed on the overgrown weeds and the continuous stretch of tombs ahead. Pausing, he focused his gaze and spotted a ragged youth with leather wrapped around his waist. He was leisurely seated beside a small gravestone, speaking to himself. As old Su approached, the youth looked up sharply. Recognizing the visitor as an elderly farmer, he clapped his hands, tilted his head to the side, and smiled. "Where are you from, old man?" he asked. Ignoring the question, old Su moved deliberately slow, trembling as he approached. He pretended to be cautious, then knelt beside a tombstone, holding it while sobbing quietly. The youth listened, his interest piqued by words of revenge and peace for the head of the family. His life had been scarred by tragedy. From a young age, he lived as a tenant ever since his family was destroyed. Night after night, he had practiced with a dagger, driven by the hope of avenging his parents by taking Li Mushin's life. Having exacted partial revenge, he was eager to share his triumph, yet had no one to turn to. Perhaps, he mused, ending this old man's life would be a fitting conclusion to his visit. "You're here mourning at the Yuan family's tomb. Aren't you afraid of offending the Li family?" He chuckled. "My days are numbered," old Su replied, wiping away his tears. He looked at the youth closely and then pretended to recognize him. He gasped and fell to his knees as he exclaimed, "Young master." The youth was taken aback, wondering internally, has this old man seen me in the village? Maybe it's safer to just kill him before I leave. With tears still welling in his eyes, old Su continued, "Your mother often brought you to the fields. I remember you. You have 3 black moles on your ankle." Having lived for over 70 years, Su's experience made him a good actor. His revelation momentarily diffused the youth's hostility. "Do you remember what my mother looked like?" the youth asked, his voice tinged with urgency. "Yes, I remember her." Old Su fetched a branch from a nearby bush. He then used his hoe to loosen the soil and started to draw with care and attention. Meanwhile, the youth, engulfed in a storm of emotions, observed old Su closely. His thoughts flickered between killing the old man and considering holding him captive to learn more about his mother. It did not take long for old Su to finish his drawing. Although just a farmer, old Su often painted door gods and auspicious symbols for the villagers. Over the years, he had developed a certain skill in artistry, and the figure he sketched now was surprisingly lifelike. "Mother." The youth rolled over and knelt to examine the drawing. Seeing the familiar yet vague features of his mother, he broke down, sobbing. 22 years of pent-up anger and repression burst forth, and he wept uncontrollably. Old Su, standing nearby, spoke fondly of the youth's mother, fueling the young man's overwhelming emotions. "I remember your father well, too. Let me draw him for you," old Su offered, his words convincing the youth. As the youth wiped away his tears, old Su picked up his hoe again, appearing to loosen the soil for more drawing. Yet there was a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. He raised the hoe high, its silver blade glinting in the moonlight, and brought it down violently toward the youth's neck. The young man, exhausted from a day of evading capture, his assassination of Li Changhu, and his subsequent escape from Tian Shaoshui in the reeds, was caught completely off guard. His emotions had dulled his agility, leaving him unable to react or escape, resulting in the hoe striking him squarely. Old Su, still robust from years of farming, delivered a powerful blow that left the youth crumpled on the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Without hesitation, old Su struck again and again, ensuring that the youth was dead for good. Blood and gore mingled in a macabre scene. Once old Su was certain that the youth was dead, he finally ceased his assault. The youth lay motionless on the ground, with an expression of sorrow in his last moments. Exhausted and overwhelmed, old Su collapsed to the ground, his hands covering his face as he cried out in anguish. "Oh, what a tragic fate, what a tragic fate." In Lijing village, the commotion from yesterday persisted into the late night. As the rooster crowed, signaling the start of a new day, the villagers were already astir. The early autumn morning air was sweet with dew, yet a somber mood pervaded the village. The Liu and Li families provided some dry food for the refugees huddled at the village entrance. The middle-aged man who led them looked worriedly at the group of over 20 people and thought to himself, "Now we're really in trouble. Someone among us has killed a distinguished member of the ruling family. We can't stay, and we can't even escape." The refugees were uneasy. As they looked up at the mountain road, someone shouted, "Look, there's someone on the road. It's an old man." An elderly farmer with gray hair appeared on the winding path. His clothes and arms were blood-stained, and he was dragging a bloody corpse in his left hand. In his right, he carried a hoe from which hung a severed head with disheveled. "It's the assassin!" Some of the villagers recognized the clothing of the headless corpse, sending a shiver down their spines. The assassin had just escaped during the night before, only to be beheaded the next morning. This raised questions about who the old man was and the extent of the Li family's power. As Old Su approached, the crowd hastily retreated to make way for him. Old Su, however, walked with a pale face and vacant eyes, paying no heed to the onlookers. He headed straight for the Li residence on the outskirts of the village. A tenant had already reported the news to the family. They opened the courtyard gate, and Li Mushin wearily led his family members to greet him. "Uncle Su, this is a descendant of the Yuan family. I killed him. This is his corpse. Have Liu Linfeng and Tian Shaoshui come to identify it." Old Su placed the body down and sat down to catch his breath, sensing a chill in his limbs. Li Tanya quickly brought some tea to Old Su, but the old man's trembling hands could not even hold the cup. Li Tanya had to bring it to his lips for him to sip. Shortly after, Liu Linfeng and Tian Shaoshui arrived at the Li residence with Old Su's eldest son. Old Su recounted the events, confirming the identity of the deceased as a descendant of the Yuan family. "Uncle Su, you have avenged our big brother. The Li family is eternally grateful." Li Tanya began to speak tearfully. Old Su, however, waved him off with tears in his eyes. "You don't need to thank me. I owed a debt to her, so I killed this man for him. I don't expect any reward from the Li family. My days are numbered anyway. If you wish to thank me, bring the newborn to see me sometime." With these words, he laboriously rose to his feet. Ignoring the Li family's pleas for him to stay, he departed with his eldest son. The Li residence was draped in white fabrics. Li Chenghu's funeral lasted for several days. His life of generosity and righteousness had touched many, so the village was filled with mourning. Caught up in the funeral arrangements, Li Tanya had to postpone his cultivation breakthrough. It was only 2 months after Li Chenghu's burial that Li Tanya was able to stabilize his state of mind, allowing him to condense the profound scenery chakra and step onto the path of immortal cultivation. 2 years later. The morning sun illuminated the courtyard with its bright rays, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow on a few small trees. Underneath these trees, a handsome young boy was seated cross-legged, deeply engrossed in his breathing exercise. After some time, he exhaled a deep breath, concluding his training for the day, and looked around the courtyard with a smile. A 2-year-old boy ran into the backyard, with wildflowers in his clutch as he babbled joyfully, "Uncle, kawi mi." Li Qijing smiled as he reached out to lift the child into the air. Gently patting the boy's head, he affectionately asked, "Has Xuaner been good today, kawi mi?" Instead of answering him, the child giggled and wriggled in Li Qijing's grasp. Ren Pinger, hesitant to enter the backyard, called out softly from the entrance, "Xuaner, get out of there right away." Li Qijing placed the child on the ground, watching him jump into his mother's arms. He then murmured to himself, "This celestial world chakra is really tough to condense. It's taken a year and a half, but it's finally coming together." Li Xiangping stood up and chided him with a laugh, "Be patient, Jinger. We've only managed to condense the radiant lure chakra of the embryonic breathing. We haven't even begun the 3rd stage, the celestial world chakra, yet here you are complaining. You're in too much of a hurry." Li Qijing merely laughed and said, "I'll begin condensing the celestial world chakra tonight. Then I'll show you what true mana flow is like. You little brat." Li Xiangping laughed. Upon noticing Li Mushin entering the backyard, he quickly lowered his voice and greeted, "Father." Over the past 2 years, Li Mushin had aged considerably. His hair had turned white and deep wrinkles marked his face. He carried a stern, unsmiling demeanor, appearing more than a decade older. Xuangshuan is quite the handful. Seeing his grandson, Li Xuangshuan, Li Mushin's face finally softened with a smile. Since Li Changhu's death, the old man had been dispirited, but the birth of this child had rejuvenated him. When Li Xuangshuan was born, Li Mushin had gathered the Li family to set a sequence generation names based on 3 verses from the reception technique, as suggested by Li Xiangping. Li Xiangping spent several days pondering before selecting 3 verses from a text about the embryonic breathing realm. In the profound scenery where clarity prevails, the sun and moon weave a radiant lure. In the celestial world, one seeks to grasp the azure essence. In the Jade capital, only the nascent spirit is reflected. In accordance with these verses, the naming tradition for the children of Li Tanya, Li Xiangping, and others was established. Boys would receive names incorporating Xuan, while girls would have Jing in their names, and so on. Li Mushin had also sought the opinion of his daughter-in-law. Ren Pinger, after reflecting on it for a night, decided on the name Li Xuangshuan for Li Chenghu's son. "That's because you spoil him too much, father." Li Tanya commented with a smile, placing a wooden slip back on the shelf. Nonsense. Li Mushin feigned annoyance, puffing his beard in mock anger, then said seriously, I would like Yesheng to learn more by my side. Li Yesheng. Li Tanya pondered for a moment before responding. That's a good idea. Li Yesheng is alone and quite attached to our family. We're often busy with cultivation, so we can't attend to family matters as much. Since he is also of the Li family's bloodline, he's an ideal choice. I'm just concerned that he might develop selfish intentions over time for his personal gain. Li Qijing expressed, furrowing his brows. I can still keep him in check for at least another 10 years. Li Mushin declared confidently. By the time a decade rolls by, your kids will be all grown up. He won't have a chance to get up to mischief by then. To govern effectively, one must balance kindness with authority. Once Li Yesheng settles down with a family, things will naturally fall into place, Li Xiangping added nonchalantly. Exactly. Li Qijing retrieved another wooden slip from the shelf, dusted it off, and chuckled softly. 10 years of immortal cultivation does indeed offer much to look forward to. The first part of the verse, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Xuanjing Yuan Qing, means in the profound scenery where clarity prevails. Hence, the children of the four brothers will take on Xuan and Jing. The children of those from the generation of Xuan and Jing will then take on the characters Yuan and Qing, and so on. In case you're interested, this is the pinyin of the entire poem. Xuanjing Yuan Qing Zai Yue Chengming, Zhou Xingjiang Que Sui Yu Qing Yuan, Yu Jing Ying Xiang, Wei Jian Ling Chu. The night had fallen and the moon shone brightly above. Li Qijing sat cross-legged in the courtyard, deeply immersed in his qi cultivation. He was focused on condensing the celestial world chakra of the third stage. As described in the Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra, the human body held endless marvels, including 12 meridians and 3 dantians. The lower dantian houses the essence, the middle dantian houses the qi, and the upper dantian houses the consciousness. Among the 6 chakras, the profound scenery, celestial whirl, and jade capital, known as the 3 challenges of the embryonic breathing realm, were particularly challenging. The key was to manifest these chakras from nothingness within the different dantians, forming a spiritual chakra. The remaining 3 chakras were less complex. For instance, after condensing the profound scenery chakra, which was located at the Kihai point in the lower dantian, one only had to focus on their breathing pattern, and the radiant lure chakra would naturally emerge in the Kihai point. Once the celestial world chakra, situated in the Juk court, which was the body's reservoir of hidden qi, was condensed, it would allow mana to flow freely throughout the body. When mana was channeled to the eyes, it would grant far-reaching vision. To the feet, it would bestow extraordinary agility, enabling remarkable feats such as walking on walls as easily as if they were flat ground. After cultivating for a quarter of an hour, Li Qijing felt his Kihai acupoint at full capacity. His 2 spiritual chakras orbited each other, entwining as he performed a hand seal. Channeling qi through vital points like the Shimen, Guanyuan, Shenk, and Mingmen acupoints, he focused on converging this energy in the Juk court to form the spirit chakra. Lu Jiangxian, using his divine sense, observed Li Qijing from afar, casting a protective meditation spell and joining forces with Li Tanya and Li Xiangping, who were safeguarding their youngest brother. As Li Qijing prepared for his breakthrough, Lu Jiangxian suddenly sensed a presence behind him. A powerful aura, far off in the distance, was rapidly approaching Mount Dali. Weighing the strength of both sides, Lu Jiangxian made a swift decision. He retracted his divine sense back into the mirror, ceasing even to absorb the moonlight shining through the roof window. The mirror lay dormant in the ancestral hall's darkness, indistinguishable from a real bronze artifact. In mere moments, a stream of blue light soared over the Li residence. Lu Jiangxian, feeling the aura fading into the distance, was about to sigh in relief when he noticed the blue light turning around before coming to a halt in the sky above the Li residence. Si Yuanbai, having advanced in his cultivation since leaving Kingsui Peak, set his sights on confronting the notorious pig demon on Mount Dali. He boarded his flying shuttle and traced the Gili Road southward. The spiritual energy at the northern foot of Mount Dali was disrupted by the Great War, plunging the earth vein into chaos. Now, after 300 years, the energy has begun to recover, drawing the attention of numerous demons. Approaching Mount Dali, Si Yunbai noticed several villages peppering the foot of the mountain, particularly along the banks of an unnamed river. The area seemed lively. The war purged the region of demons, disrupting the spiritual energy. It has since become a haven for mortals. Surveying from above, Si Yunbai's attention was suddenly drawn to a small village below. He sensed a flicker of mana there. Expecting a minor demon, he activated his Dharma eyes for a clearer view. Under the moonlight, he saw a handsome young man sitting in meditation, accompanied by two other youths, all radiating mana. How remarkable. A young man is breaking through a bottleneck without any elders to oversee. After a quick scan revealing no other significant mana fluctuations, Yuansi mused, perhaps he's the offspring of a fellow Taoist after a fun one-nighter. Meanwhile, Li Qijing, unaware of the observer above, felt blessed. His continuous efforts were paying off. He had finally figured out the riddles in the scripture. Mana quickly converged in the juke court, and a crystalline spirit chakra began forming with practiced ease. What a promising youth, Yuansi murmured in approval as he stroked his beard. The path of immortal cultivation is fraught with challenges. Spiritual orifice was merely one of the foundational factors. Other things like fortune, comprehension, willpower, family background, sect, and techniques mattered too. This young man's got exceptional understanding and talent, and his techniques are profound. But in this secluded mortal village, how much can he really access in terms of immortal resources and secret techniques? His potential might be limited to mere chi cultivation, amounting to little more than dust and ashes. In this arduous journey of immortal cultivation, I wonder how many young talents have succumbed along the way, he mused. Yuansi descended his shuttle. Performing a hand seal and casting an invisibility spell, he sat on a rock in the courtyard, observing the scene leisurely. Just then, an elderly mortal approached the courtyard. The youth, acting as the guardian, greeted, "Father." As Yuansi heard the youth, his expression shifted to one of curiosity. It was rare to find someone with a spiritual orifice, but he had found 3 in a single family. He could not help but wonder if those 3 children were truly the offspring of that seemingly ordinary old man. Observing their pure mana, Yuansi speculated that they must have been training with a profound technique. He was convinced that these children were likely the unintended offspring of a fellow Taoist cultivator. He speculated that they had been left in this village to train from a young age because their father was reluctant to bring them into his home. With all 3 children possessing spiritual orifices, their father must have at least attained the foundation establishment realm. While it was true that higher realms of cultivation made childbearing more challenging, the likelihood of those children possessing spiritual orifices was significantly greater. Among those who had attained the chi cultivation realm, perhaps 1 or 2 in 10 of their offspring might have a spiritual orifice. This probability soared to around 5 in 10 once a cultivator attained the foundation establishment realm. Considering that all 3 children possessed a spiritual orifice, it was highly probable that their father was a cultivator who had attained the foundation establishment realm. Yuansi dismissed the possibility that their father could be a cultivator who had attained the Purple Mansion realm. Aside from the ancestors of various immortal sects, the entire Yue state could scarcely muster a handful of such esteemed cultivators. Besides, a cultivator of the Purple Mansion's caliber would not bother settling in a small village like this. Even if they were to father an illegitimate child, they could easily bring the child into their own home without fear of judgment. Such a child would likely be revered as a prized descendant. The young man concluded his cultivation and joyfully announced, "Father, I've made a breakthrough." The Li family erupted in celebration, but Yuansi, observing from afar, contemplated the situation. The Gili Road leading to Mount Dali has been populated by mortals, yet for 300 years, no cultivator has stood guard due to the war. Now, as the Earth's veins realign and the spiritual energy gradually returns, this land should rightfully fall back under the governance of a sect. Maybe I should recruit this family into our clan, utilizing them to secure this area. We could also leverage the power of that senior who has attained the foundation establishment realm to help suppress the demons here. The Azure Pond Sect, ruling over the 5 southern counties of Yue State, has a well-established system of governance. The sect usually dispatched disciples to manage the cities, while the rural areas were controlled through the intricate web of bloodline marriages within the immortal cultivation clans. This system involved using pills and magic artifacts to compel the clans to cultivate raw materials and provide manpower from those with lower levels of cultivation. The sect would then annually recruit the most talented disciples from these clans to strengthen its ranks. This approach, widely recognized as effective in the cultivation world, had been employed by the Azure Pond Sect for over 500 years. Additionally, this could be an opportunity to build a favorable relationship with that cultivator who has attained the foundation establishment realm. With that thought in mind, Yuansi performed a hand seal to undo his invisibility spell and descended gracefully into the courtyard. Li Qijing, still feeling the rush of his breakthrough and the flow of mana through his body, suddenly noticed a figure in a green robe materializing before him. The figure who appeared was clad in azure garments, seemingly in his 30s or 40s, with a handsome appearance. He wore a friendly smile, and at his waist hung a shiny sword, adding to his elegant and ethereal demeanor. Immediately sensing potential danger, the Li brothers instinctively shielded Li Mushin, with Li Tongya cautiously inquiring, "May I ask who you are, sir?" Upon witnessing the celestial-like figure in a green robe gracefully descending into the courtyard, Li Xiangping felt a knot in his stomach. Damn, could he be the owner of the mirror, he thought to himself. In that instant, he was immediately on high alert, sensing the man's otherworldly presence. He glanced at Li Qijing and Li Tongya. Despite their calm exterior, their eyes betrayed a flicker of fear, seemingly mirroring his own thoughts. "I am the master of Kingsui Peak from the Azure Pond Sect," the man introduced himself with a faint smile. Noticing the Li family's guarded demeanor, he realized they were not the typical villagers who revered figures like him. This strengthened his belief as he reassured them, "There's no need for alarm. The Gili Road falls under the jurisdiction of the Azure Pond Sect. Since you've embarked on the path of immortal cultivation, you naturally come under our sect's purview." Relieved that the visitor was not after the mirror, Li Tongya and the others visibly relaxed. Li Tongya stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "We are simple villagers unaware of the larger world of cultivation. We unintentionally completed the profound scenery stage and are unfamiliar with esteemed sects like yours. Please forgive our ignorance." Si Yunbai paused, realizing that these villagers were unaware of the Azure Pond Sect due to its long absence from this area. He performed a hand seal and cast a spell, creating a lifelike map of the Yue state in midair. The Li family was astounded by this display of power. While they had learned basic spells, creating such a map was beyond their capabilities, let alone a detailed one like this. "This is Yue State," Si Yunbai explained, pointing to a blue spot that occupied about a quarter of Yue State. "And this is where the Azure Pond Sect is." "Ah, so that is the Azure Pond Immortal Sect." Li Mushin recognized, bowing in respect. "I recall seeing talismans from during my younger days with General Yang in the Mount Yue campaign. They were probably from the Azure Pond Immortal Sect." "We are but a humble part of the Immortal Sect," Si Yunbai responded modestly. He then addressed Li Xiangping and his brothers. "Now that you have entered the profound scenery's gate, you will oversee the nearby villages along this Gili Road. Just ensure that the annual contributions required by the sect are met." He continued, "There are several families along this Gili Road. Given your nascent roots, I advise you to be accommodating and avoid unnecessary disputes. Every 5 years, the sect will send representatives to recruit potential talents from the mountain. If your family can produce exceptional individuals, it will be greatly beneficial for you all." Li Tongya's expression shifted subtly as he asked in a low voice, "About the contributions. Every 5 years, we expect 10 white essence fruits and 200 jin of spirit paddies," Si Yunbai replied matter-of-factly. "This quota is non-negotiable unless your family has disciples willing to join the Azure Pond Sect. Otherwise, the contribution requirements stand firm." As Si Yunbai concluded, Li Tongya and the others exchanged knowing glances. This timing isn't coincidental. He chose to appear the moment Jinger made a breakthrough, most likely hoping to recruit Jinger into the Azure Pond Sect. Well, that might be for the best. Jinger has truly exceptional talents, and it's somewhat of a waste for him to be here in the mountains. Joining the Immortal Sect would be the best for his growth, and it would also be beneficial for the family to have him there, Li Mushin internally surmised. With that in mind, Li Mushin subtly nodded at Li Qijing, who quickly understood his father's intent. He bowed deeply to Si Yunbai and respectfully said, "Although my talents are modest, I deeply admire the Peak Master's prowess. I would be honored to join the Peak Master's faction, even in the humblest capacity, to learn from his teachings." "Well said, you are indeed fit to join my Kingsui Peak," Si Yunbai responded happily while nodding. He clapped his hand on his waist, and 2 bags of different sizes materialized on the ground. Seeing the Li family's surprised expressions, he explained, "These are storage bags. You'll be able to utilize them once you've completed the Jade Capital Chakra stage. The larger bag contains seeds for the spirit paddy, while the smaller one has white essence fruit kernels." Si Yunbai then produced several wooden slips and added, "Since you've joined me, it's only right you know my name. I am Si Yunbai, a peak master in the Azure Pond Sect. I won't overburden you by asking you to clean my peak." He handed over the slips and continued, "These 3 are cultivation techniques common in the Yue state. Your family might find them useful. The other slip details the cultivation of the spirit paddy and white essence fruit. Study them carefully." The Li family members nodded in acknowledgement. "Don't be so tense. What cultivation techniques have you been practicing?" Si Yunbai asked with a smile. Li Xiangping and the others hesitated, exchanging glances. No one spoke for a moment. Realizing their hesitation, Si Yunbai quickly reassured them. I understand. Your senior who instructed you must have told you to keep it a secret. Si Yunbai had only attained the Foundation Establishment realm last year, so he naturally regarded the person who had presumably attained the same realm a decade ago as a senior. At this, Li Mushin coughed and stepped forward, speaking softly. Over 10 years ago, I helped an injured senior who then recuperated at my home for a few years. He left us with these cultivation techniques and instructed us to keep them a secret before leaving. I see. Si Yunbai gave him a gentle nod, feeling quite pleased with his own sagacity. A simple Meridian Nourishment Sutra is all they possess. It can't be some sophisticated immortal technique that involves gathering the essence of the moon or sun, can it? There's no need to press them further. It might upset my new disciple, he thought to himself. With a compassionate gaze toward the old man, Si Yunbai conjured a light blue jade seal with a wave of his hand. As he caressed it, the seal began to glow with golden light, revealing the inscription governance of Azure Pond. This represents the authority of my Azure Pond sect. I've put a magic seal on it. With this, you can demarcate your territory from neighboring clans and call upon the sect for assistance when needed. Take good care of it, Si Yunbai explained. He gracefully handed the jade seal to Li Tongya. Watching Li Tongya safely stow it away, Si Yunbai smiled warmly at Li Qijing and encouraged, It's time to bid farewell to your family, my good disciple. Li Qijing embraced his two older brothers with tears in his eyes, then knelt before Li Mushin, pressing his head to the ground a few times. Forgive me for being an unfilial son who can't stay by you and mother's side in the future. Please take care, father and mother as well. His voice broke with emotion. Li Mushin, clearing his throat, helped Li Qijing to his feet and reassured him. Don't worry, your older brothers will look after things here. Focus on your cultivation in the sect and make our Li family proud. After bidding a final goodbye to his brothers, Li Qijing joined Si Yunbai with a heavy heart. Master, I have bid my farewell to my family, he informed. Si Yunbai nodded, ignoring Li Tongya and the others who were kneeling and paying their respects to him. He laughed heartily and mumbled to himself, I guess I'll let that pig demon live another day since I have acquired such a promising disciple today. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the shuttle, then cast a spell to elongate it enough to accommodate two people. He grabbed Li Qijing's hand, then boarded the shuttle, swiftly soaring northward like a shooting star. Li Xiangping watched as Si Yunbai vanished into the sky on their flying shuttle. He then picked up a wooden slip, unwrapped the cloth, and spread it out. Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment Technique, Grade 1, he murmured, skimming through the text. He was deep in his reading when he overheard Li Tongya exclaim softly, This breathing technique only requires daily breathing exercises but not refining moonlight. Indeed, it's not as effective as them. Our family's technique, Li Xiangping replied. He initially wanted to mention the mirror but remained cautious in case Si Yunbai came back. He changed the subject. Do you really think Si Yunbai is Azure Pond Sect's peak master? Jinger leaving with him so suddenly seems like a rash choice. Li Tongya smiled wryly and responded, What choice do we have? If he were an evil cultivator, he could have just abducted him. Why bother negotiating with us or leaving any techniques or a jade seal? Li Xiangping nodded in agreement, picking up another wooden slip. He opened it and murmured, Heavenly Essence Qi Cultivation Scripture, a Grade 2 cultivation technique for the Qi cultivation realm. Li Tongya, picking up a different slip, quietly read Lixia Secret Note. After reading a bit, his face lit up and he said to Li Xiangping, This note includes general cultivation knowledge, details about Lixia Province's forces, and information on rogue cultivators trading markets. This is exactly what we need to know right now. Li Xiangping glanced at the slip and commented thoughtfully, So, cultivation techniques are graded from 1 to 9, 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. Spells, pills, and magic artifacts correspond to realms. I wonder what grade our family's technique is. While Li Xiangping was engrossed in the secret note, Li Tongya studied the light green jade seal left by Si Yunbai. He silently activated his mana and mumbled, Governance of Azure Pond. Big golden letters immediately appeared on the jade seal, then slowly vanished and replaced by a bright white Li character and a small map. Li Mushin squinted at it before reading aloud, Lijing Village, Lichuanku Village, Jingyang Village, Lidyaku Village. Those were the villages at the foot of Mount Dali which Si Yunbai had mentioned earlier. With the Azure Pond Immortal Sect behind us, the Li family can finally emerge from the shadows and openly cultivate. These villages are now under our control. Li Xiangping, who had been absorbed in his reading, looked up calmly and said, We'll start tomorrow night. As soon as Chen Erniu woke up, he saw the Li family's tenants energetically going from door to door in the village to share important news. Aunt Li, tell your son to meet us behind the village after the fieldwork tonight. Uncle Tian has something important to discuss. Ah, all right, Brother Liu, the Li family would like to invite. The village was in a commotion, leaving everyone with a sense of curiosity. As evening finally approached, Chen Erniu, having finished his dinner, hurried to the end of the village. The Li family, being one of the most influential in the village, had gathered a sizable crowd. Among them was Su Wenshan, the leader of the refugees from years ago, who now stood respectfully behind Li Xiangping. Damn, I'm late, Chen Erniu grumbled under his breath. He could not help but feel a twinge of resentment. Su Wenshan had now found favor with the Li family and had seemingly taken over his role as the head of the tenants. He looked around, but Li Mushan was nowhere in sight. Instead, Li Xiangping stepped forward with a smile. Thanks for coming, everyone. I have some exciting news to share. He waited for the crowd to quiet down before continuing. Last night, an immortal from the Azure Pond Immortal Sect passed through. He noticed my brother Li Qijing's exceptional talent and has taken him to train on the Immortal Mountain. The revelation sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Everyone in the crowd exchanged looks of astonishment, then stared blankly at Li Xiangping as if they had just heard a mythical tale. Han Wengsu, a knowledgeable figure who hailed from the city, expressed loudly, "Congratulations." After hearing Li Xiangping's revelation about the Azure Pond Immortal Sect, he was convinced that Jinger must possess some spiritual gift to be taken by the Immortal Cultivator from that Immortal Sect. Everyone has their own destiny. It's a blessing for our village that Qijing has been chosen by the Immortal Sect, he added positively, supporting Li Xiangping's statement. Having served as a doctor and educator in the village for over 2 decades, Han Wengsu had established himself as an authority figure. When he lent his voice in support of Li Xiangping's announcement, it lent a significant degree of credibility to the claims. Despite this, murmurs and whispers continued to ripple through the gathering of villagers. Li Xiangping calmly took out a jade seal in his hand. Upon activating his mana, 4 big golden characters appeared governance of Azure Pond. It's an immortal. The crowd immediately erupted as they witnessed the display of divine power. They fell to their knees, bowing deeply and shouting in awe. Chen Erniu was equally stunned as he gazed upward with a mix of fear and wonder in his eyes. Li Xiangping watched as the Li character appeared and faded before putting the jade seal away. He looked at the crowd before him and declared, "The Immortal has also bestowed upon my family some immortal arts, as well as the duty of guarding Lijiang Village, Lichuanku Village, Jingyang Village, and Lidiaku Village." As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant golden light burst forth from his palm, shooting into the forest and scattering a flock of birds. This spectacular display left the villagers in even deeper awe, with many, including the head of the Liu family, Liu Linfeng, kneeling in a mixture of fear and disbelief. "Please get up. We are all family and neighbors here. There's no need for such formality," Li Xiangping addressed the crowd, his tone stoic yet gentle. Chen Erniu, still bowing deeply with his forehead pressed to the ground, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Things are about to change here. That was all he could think of at the moment. As Li Tanya strolled out from Lichuanku village, Li Yesheng followed behind him, clumsily recording something on a piece of cloth with a chunk of charcoal. Lichuanku village still hasn't recovered from that drought 20 years ago, yet it's home to over 100 households. It's quite disheartening, Li Tanya mused, glancing over at Li Yesheng. "Brother, we've driven out the major family in Lichuanku village and redistributed their lands. Now, the villagers are free from paying rent. The 10% tax on their fields is pretty lenient too," Li Yesheng responded earnestly. He then handed the charcoal pencil to one of the villagers following them and continued in a respectful tone, "But we still need someone reliable to manage things. Sadly, not many in our family are literate and capable." With a wave of his hand, Li Tanya cast a purification art on himself to clear the dust off his clothing, drawing an envious glance from Li Yesheng. "Don't worry about that. Father and Xiangping will handle the arrangements," Li Tanya assured him. In the main courtyard of the Li residence, Li Tanya and the others were seated while Li Yesheng stood in the courtyard, reading from a cloth. 229 households in Lijiang Village, 101 in Lichuanku Village, 297 in Jingyang Village, and 158 in Lidiaku Village. That makes a total of 785 households and a total population of 4,280 people. 4,280 people, with roughly 3 able-bodied men per household. "Surely we can find 1 or 2 individuals with spiritual orifices," Li Xiangping murmured thoughtfully, leaning against a wooden table. "About the elders from Yi family who visited me last night. They hope to restore their ancestral surname, Li Yesheng reported with a troubled smile on his face. Ancestral surname? Li Tanya asked, looking up with a puzzled expression. Li Mushin, observing their confusion, coughed and began to explain. The Yi family was originally a side branch of our Li family. Due to a past mistake, they were expelled and changed their surname to Yi. No one spoke of this incident ever since, but now, seeing our family's newfound destiny, the Yi family wishes to reattach themselves and reclaim their original surname. Hearing this, Li Yesheng nodded in understanding. He recalled the previous night, listening to the elders from the Yi family, who had wept while revealing these ancient secrets. If it were not for the Li family's newfound immortal destiny, he might have truly believed that the elders' intentions were solely for reuniting with the main family. If any member of the Yi family possesses a spiritual orifice, we'll allow them to revert to the Li surname and become a branch of our family, Li Xiangping quickly responded after listening to Li Mushin's explanation, instructing Li Yesheng to convey this message to the elders of the Yi family. He then turned to Li Mushin and asked, "Father, who will be the main people in charge of these villages?" Chen Erniu is clever and capable. He's originally from Lichuanku village, so he will be a good fit there. As for Jingyang village, with its large population and wealth, we need someone who is attentive and perceptive. Let's have Uncle Ren oversee it. Li Mushin took a sip of his tea before continuing. Lidyaku village, being near the Gili Road, attracts many refugees. The situation there is quite complex. Su Wenshin, he's a shrewd one. Let's have him and his group of refugees handle it. Great decision, father, Li Xiangping agreed, glancing down at the book he held about cultivating spirit plants. Our first priority should be to use the spirit-seeking art from this book to survey the earth veins of the villages. We need to locate the spirit fields as soon as possible to start planting spirit paddies and white essence fruits. Li Qijing, riding on the flying shuttle, gazed down at the vast expanse of land below. The houses seemed like mere ants, and before long, the grandeur of the city faded into the distance. Any sorrow he felt about leaving home quickly dissipated, replaced by a stirring excitement in his heart. A great man should ride the wind and go on an adventure with his sword. After about 4 hours of flight, Li Qijing spotted an impressive range of mountains emerging before him. The mountains were adorned with a series of pavilions and halls, seamlessly blending into one another, creating a scene that seemed as if it was plucked right out of a fairy tale. Amidst this picturesque scene, a flock of red-crowned cranes danced through the air. Si Yuanbai, his mentor, ceased his meditative state and tossed a token ahead, waiting in anticipation. A white crane caught the token in its mouth and said, "Ah, Marshal Uncle Yuanbai has returned." It then approached Li Qijing and asked curiously, "And who might this young one be?" Overwhelmed by the sight of a talking immortal beast, Li Qijing found himself speechless. Si Yuanbai introduced him with a smile. "He will be a new disciple in Kingsui Peak." "Congratulations, Marshal Uncle," the immortal crane responded, its wings fluttering gently as a transparent light screen opened a passage for them. It was then that Li Qijing realized there was a vast and almost invisible barrier around the Azure Pond sect, creating a barrier that separated the spiritual qi within from the outside. As they entered the mountain gate, Li Qijing felt a surge of vitality. "The spiritual qi here is so dense," he exclaimed in amazement. Si Yuanbai chuckled lightly at his reaction. "This is a spirit array in the heart of the Azure Pond sect. It's a marvel, separating the inside from the outside and making the spirit veins of Mount Azure Pond exclusive to our sect. With the array's power, even a cultivator in the Foundation Establishment realm can prevent cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm from breaching our defenses." "How marvelous," Li Qijing exclaimed. "I wonder if I could learn this array and set one up on the mountain back at home." Noticing Li Qijing's awestruck expression, Si Yuanbai assumed he was overwhelmed by the wonders of the sect and explained, "Immortal cultivation involves 100 arts arrays, pills, magic artifacts, talismans, commanding beasts, vein surveying, and more. Each has its own depth, so it's best to specialize in one." Li Qijing asked curiously, "Master, which of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation do you practice?" Si Yuanbai replied with a hint of pride, "Kingsui Peak is renowned for its swordsmanship among the 36 peaks of Mount Azure Pond." Li Qijing, nodding in understanding, glanced at Si Yuanbai's sword which hung at his waist. "So that means you also practice talisman making." Si Yuanbai was caught slightly off guard and responded awkwardly, "Well, your grandmaster passed away early before I became an expert with swords. Kingsui Peak needed financial support, so I initially took up talisman making. Surprisingly, I found myself becoming more adept at it over time." "I see," Li Qijing nodded understandingly. Let's go meet some of your martial brothers first, Si Yunbai suggested, guiding Li Qijing through the peaks. They landed on Kingsui Peak, which was the lowest peak, and were instantly greeted by a man and a woman. You're my 7th disciple. This is your 3rd senior brother, Xiao Yuansi, who has attained the 7th layer in the Qi cultivation realm, and your 4th senior sister, Yuan Tuan, who has attained the 3rd layer Qi cultivation realm, Si Yuanbai introduced. Li Qijing respectfully greeted them. Xiao Yuansi, with his thick brows and broad features, handed over a scroll of jade slips, saying, I found this volume of sword techniques on my travels. Take it as a gift, Junior. Yuan Tuan offered a faint smile and handed over a jade pendant, saying, this pendant aids in calming the mind and is beneficial for meditation. It's particularly useful for those in the embryonic breathing realm. I'd like you to have it, junior brother. Li Qijing expressed his gratitude to each of them and then asked curiously, are the other senior brothers and sisters in seclusion? Si Yunbai answered with a gentle smile, your eldest senior brother was exceptionally talented. He reached the peak of Qi cultivation realm last year, but tragically failed and perished while trying to break through the foundation establishment realm. Li Qijing, caught off guard by this revelation and rendered speechless, only looked at Si Yunbai with a conflicted expression on his face. Si Yunbai continued, as for your other senior brothers and sisters, some fell to demons, others during treasure hunts, or succumbed to bottlenecks in their cultivation. They're all buried here on the peak. We'll pay our respects to them together. Seeing Li Qijing's solemn expression, Si Yunbai spoke with an edge of cold realism. The path of immortal cultivation is one of great struggle and peril. It's about fighting and winning. If you can't win, you face death. There's no shame in it. He looked firmly at Li Qijing and added, if you, Li Qijing, choose to fight and fail, it could be your end. The same goes for your family. Here at Kingsui Peak, we strive for victory despite knowing the risks. In this world, it's the survival of the fittest. There's no use in denying it. After performing the hand seal, Li Tongya observed the heavy spirit rain nourishing the dark soil. His face, however, betrayed a hint of exhaustion as he reflected, this spirit plant cultivation, particularly the spirit rain spell, is especially taxing. I could barely manage to release it one time after condensing the radiant lure chakra. On top of that, these spirit plants need daily care. We definitely need more hands on this. Li Xiangping and Li Tongya had surveyed the spirit fields of the villages and found them disappointingly scarce. The largest plot in Lijing village could hold only 10 white essence fruits. Therefore, Li Tongya set up a small courtyard on this once barren land at the foot of the mountain. He would usually cultivate and look after the field here, and supplies were regularly delivered to him, so it was a rather comfortable setup. Li Xiangping chose a field in Jingyang village and sowed spirit paddies there. The act drew the local villagers to gather outside his courtyard every day, praying in reverence, which was an amusingly peculiar sight. Since he had not yet mastered the celestial world chakra, Li Tongya spent nearly an hour in meditation to replenish his mana. When he finally opened his eyes, he realized Li Yesheng had been waiting outside with his men for quite some time. As the wooden door creaked open, Li Yesheng quickly bowed in greeting. All the young ones from the villages have arrived. Is Brother Tongya ready to leave now? Yes, Li Tongya replied softly as he walked toward the village head, accompanied by the respectful smiles of Li Yesheng and his men. Beneath the huge acacia tree at the village entrance, a crowd had formed. Representatives from various villages, accompanied by the respective person in charge appointed by the Li family, guided a diverse group of children from their respective villages. The appointed leaders appeared at ease, conversing quietly under the tree. In contrast, the villagers from outside stood in anxious silence, too tense and intimidated to speak. The children, sensing the mood, sat obediently on the ground. Chen Erniu was recently swelling with pride over his accomplishments, experiencing nights filled with joyous wakefulness. The ancestors of his family must have worked tirelessly in their graves for countless years, and now, at long last, he was witnessing a significant turn for the better in his life. Upon learning he was to manage Chengfu village, Chen Erniu expressed his gratitude by kneeling and bowing deeply 9 times before the Li residence. He tearfully pledged to Old Master Li, I, Erniu, swear to diligently manage Chengfu village and never betray Old Master Li's trust. Chen Erniu's life had been significantly shaped by the generosity of the Li family. From the assistance he received as a refugee to the opportunities that led to his marriage and acquisition of land, and even the medical care provided for his wife, all these acts of kindness have deeply ingratiated him to the Li family's cause. Besides, Erniu was also known to be a man motivated by prospects and rewards. He was willing to go to great lengths for gain, even if it meant eating dog shit. However, his relationship with Su Wenshan, another tenant, had always been fraught with tension. This animosity had often caused friction between their villages. Only Ren Ping'an seemed unbothered by these petty squabbles, choosing instead to concentrate solely on the affairs of his own village. Manager Chen. A voice interrupted Chen Erniu's thoughts. Turning his head around, he recognized the person as Chen Zhanghu, another villager from Lichuanku village. Lichuanku village was predominantly inhabited by members of the Chen family, and Chen Zhanghu, as the family's eldest, held considerable respect in the village. It was his reputation that led the crowd to unanimously recommend him as their representative. Gazing toward the village entrance with an anxious expression, the usually composed and dignified elder asked in a hushed tone, "Will this immortal cultivator from the Li family truly consider accepting children from our Chen family? All they need to have is immortal destiny. Any children between the ages of 7 and 13 from your Chen family who possess a spiritual orifice will be accepted by the Li family," Chen Erniu assured. Observing Chen Zhang's repeated nods of understanding, Chen Erniu could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Inwardly, he lamented that his own children were either too old to seize this chance or too young to be eligible for testing. "The immortals are here," Chen Erniu announced as he spotted Li Tangya at the village entrance. He quickly approached with a welcoming smile, all the while thinking, "I wonder which of these village children will be lucky enough to be chosen today." Li Tangya cupped his fist and gave Chen Erniu a smile before turning to Li Yesheng and instructing, "Let's begin." A wooden platform had been set up beside the acacia tree. Li Tangya took his seat on top of it, and those working below the platform began to call out names. Lichuanku village, Chen Lifu. A child from the Chen family, visibly nervous, was brought forward. Li Tangya placed his hand on the child's shoulder and channeled his mana. After his mana quickly coursed through the child's body for a round, he waved dismissively and said, "You may step down." The child and his escort quickly left the platform without saying a word, while a flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Zhanghu's face below the platform. Next, not long after, everyone from Lichuanku village was dismissed. Chen Zhanghu's face fell, and he cast a pleading look at Chen Erniu. Chen Erniu could only roll his eyes and raise his hands, conveying that there was nothing else he could do about the situation. Despite the coolness of the late fall noon, the villagers, gathered in large numbers under the tree, were visibly sweating with nervous anticipation. Seeing that no one from Lichuanku village was chosen, they grew increasingly anxious. Li Tangya, however, seemed unfazed by this outcome. Being able to find a child with a spiritual orifice was rare, so finding even one child from all these villages would be considered a success, and finding two would be an even greater achievement. Jingyang village, Liu Raoxuan. As soon as the name was called, a girl who was around 13 or 14 years of age stood up, biting her lips nervously. She had beautiful eyebrows and expressive eyes. She was 14 years old, a year above the oldest age they could accept. Li Tangya shook his head, but let it slide and proceeded with the test. He placed his left hand on her shoulder and channeled his mana. As soon as his mana coursed through the girl's meridian for one round, Li Tangya uttered a surprised noise. The Liu family of Jingyang village, who had been watching tensely below the platform, now held their breath in anticipation. To Li Tangya's surprise, he discovered that qi was actively flowing in the girl's Kihai acupoint. A qi orifice there pulsated rhythmically, almost as if it was breathing on its own. Not bad. Li Tangya opened his eyes. He smiled at the girl and instructed gently, "Stand behind me." Liu Raoxuan stared at Li Tangya's eyes in a daze, seemingly stunned by the unexpected good news. It took her a few moments to process it, then with a beaming face, she moved to stand behind Li Tangya. The crowd from Jingyang village erupted into subdued cheers, careful not to disturb Li Tangya. Meanwhile, a somber air settled over Lichuanku village, and the remaining village's apprehension deepened. Shortly after, Jingyang village and Lidiaku village completed their tests too. As expected, no other children with a spiritual orifice were found. Lijing village, Li Tangya announced, his gaze sweeping over the children who were gathered below the stage. It went without saying that Li Xuanxuan was not present. The child was only 3 years old, so his body was too underdeveloped to be tested for a spiritual orifice. Only children of at least 7 years of age could be tested for one. As the children of the local village's turn came, Li Yesheng began calling out their names with his eyebrows raised. "If only Brother Tangya hadn't already assessed me previously, I'd be up there trying my luck too," he thought resentfully while announcing the names loudly. "Yi Qing," he called. At the mention of the name, Yi Chengfu, standing below the platform, tensed up. His legs nearly gave out as he watched his 8 or 9-year-old child on the platform intently. In his heart, he kept reassuring himself, "Our Yi family has always been a branch of the Li family. Surely, there's a chance for immortal destiny among us. Watching Li Tongya place his hand on Yi Qiang's shoulder, Yi Chengfu, overwhelmed with anticipation, closed his eyes and sat down abruptly on the sandy ground, waiting in anxious silence. Excellent, another one with a spiritual orifice, and a descendant of the Li family at that. Li Tongya exclaimed on the platform. Hearing this, Yi Chengfu leaped up as if he had been electrified, his eyes fixed on the bewildered Yi Qiang, brimming with such exuberance that he had to suppress his urge to roar with heartfelt laughter toward the heavens. Your surname is Yi, so who is your father? Li Tongya inquired with a gentle smile. Why Yi Chengfu? Yi Qiang murmured, glancing at his father, who was dancing with joy below the platform. Li Tongya followed the boy's gaze and acknowledged the man with a smile. Congratulations, brother Chengfu. Thank you, immortal master. Yi Chengfu quickly cupped his fist respectfully in gratitude, his face beaming with an uncontrollable smile. Li Tongya smiled and shook his head, then proceeded to assess the remaining children. Once finished, he announced to the crowd, the remaining children aren't the chosen ones, you may return to your villages. Soft murmurs of disappointment swept through those gathered below the platform, but soon the crowd began to disperse, each heading in different directions and back to their villages. Yesheng, standing beside Li Tongya, called out to the village managers, please accompany me to the Li residence to verify some deeds and accounts. Chen Erniu and the other two village managers promptly agreed and followed Yesheng. Li Tongya got off the platform, then looked at Yi Chengfu and the elder from the Liu family of Jingyang village and said softly, please come with me. Yi Chengfu, holding his child close and with tears of joy in his eyes, nodded vigorously and said, yes, of course. Yi Chengfu and Yi Qiang offered a stick of incense in the ancestral hall, then kneeled and pressed their foreheads to the ground. In the presence of the members of the Li family, they officially restored their surname from Yi to Li. As the oldest member of the Li family, Li Mushin sat prominently at the front of the courtyard. Chief, the two offered tea to Li Mushin as a gesture of respect, then knelt before him and listened attentively to what he was about to say. Qiang is now a disciple of our Li family. He possesses a spiritual orifice, so it's only right that he learns our ways. Li Mushin took a wooden slip and continued softly, the clan entrusts you with the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment Technique. Dedicate yourself to cultivation. Honor the sect, the Tao, and your family. And remember, never reveal the secrets of the immortal techniques to avoid unwanted attention. The boy, now known by the name Li Qiang, bowed deeply. I will heed the chief's teachings, he vowed with a resolute look. You will join Xiangping and cultivate at the spirit field of Jingyang village. You are not allowed to leave until you condense the profound scenery chakra, Li Mushin instructed. Understood. Li Qiang rose, accepting the wooden slip. The voice of the child of 8 or 9 years of age wavered with emotion as he turned to his father, Yi Chengfu, and said, Father, I'll be leaving with the main family to cultivate then. Yes, my son, don't worry about home. Tomorrow I'll send your clothes and other daily necessities to the courtyard in Jinyang village. Just focus on your cultivation, that's all that matters. Yi Chengfu responded with a nod, his eyes brimming with tears. Come, Qiang. Li Xiangping offered a warm smile and gently took Li Qiang's small hand. He nodded to his father, Li Mushin, and then left the residence. Li Mushin cleared his throat, then furrowed his brow as he said, You should start packing as well, Chengfu. You may move your family to the village in a few days. Li Chengfu quickly agreed, glancing at the two men before excusing himself to leave. After watching Li Chengfu hurry off, Li Mushin spoke in a serious tone, Take that girl from the Liu family with you for the time being. Guide her training in the small courtyard at Lijing village. Let her condense the profound scenery chakra first, but no need to teach her any spells yet. A wise plan, father. A trusted member of the Li family will oversee Jingyang village in the Liu family's stead, and their immortal cultivator will be relocated to Lijing village to keep an eye on things. That way, it'll make it hard for them to cause any trouble, Li Tongya responded with respect, impressed by his father's wisdom. It's still too early for them to do that. Li Mushin narrowed his eyes while sipping his tea before he continued. Without the mirror's assistance or immortal cultivation pills, it might take them a year to condense the profound scenery chakra, don't you think? It'll take even longer. Li Tongya shook his head and explained, I read through the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment Technique. The mana cultivated through this method tends to be light and weak. Moreover, the process of channeling this mana is quite burdensome. Considering these factors, condensing the profound scenery chakra could take over 3 years. Indeed, if the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment Technique is not as effective and the progress is slow, there's no need for undue vigilance. But we must always remain cautious just in case, Li Mushin said. "You're right, father," Li Tongya agreed, setting down his teacup. Noticing Li Mushin lost in thought, gazing into the distance, he respectfully cupped his fist and excused himself. Li Mushin remained seated in the courtyard alone, lost in contemplation for a long while before letting out a soft sigh. Not vicious enough. Su Wenchen had been overseeing Lidyaku village for over 4 months now. He had delegated some of his tasks to a few assistants, and the villagers were firmly under his control. Having previously commanded a caravan, Su Wenchen found overseeing a small village like Lidyaku relatively straightforward. Despite the complex mix of surnames and dynamics in the village, the absence of prominent familial influence worked in his favor. Within a month, he had a solid understanding of the entire village's workings. Yet Su Wenchen was not one to remain idle. He was always contemplating how to make a lasting impression on his superiors and overshadow Chen Erniu. Simply managing rents and accounts in the village felt like an underuse of his abilities. As he mindlessly fiddled with a map, Su Wenchen pondered over his rivalry with Chen Erniu. The relationship between them was marked by consistent friction, especially over the allocation of fields and water resources between their villages. Su Wenchen found a certain satisfaction in these conflicts. He was aware of how the villagers in Lidyaku spoke resentfully about Chen Erniu of Lichuenku, almost as if they were itching to punch him in the face. Having an enemy is an effective way to consolidate support for myself, he thought smugly. While Su Wenchen was managing the caravan, he had always preferred to keep a distance from his subordinates and enjoyed stirring the pot among them. Su Wenchen was certain the Li family had informants in the villages, so he saw his conflict with Chen Erniu as a way to impress his superiors. "I've already outsmarted Chen Erniu on many occasions," he mused, returning his attention to the map before him. His eyes landed on the winding Gyuli Road and an idea popped into his mind. Why not return to my old ways? He smacked his thigh as a plan began forming in his mind. The village is isolated along the Gyuli Road, effectively cutting off trade. As a result, the families are forced to farm and weave in order to be self-sufficient. Having worked in this industry for over 20 years, am I not capable of changing this situation? The main family is focused on immortal cultivation, so these worldly goods might seem trivial to them. Why not open up the mountain road and sell the surplus grain and silk fabrics? Perhaps we could even trade them for valuable items like jade and spirit items. Those could be useful to the main family. Excited by his own plan, Su Wenchen quickly called his trusted assistants, who were the refugees that had fled alongside him in the past, to discuss the idea. The group immediately saw the potential and enthusiastically agreed that it was a good proposal. "I'll present this idea to the main family in detail," Su Wenchen declared, laughing heartily as he led his group out the door. Fruit, Li Xiangping looked up with confusion as he gazed at Li Keyang, who was seated cross-legged before him. "Yes," Li Keyang responded, his voice tinged with nervousness as he gripped the corner of his shirt tightly. After several nights of cultivating, he had successfully condensed a strand of embryonic breathing spiritual qi, but he was worried. The speed of his progress did not seem to align with what the cultivation scripture suggested, making him fear he was straying off the correct path. Anxious, he decided to seek Li Xiangping's guidance on the matter. Hearing about Li Keyang's unusually rapid cultivation, Li Xiangping was taken aback. He took time to thoroughly read through the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment technique, pondering deeply over its contents. After a while, Li Xiangping looked up and asked Li Keyang if he had eaten anything unusual. Li Keyang thought hard and then recalled a significant incident. "A few years back, my friends and I dared each other to climb the mountain behind our village. I was the only one who actually went up. I got lost since I didn't see my friends anywhere. While wandering, I stumbled upon a small tree with a turquoise hue, bearing 6 or 7 reddish fruits. They were so bright and tempting. I picked one and ate it. The next thing I knew, I was walking down the mountain in a daze and then slept for 3 days straight. My father was so worried, he called many physicians to check on me." Li Xiangping listened intently to Li Keyang's story, momentarily lost for words. He then patted Li Keyang on the shoulder and said, "It seems that with this unexpected help, you might be able to condense the profound scenery chakra within a year." Li Keyang's face lit up with hope at these words. Li Xiangping, seeing his reaction, added, "But there's something important we need to do first." Li Keyang looked up at him, his expression turning serious. "We need to go up that mountain and search for that spirit root," Li Xiangping declared. Li Tongya returned to the small courtyard in Lijing village. As he crossed the stone threshold at the entrance, he noticed Liu Raoxuan sitting quietly in the courtyard. She was idly counting the fruit saplings in the spirit field with a blank look on her face. Upon seeing Li Tongya enter, Liu Raoxuan quickly stood up from the stone bench and shyly greeted, "Immortal Master." "There's no need for such formality," Li Tongya replied, waving his hand dismissively. He glanced at Liu Raoxuan's beautiful face and smiled. "I'm only 6 or 7 years older than you. Just call me Tongya." Liu Raoxuan seemed to relax at his approachable demeanor. She thought for a moment before saying, "All right, brother Tongya." Li Tongya nodded in approval, then retrieved a wooden slip from a shelf in the room. He handed it to Liu Raoxuan, explaining, "This is an embryonic breathing technique, the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment Technique. Memorize it here in the courtyard, but remember, it's crucial not to share it with others." "Yes," Liu Raoxuan replied, her voice tinged with pleasant surprise. She took the wooden slip respectfully, holding it carefully in her arms. "Meals will be brought to you every day at the Dragon Hour and the Snake Hour. If you need anything else, you can speak to the person who delivers your meals," Li Tongya informed her as he poured 2 cups of tea. "I'm not usually around in this courtyard on weekdays, but I'll be here during those hours to cast Spirit Rain on the Spirit Field. If you have any questions about your cultivation, don't hesitate to ask," he added. Liu Raoxuan nodded eagerly, absorbing every word. Li Tongya then inquired softly with a smile, "Have you received your clothes and daily necessities?" "Yes," Liu Raoxuan confirmed. "Good, you can settle into the East House. Be diligent in your cultivation and don't venture out until you've condensed the profound scenery chakra. By the way, can you read?" Li Tongya suddenly asked. "I studied when I was young, so I can read a little," Liu Raoxuan replied. "Good. Then you can go through the scripture on your own, and if you have any questions, come and ask me," Li Tongya instructed. Liu Raoxuan acknowledged his instruction and then began reading each word and sentence on the wooden slip. Watching Liu Raoxuan engrossed in the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment Technique, Li Tongya sipped his tea, mulling over his thoughts. "This child is new to Lijiang Village and is confined to this courtyard. I probably don't have to worry about her leaking the cultivation method for the next few years." It was at this moment that his thoughts were interrupted by a peal of laughter and the sound of the courtyard door being pushed open. "What brings you here, brother Xiangping?" Li Tongya asked in surprise, but then noticed Li Keqiang timidly trailing behind Li Xiangping. Upon hearing about the discovery of Spirit Root from Li Xiangping, Li Tongya was astounded, but reminded himself to keep a watchful eye on Li Keqiang. Together, he and Li Xiangping decided to take Li Yesheng and several strong villagers up the mountain to investigate further. As late autumn set in, the mountain's secluded areas were blanketed with fallen leaves. The wild animals here were fattening themselves up for hibernation. The people of Lijiang Village, blessed with lush and abundant reeds, found little need to venture into the more dangerous parts of the mountains. The reeds provided ample sustenance, feeding the fish and livestock, making it unnecessary to risk confrontations with wild beasts in the mountains for food. For their basic needs, the villagers depended on the forests at the foot of the mountain. They harvested firewood there, or used readily available wood like the branches of evergreen shrubs or snow roses for cooking. The shrubs grew fast and their branches were easy to collect, so they were the preferred choice for firewood. The villagers would only go up to the mountain to cut down the wood if they needed to build houses. The mountain paths, rarely trodden, were overgrown with thorns and vines. Li Keqiang struggled to recall the way, so a few villagers led the way, clearing the path with their firewood knives, with Li Xiangping and Li Tongya trailing behind. Li Xiangping, holding Li Keqiang's hand, turned to Li Tongya with a question. "Brother Tongya, I have some questions." "What is it?" Li Tongya asked. Li Xiangping continued, "Si Yunbai set a boundary for our family, and the land outside this boundary belonged to other families. Before the rise of our Li family, those families could have easily sent a cultivator who has attained the embryonic breathing realm, and we would have been powerless against them. Yet, why hasn't a single immortal cultivator come forward throughout the past 2 centuries our family has cultivated these fields? Is it possible they genuinely hold such disdain for mortals?" Li Tongya, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, replied with a serious expression, "I've pondered over this as well. From what Si Yunbai implied, this region lacked spiritual energy for centuries, leading to a scarcity of resources for immortal cultivation. That's probably why no immortal cultivator wants to waste their time here. Additionally, we're near Mount Dali, a vast range riddled with demons and spirits. It's far less hospitable than the comforts of the provincial cities." Li Xiangping nodded, his expression turning somber. He then spoke to Li Tongya in a hushed tone. "Brother, there's another grimmer possibility. While the Azure Pond Sect is formidable and controls a significant portion of Yue State, they occupy only a quarter of it. Aren't there formidable enemies nearby? I fear that our Li family is situated right at the edge of the Azure Pond Sect's influence. When 2 villages compete for water, naturally, no one wants to cultivate near the disputed area. According to Su Wenshan, to the south lies the Wu state. With continuous conflicts between Wu and Yue states, the relationship between their respective immortal sects is likely strained. Li Tangya's heart sank and his expression darkened. We must investigate thoroughly. Tomorrow I'll send people to scout around the Gili Road. Understanding our family's position is crucial. I only hope that our Li family isn't merely a disposable asset planted at the border by the Azure Pond sect, Li Xiangping added, mustering a bitter smile. Their attention was then drawn by Li Yesheng and several villagers, drenched in sweat. Immortal Master, there's a huge long worm here, Li Yesheng shouted. The long worm, as thick as the waist of a child around 8 or 9 years old, sported dark brown patterns on its body. It was coiled around a large curtained fig tree, its bright yellow eyes with vertical slit pupils staring coldly at Li Tangya and the group. What a massive creature! Li Tangya exclaimed in shock, but his hands were already moving swiftly to complete a hand seal. By the time he finished speaking, a golden light had already materialized in his palms. The worm hissed menacingly, spitting out a bright red tongue. It then opened its gigantic mouth, releasing a heavy black fog. Li Tangya's golden light struck first, hitting the worm's chin and causing its head to jerk sideways, diverting the black fog away from the group and onto another large tree nearby. In an instant, the tree's lush branches and leaves corroded, transforming into black droplets that sizzled as they hit the soil. Even the thick trunk was partially eaten away. Witnessing this, Li Yesheng and the others gasped in shock, instinctively retreating as they prepared to flee for their lives. Keep your eyes on it and back away slowly, Li Tangya instructed gravely after saving Li Yesheng and the villagers from the worm's attack. As they cautiously stepped back, the worm did not follow but remained coiled on the tree, watching them coldly. Once the huge curtained fig tree was out of sight, Li Qiang timidly spoke up, "That's where I found the fruit." "It's behind the tree. There's no need to rush," Li Tangya responded calmly, then turned to Li Yesheng. "Gather the men in the village. Bring long poles, shovels, and if possible, bows and arrows. We'll all head up the mountain together." "Got it," Li Yesheng quickly agreed and hastened down the mountain with the villagers to gather the necessary items. Li Xiangping then turned to Li Qiang and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You were lucky to discover the fruit while that worm was out feeding. Not only did you escape unscathed, but you also snagged a fantastic opportunity. Head back to the courtyard and focus on your cultivation. There's nothing left for you to do here." Li Qiang, visibly sweating from the ordeal, nodded and made his way down the mountain. Li Xiangping found a rock to sit on, then said to Li Tangya, "That worm had incredibly tough scales. My golden light technique only managed to break a few on its chin. It appears to be a minor demon in the embryonic breathing realm. What good is its tough scales when it lacks spiritual intelligence?" Li Tangya remarked as he surveyed the terrain. Shortly afterward, the robust men of Lijiang village, having heard about the plan to slay the demon, arrived on the mountain. A mix of apprehension and excitement was palpable among them as they cautiously followed behind Li Yesheng. Li Tangya, evaluating the terrain, approached Liu Linfeng and asked, "Uncle, I heard the Liu family used traps to hunt for wild boars last year. For a creature as large as this worm, how big should the trap be?" Liu Linfeng hesitated, then cautiously suggested, "I've heard this worm is a demon. We don't know what it's capable of. What if it can fly?" Li Xiangping confidently assured, "It definitely can't fly. Just make the trap double the size based on your previous experience." He thought to himself, if that thing can fly, we would have been dead by now. That should work. Upon hearing Li Xiangping's suggestion, Liu Linfeng quickly agreed and took charge of directing the villagers to dig a pit. Liu Linfeng had been a respected figure for many years. In the past, despite the Li family's prominence, they had at least acknowledged the Liu family's standing, often seeking their counsel on village matters. However, since the Li family had consolidated control over the village, Liu Linfeng's influence had waned significantly. These recent days had left him feeling stifled. Now, presented with a task of importance, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. As he directed the villagers, a thought crossed Liu Linfeng's mind. "We can't possibly go on like this. The Liu family must find its place under the Li family's protection, or will risk fading into obscurity." Unaware of the thoughts running through Liu Linfeng's mind, Li Tangya was busy assisting Li Xiangping in enchanting arrows with the golden light spell. The spell should last 6 to 7 hours if it was left unused, which was ample time for their confrontation with the worm. Both men, capable of enchanting a dozen arrows each, took breaks to meditate and replenish their mana. As the villagers finished covering the freshly dug pit with soil and fallen leaves, Li Tangya and Li Xiangping completed their meditation, ready for the task ahead. The villagers took their positions strategically. Those armed with long poles were at the forefront, while those with bows and arrows, each arrow enchanted with the golden light spell, stood ready at the back. Together they cautiously advanced toward the long worm. As the front line approached the large curtained fig tree where the worm was coiled, they could not help but exclaim in awe and fear, "What a monstrous creature!" The sight of the worm, with its bright yellow vertical slit pupils, sent shivers down their spines. As it opened its mouth, a thick black mist billowed out. Since everyone had been warned beforehand, the front row quickly dropped their poles and retreated. As a result, the mist corroded only the fallen leaves and abandoned poles on the ground. A flurry of golden light streaked through the air, heralding the arrival of the arrows, each one imbued with the golden light spell. These extremely sharp arrows found their mark, embedding themselves into the brown scales of the long worm. After being hit 3 times, the worm ultimately flew into a rage. It hissed aggressively and stuck its tongue out, abandoning the curtained fig tree to slither toward the crowd. The villagers scattered in panic, but Tanya and Xiangping, seizing the opportunity, released a barrage of golden light spells, striking the long worm and causing it to hiss in pain. It fixed its golden pupils on the 2 men, then charged at them. Instead of panicking, the 2 brothers seemed rather pleased to see the long worm slithering aggressively toward them. "Get ready," they called out loudly. As the worm slithered toward them, it suddenly sensed the ground beneath it giving way, nearly plunging into the enormous pit concealed beneath the fallen leaves. However, its long body managed to avoid an immediate fall into the trap. Its head quickly rose, trying to climb out of the pit. At that moment, a group of villagers appeared on the cliff above, pushing a large boulder. Together they shouted, "Now!" The stone plummeted down, striking the worm on its back with a crushing force. The impact caused a sickening crunch of bone. The brown-striped worm writhed in agony, pinned under the stone at the bottom of the pit. Its head reared up, and its body contorted into a U-shape, but it was trapped and unable to move. Liu Linfeng, standing behind the crowd, let out a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with pride at the successful execution of his plan. Yesheng commanded loudly, signaling the villagers to take action. Armed with sharpened bamboo, the crowd enthusiastically plunged their makeshift weapons into the pit, targeting the incapacitated worm. Despite its tough scale armor, the creature could not withstand the relentless assault of more than a dozen men. The intense struggle lasted for an hour, ending only when their bamboo spears were stained red. After confirming the worm's demise, the crowd cheered triumphantly, each person brimming with pride. They eagerly discussed how to transport the massive creature back to the village. Tanya and Xiangping, leaving Liu Linfeng in charge of the scene, took Yesheng and a few others to quietly circle back to the huge curtained fig tree. Amidst the dense weeds littered with white bones, Yesheng let out a sigh. A few years back, Yesheng ventured into these mountains and never returned. He must have encountered this worm while it was feeding and met a tragic end. Xiangping nodded solemnly in agreement. However, Tanya's gaze was fixed on a small tree adorned with 5 shimmering red fruits. His expression turned serious as he instructed Yesheng, "Ensure that this area is guarded. We can't have anyone getting too close." That very night, Lijiang village was alight with laughter from every household. Children ran joyously around the village as if it was New Year's, their laughter mingling with the sounds of merry chatter. Liu Linfeng had organized a large bonfire in the village square. The villagers, encircling the fire, engaged in animated discussions about the day's events, particularly the capture of the fearsome long worm. The men, beaming with pride, recounted their bravery under the warm glow of the firelight. In the evening, Yesheng and a team of 10 had laboriously dragged the long worm down from the mountain. They skillfully removed its scales, and the village women thinly sliced the meat, preparing it in 3 large wooden basins with onions, ginger, and wine. The meat was left to marinate in the pots next to the fire. The villagers also brought a few dishes from home, enjoying the communal atmosphere. Li Mushin, not one for such lively gatherings, chose to stay indoors. Consequently, Xiangping and Tanya arranged for people to guard the spirit root before returning down the mountain ahead of the others. "We're not that knowledgeable and know nothing about this spirit root and its effects. It's best that we don't do anything about it until we seek advice from knowledgeable sources," Xiangping remarked as he sat by the fire, addressing his brother. "Agreed," Tanya replied, picking up a slice of meat from one of the wooden basins. He chuckled as he observed its thinness, which was like the wing of a cicada, and the faint luminescence within it. The Lixia secret note states that consuming the flesh of demonized scaled beasts, birds, and insects while absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon can invigorate the body and replenish qi and blood. Father should eat more of this. Someone already sent it home to him. Li Xiangping stabbed a piece of the meat with a stick, roasted it over the fire, and continued, "That worm's bile is as big as 2 fists. It was sent to the courtyard to be made into wine." As the two conversed, Li Yesheng approached them with Su Wenchen by his side. Li Tongya raised his head and arched his eyebrows at them, signaling that the two could speak if they had something to say. "You wish to carry out commercial activities on Gili Road and sell the surplus goods of the villages." Having listened to Su Wenchen's resolute description, Li Xiangping and Li Tongya exchanged a thoughtful glance. They recognized that Su Wenchen's plans closely mirrored their own. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tongya responded, "That's a good idea. You and Liu Linfeng will oversee this together. Aside from your men, you can draw manpower from the Liu family." Observing Su Wenchen's excitement, Li Xiangping spoke with a serious tone. "Remember, there are still a few immortal clans along the Gili Road. To commence trade, we'll need to negotiate with them. Start by sending scouts to establish contacts and identify populated areas along the road. We need to create a map first." Su Wenchen listened attentively and then confidently assured, "Understood. Don't worry, I've traveled the Lixia Road for over a decade and know it like the back of my hand." Had I been familiar with the Gili Road, I could have drawn that map immediately. With that, Su Wenchen hurried off to gather his men. Meanwhile, Li Tongya, who was munching on the meat, turned to Li Yesheng and suggested in a low voice, "Uncle must be bored out of his mind at home. It might be a good idea to keep him occupied with something worthwhile. Keep an eye on Su Wenchen, he's a sneaky fellow. Although we have half of the Liu family watching him, we need you to monitor and ensure that Su Wenchen doesn't gain too much power." "Understood," Li Yesheng responded promptly. His time spent closely following the two brothers allowed him to become well acquainted with the intricacies of their work. Inwardly, he harbored a growing sense of caution towards Su Wenchen. "Gather some reliable individuals and construct a small enclosure around that curtain fig tree up the mountain to prevent prying eyes," Li Xiangping instructed, then gestured for Li Yesheng to leave. Once Li Yesheng left, Li Tongya let out a deep sigh and said glumly, "If our Li family had sufficient manpower to maintain control, we wouldn't need to be this cautious with all our plans." Li Xiangping, quietly savoring the meat, tightened his clutch on the wooden stick in his hand and replied, "We should visit the market to buy a map. It ought to be straightforward, but given our limited cultivation skills, navigating the unknown depths of that market could be risky." "Don't worry too much," Li Tongya reassured him, smiling. "Jinger joining the sect, the growth of our spirit seedling, and the discovery of disciples with spirit orifices, as well as this spirit root, all signal the flourishing of our Li family. We must be grateful for what we have to prevent misfortune." Li Xiangping paused, then nodded in agreement. "I'll keep your advice in mind, brother," he replied with a smile. Li Chengfu's relocation to the main family's village marked a significant turning point in his life. His status had undergone a complete transformation, not only due to his return to the Li family, but also because of the newfound respect he garnered throughout Lijiang village. People now spoke of Li Chengfu with a certain reverence, acknowledging his good fortune and elevated position. Although he did not hold absolute power, he had at least recovered some of his influence. As he walked through the village, all the villagers greeted him respectfully. Even the elders from the Yi family who had once looked down on him now regarded him with envy. Liu Linfeng, who barely acknowledged his presence, had to put up a smile now and address him as Chengfu. Yet Li Chengfu remained cautious around Liu Linfeng. He was aware of the latter's long-standing ties to the Li family. Despite Liu Linfeng's recent fall from grace, no one could predict the future. Perhaps Liu Linfeng could recover his status. Indeed, Liu Linfeng's period of decline had only lasted a few months. With a single directive from the main family, he rapidly ascended to a position overseeing the management of dozens of men. He was seen working in the village, coordinating efforts to produce a map. The smile that graced Liu Linfeng's face these days was so broad and frequent that it seemed almost as if it would spill off his face. Seated comfortably in the village store, Li Chengfu leisurely savored his wine, watching Liu Linfeng work tirelessly. He chuckled to himself, musing, "Liu Linfeng seems to lead a hectic life. Not as comfortable as my life, that's for sure." His musings were interrupted by the curious villagers surrounding him. "Tell me, Brother Fu, what kind of special skills do these immortals have? Why are you guys always heading up the mountains?" Li Chengfu, irritated by their prying, snorted dismissively. He flung his sleeve and barked, "Shut it, move out of my way." He was no fool. With the Li family now lacking manpower, he was deeply involved in the project of building a courtyard in the mountains, a task assigned to him and his two children. Li Yesheng had explicitly reminded him that this was meant to be kept strictly confidential, so he knew better than running his mouth for attention. The middle-aged man was well aware of the importance of his child possessing a spiritual orifice and being a part of the Li family's bloodline. Apart from Li Tongya, Li Xiangping, and Li Yesheng, he was confident that his own child, Li Kegang, was destined to secure the fourth influential position in the Li family. As for Liu Raoxuan, she was completely out of the picture since she was not even a part of the Li family. Having now adopted the Li surname along with his 3 children, Li Chengfu was acutely aware that the Li family's interests were synonymous with the interests of Li Keang and himself. Therefore, betraying the Li family was out of the question for Li Chengfu. Dismissively gesturing for the idlers to leave, Li Chengfu finished his drink and strode away from the group of idlers. "I'm leaving for work." He had little time to waste on idle chatter. The construction of the large courtyard on the hill was underway, and the deadline was soon. Atop Kingsui Peak, nestled amidst clouds and mist, sat a beautiful pavilion. The soft morning sunlight streamed over the structure, casting a golden glow across its walls. Li Qijing, seated on a rock in front of the building, slowly exhaled a breath of pure air and opened his eyes to the vast sea of clouds spread before him. A look of satisfaction crossed his handsome face as he quietly murmured, "I've finally managed to condense the Azure Essence Chakra. What an amazing technique my family has. This isn't your typical Azure Essence mana. I've cultivated the Moonlight Azure Essence. Not only that, its effect surpasses those of ordinary techniques." Rising to his feet and smoothing out his blue robe, Li Qijing entered the pavilion and retrieved a cold, gleaming sword from the wall. With a flick of his wrist, he gracefully executed a series of sword movements. This profound water sword technique given by my senior brother is a good start. Though it's a grade 3 technique requiring the Qi cultivation realm, it's not difficult to learn. I wonder how father is doing. Have my older brothers managed to condense the celestial world chakra? The Golden Tang sect's recent unrest in the West is quite concerning, especially with our families sharing a border. Lost in these thoughts, Li Qijing's focus on sword practice waned. He rested his chin on the table and half-heartedly flipped through a jade slip, his mind wandering back to his distant home. Junior brother. His contemplation was interrupted by a cheerful shout. It was Xiao Yuansi, a man with thick eyebrows and huge eyes. He entered the pavilion and grinned at Li Qijing. "Guess what good news I've brought?" he asked. "Don't tease me, senior brother." Li Qijing shook his head and smiled wryly. He set aside the jade slip and turned his full attention to Xiao Yuansi. "I've been asked by our master to run an errand at Lixia Prefecture," Xiao Yuansi revealed, his eyes twinkling. He then inquired, "Do you have a letter for home you'd like me to take?" Overjoyed, Li Qijing responded enthusiastically, Yes, thank you so much, senior brother, you're too kind." He quickly fetched writing materials and began to write a letter. Xiao Yuansi smiled and said, "Take your time writing. Just hand it to me by tonight." As dawn approached, Li Xiangping emerged from his meditation. Reflecting on his progress, he thought, "My Kihai is nearly full. With another half year of cultivation, I should be ready to attempt condensing the celestial world chakra." He realized that he had been stuck in this stage for almost 4 years, a pace he considered painfully slow. Jinger was likely already working toward condensing the Azure Essence Chakra. As he stepped outside, he found Tianyun basking in the morning sun at the entrance of the house. Spotting Li Xiangping, she attempted to rise to her feet, only to be stopped by him. "Take it easy, especially now that you're pregnant," he cautioned. Tianyun smiled softly. Looking at her husband's eyes, she confessed gently, "I've been feeling rather sluggish ever since I got pregnant." With a yawn, she continued with a tinge of concern, "I've heard that Kegang is making quick progress in cultivation. I can't help but worry that if our child doesn't possess a spiritual orifice, the main family might weaken over time and the side family will grow stronger. That could be detrimental to the future of our family." Li Xiangping was taken aback by her confession. He stroked her head affectionately and laughed heartily. "Rest assured, our child will have a spiritual orifice too. I'll handle everything in the house, so you don't have to worry about a thing." As for Li Kegang, his early condensation of the profound scenery chakra is no cause for concern. Reassured by her husband's words, Tianyun nestled into his embrace and murmured, "Whatever you say." Their moment was interrupted by Liu Linfeng rushing into the courtyard, stopping abruptly upon seeing them. He stood awkwardly with a red face, unsure whether to stay or leave. Tianyun, with a gentle smile, excused herself with the help of Ren Pinger. Li Xiangping, a little surprised by the interruption, asked Liu Linfeng cheerfully, "Uncle, what brings you here in such a hurry?" One of the children from the Liu family ventured beyond Lidyaku village, traveling along the Gili road for miles. He came across a wary farmer there who hastily fled at the sight of us. The child did not dare to chase after him, so he marked the location and returned to report it. Liu Linfeng delivered his message to Li Xiangping while gasping for breath. Li Xiangping, knitting his eyebrows together, was about to respond when another figure hurried into the scene. It was Li Yesheng, who appeared just as breathless and flushed. He had raced all the way from the village entrance, and without pausing to catch his breath, blurted out, a message from Lichuanku village Immortal Cultivator, claiming to be from the Wan family under the Azure Pond Sect's governance, has arrived for a visit. Dang, he must have found his way here by following that child. Liu Linfeng cursed under his breath and rebuked himself for not foreseeing this. Li Xiangping rubbed the bridge of his nose. He exhaled deeply and said, "Let's not panic. The visitor is also under the Azure Pond Sect's governance. It's unlikely that he'll act aggressively." He looked around and then asked, "Where's second brother?" "The Immortal Master went up the mountain early this morning and hasn't returned. Uncle, please head to the mountain and inform second brother of the situation. Tell him to stay there and there's no need to come down. Yesheng, come with me to Lidyaku village." Liu Linfeng acknowledged his order and promptly set off toward the mountain. Li Xiangping, accompanied by Li Yesheng and a few guards from Lijing village, hastened along the rural path toward Lidyaku village. Upon reaching Lidyaku village, they encountered Su Wenshan's men. Li Yesheng immediately inquired, "What did that immortal cultivator say?" The man replied calmly, "That immortal master barely speaks and is calmly seated in the boss court. He seems to be meditating with his eyes closed." At that moment, Li Xiangping and the others reached the entrance of the courtyard. He straightened his clothes and stepped forward to observe the man seated in the courtyard. The visitor appeared young, likely in his teens, with a decent-looking face and clad in a pristine long white robe. He opened his eyes and looked at Li Xiangping. Since Li Xiangping had not cultivated the Jade capital chakra yet, he lacked the spiritual sense to gauge the young man's strength. He cupped his fist respectfully and introduced himself. "I am Li Xiangping, under the governance of Azure Pond Sect." To Li Xiangping's surprise, the young man reacted with evident relief, quickly standing up to respond with due respect. "I am Wan Yuankai, under the governance of Azure Pond Sect. I am honored to meet the head of the Li family." "Oh please, there's no need for such formalities. I'm just a humble cultivator in the Li family. My father is the head of our family," Li Xiangping replied, waving his hands in denial. Seeing the young man's deference, Li Xiangping felt a sense of relief and a smile crept onto his face. "Recently, my father learned about Kingsui Peak's deployment to the west of the Gili Road and was quite pleased. He sent me to explore the area and establish connections with the local families. It was a mere chance that led me to your village. Please forgive my unannounced visit." Wan Yuankai seemed rather excited. After politely apologizing, he then added with a smile, "My father also instructed me to bring a gift for the Li family." Li Xiangping was slightly taken aback by Wan Yuankai's gesture and could not help but feel a bit wary. Internally, he cautioned himself about the Wan family's overenthusiasm while maintaining a cordial smile on his face. He politely cupped his fist to Wan Yuankai, but firmly shook his head and said, "We appreciate your father's kindness, but we really can't accept the gift." However, Wan Yuankai persisted, unveiling a small pine box from his sleeve. He opened the well-polished box to reveal a unique greenish-white fruit nestled on a bed of cloth and silk. The fruit's surface, resembling snake scales in its smoothness, shone in the sunlight, giving it an appealing appearance. Wan Yuankai, looking slightly embarrassed, said softly, "My family is struggling both internally and externally. This pine yue fruit can aid in condensing the radiant lure chakra, though it's a humble offering. Please, Brother Li, accept this so I can fulfill my duty." As Li Xiangping examined the fruit, Wan Yuankai quickly explained, "You can simply slice open the skin and drink the juice inside." Li Xiangping, gazing at the fruit, weighed the implications of accepting it. The Wan family is already struggling, so why share this with us? Wouldn't that be unnecessarily inviting others to covet what they have? Resolving to see where this gesture would lead, Li Xiangping laughed heartily and decisively said, "All right, I'll accept it." He watched as Li Yesheng stepped forward to take the box, handling it with care. Switching to a more serious tone, Li Xiangping then said, "But I do have a request, Brother Wan." Wan Yuankai waved his hands and humbly replied, "You can just call me Yuankai. What do you need?" Li Xiangping explained, "We're new to the area, so my family doesn't know much about the neighboring families. Would you be willing to help us get acquainted?" "Of course, I'd be happy to." Wan Yuankai nodded and readily agreed. Li Yesheng fetched a piece of paper and a brush. He rolled his sleeves up, then drew a thin line and explained, "This is Gili Road." He then drew a circle in the middle of the line and marked it with the Li character. Li Xiangping nodded, then took over the brush. After dipping it into the ink, he added 2 more circles above and below the Li character, marking them as Moongay's Lake and Mount Dali respectively. The Li residence is situated between Mount Dali and Mungaze Lake, intersected by the Gili Road, Li Xiangping elaborated. Wan Yunkai then drew another small circle to the right of the Li residence's location and said, "The Wan residence is to the east." He continued, drawing a larger circle above the Wan residence and solemnly explained, "This is Jai family from the Golden Tang Gate. Jai family from the Golden Tang Gate." Li Xiangping repeated the name with a hint of concern. Yes. The Golden Tang Gate is a powerful immortal sect based in the northern Great Su. They are on par with our Azure Pond sect. The vast Mungaze Lake separates us. To the north of the lake lies their stronghold, Mount Tangdao. The Jai clan falls under the governance of the Golden Tang Gate, Wan Yunkai explained. Li Xiangping nodded, encouraging Wan Yunkai to continue, while internally bracing himself for unwelcome news. For over a decade, there has been ongoing tension between the Golden Tang Gate and our Azure Pond sect. While there's been no outright war, the border conflicts have already led to the destruction of numerous families and the displacement of countless mortals. It's been a continuous exchange of probing maneuvers from both sides, Wan Yunkai said, his expression revealing a deep sense of unease, as if he had just articulated concerns that had been troubling him for quite some time. He continued, "The Jai clan repeatedly trespassed into our territory, causing us great distress. Years ago, Jai Denki, the head of the Jai family, had already attained the Qi cultivation realm. Meanwhile, my father was just starting to condense the Jade capital chakra. It was clear he was outmatched. Every time our spirit paddies were ready for harvest, someone from the Jai family would come disguised as a veiled rogue cultivator and plunder our village. We were forced to hide in the mountains for years, helplessly watching them steal our spirit paddies." As Wan Yunkai spoke, his eyes reddened and he clenched his fists in anger. After hearing his story, Li Xiangping could already guess the intention of his visit. With a grim expression, he said, "The Li family's strength is limited. I'm afraid we can't be of much assistance." Seeing the indignant look on Wan Yunkai's face, Li Xiangping quickly asked, "How many immortal cultivators does your Wan family have?" Wan Yunkai hesitated for a moment, then looked at Li Xiangping. Gritting his teeth, he revealed, "My father is at the peak of the Jade capital chakra. I've condensed the Azure essence chakra, and we have 2 juniors who have just condensed the profound scenery chakra. The Jai family, aside from that wicked Jai Denki, who has completed the Qi cultivation realm, has 2 at the profound scenery chakra and 1 at the radiant lure chakra. They also have a few others at the profound scenery chakra, but they don't come together to steal from us." Li Xiangping, puzzled, asked, "Someone from the sect told me that in times of enemy attacks, our Jade seal can be used to request for help from the sect. They'll send an immortal cultivator who has attained the foundation establishment realm to resolve our immediate crisis. No, there's no way we can call on an immortal cultivator in the foundation establishment realm." Wan Yunkai exclaimed in frustration, gnashing his teeth and clenching his fists. "Activating the Jade seal requires at least 4 hours for the Qi cultivators from the city to arrive. By then, it would be too late. Not only is our spirit paddies gone, but repeatedly calling for help will inadvertently offend the cultivators who came to our aid." Before Li Xiangping could respond, Wan Yunkai hurriedly added, "My father's decision to visit your family and propose an alliance is a bid to borrow your clan's strength." Since Wan Yunkai had stated his request, Li Xiangping had to give up probing for more information. He sighed inwardly and smiled wryly. "We wish we could help, but our resources are limited. My family only recently began cultivating. Of my father's 4 sons, the eldest passed away early. Although the youngest shows promising talent, he's currently away to cultivate at the Immortal Sect. My brother and I are still novices in cultivation, not nearly as advanced as you. We're not properly equipped to confront the Jai family." Clinging to hope, Wan Yunkai suggested, "What about your father then?" "The truth is, my father is immortal. Impossible. A mere mortal fathering 3 children with spiritual orifices. My father, who has condensed the Jade capital chakra, had 17 children, and I'm the only one with a spiritual orifice." Wan Yunkai exclaimed incredulously. Li Xiangping, taken aback by Wan Yunkai's reaction, quickly improvised, "My father's cultivation was crippled during a battle in his younger days." Realizing his presumption, Wan Yunkai shamefully apologized, "I have spoken thoughtlessly. Your father must have been a great cultivator before his cultivation was crippled." As Wan Yunkai sank into his seat, filled with disappointment, Li Xiangping was drenched in cold sweat. That moment of interrogation had nearly unraveled his facade. So the achievement of a cultivator directly influences the chances of their offspring having a spiritual orifice. I overlooked this important detail and nearly blew it. Observing Wan Yunkai's dispirited expression, Li Xiangping composed himself and broached a new topic. "Are you aware of what lies at the end of the Gili Road, to the west of my family's residence?" he asked. "West of Gili Road." The question caught Wan Yunkai off guard. He looked at the map and pondered for a moment before replying. "Mount Dali slopes westward, and the Gili Road leads into the mountains in that direction. I've not heard of any settlements there, but what have you heard?" Li Xiangping pressed. "My father mentioned that our ancestors explored that area before and encountered inhabitants of Mount Yue. Inhabitants of Mount Yue." Having gathered all the information he could from Wan Yunkai, Li Xiangping politely saw off the somewhat dejected visitor. He carefully stored the sketch they had drawn and returned to Lijing village with Li Yesheng. Thanks to the steady income from field taxes, the Li family had been able to employ more carpenters. These carpenters were primarily working on constructing the small courtyard on the back mountain and also took care of repairs and improvements in Lijing village when their schedule allowed. Over the past 6 months, Lijing village had undergone a remarkable transformation. Polished stone slabs were laid from the front of the Li residence to the village entrance, forming a main path that symbolized the Li family's influence. Other affluent families in the village followed suit, upgrading their mud and thatched homes to emulate the Li family's brick house. Instead of the bluestone bricks used by the Li family, Liu Linfeng and others opted for lower-quality white bricks, using mortar to define the seams of the walls. Although these white-bricked houses did not possess the distinctive allure of the bluestone bricks with white seams, they still significantly improved the village's aesthetic. From a distance, the village's new white brick courtyards clustered around the Li family's central bluestone brick and gray roof-tiled residence, lending a town-like charm, especially in the misty rain. Upon returning to his courtyard, Li Xiangping found Li Mushan resting with Li Xuangshuan. Li Mushan appeared to be more energetic nowadays and was able to move around better. Seated comfortably at the table with a cup of tea in his hand, his relaxed demeanor suggested that he had found solace from the grief of losing his son years earlier. Though Li Mushan no longer managed much of the family's affairs, his presence still commanded respect from everyone. Despite being immortal, the fear of Li Yesheng and the rest toward him was more than toward Li Tangya and Li Xiangping. Xuaner. Li Xiangping greeted Li Xuangshuan warmly, picking up the child who eagerly ran toward him. Li Xuangshuan, now of reading age, was under the tutelage of Han Wengsu. The child was bright and quick to learn. "Today, I went to the reed field with Xuan. He told me Uncle Yesheng used to watch over the ducks there when he was a child." Li Xuangshuan hugged Li Xiangping happily and eagerly told him about his day. The Li family had arranged the marriage for Li Yesheng, and from that union came Li Xuan, Li Yesheng's child, who was just a little over 2 years old. Li Xuan, full of youthful energy, was often seen following his cousin Li Xuangshuan around. "That's right, I did," Li Yesheng confirmed the story with a smile, standing behind them. Li Xiangping turned his head around and smilingly asked, "Can you get second brother here?" He watched as Li Yesheng acknowledged his order and left, then returned his attention to Li Xuangshuan. "Back then, your third uncle would catch fish there. They were really fat with glistening green scales, but they were incredibly slippery," he reminisced. Setting Li Xuangshuan down and affectionately pinching his cheek, Li Xiangping stared off into the distance, as if he was taking a trip down memory lane. "That was the best fish I've ever eaten, like a celestial fish, a fairy among fishes." Li Mushan looked at Li Xiangping, then placed his tea bowl down and interrupted his moment of nostalgia. "What about the Wan family?" Li Xiangping patted Li Xuangshuan, encouraging him to continue playing by himself, then lifted his head and answered, "They are significantly stronger than us with an established lineage. The head of their family is a Jade capital cultivator, and they have Wan Yunkai, a young Azure Essence achiever." As he spoke, Li Tangya entered the courtyard, his demeanor somber. He found himself a seat, listening attentively to Li Xiangping's detailed account of his conversation with Wan Yunkai. "If the Wan family is indeed struggling both internally and externally, we must extend our help. The Jai family, a looming threat nearby, could target us next if the Wan family falls. We are interdependent, like lips and teeth," Li Xiangping concluded, picking up his teacup and gulping down its contents. Li Tangya quietly listened to Li Xiangping's every word while scrutinizing the sketch closely. Li Mushan narrowed his eyes and stared at the tea in his cup thoughtfully for a moment before saying, "We must indeed save the Wan family, but it must be done in a way that benefits us the most. Listen, Xiangping. The Wan family claims the Jai family has been stealing their spirit paddies. Let's tell them we have spare fields but lack manpower. Get them to send someone here to cultivate the fields, and we'll request a 30% share of the harvest. If they agree to send workers, it confirms their dire situation with the Jai family. Li Xiangping nodded in agreement and added, "That's true. Considering the Jai family's knowledge of the Wan family's operations, there must have been spies in their midst. We must make sure that Wan Yuankai handles this discreetly. Our family isn't ready to confront the Jai family directly, but we should be able to secretly support the Wan family from behind." "Right," Li Mushin nodded in approval. Taking a sip of his tea, he continued, "Both the Jai and Wan families are more powerful than ours. For now, we should bide our time and build our strength. The Jai family's aggression makes them a threat, while the Wan family, though under the governance of Azure Pond sect like us, warrants caution due to their proximity." After scrutinizing the sketch for a while, Li Tangya inquired, "Is the Jai family's territory adjacent to ours on this map?" "Yes," Li Xiangping confirmed, pointing to the Lidyaku village on the map. "The Gili Road splits here. One path leads north into the Jai family's territory, while the other goes east to the Wan family's territory." He paused for a moment, observing Li Tangya's thoughtful face before continuing. "According to Wan Yuankai, over a century ago, a demon and its followers established a lair on the road to the Jai family's territory, effectively cutting it off. The Jai family has abandoned that land, although it's still nominally under their control." Realization dawned upon Li Tangya as he said, "Oh, I see. With the demon's presence, we needn't worry about the Jai family as long as the Wan family remains standing." Li Xiangping agreed. "That demon wisely chose a spot between the Azure Pond sect and Golden Tang Gate. It stays secluded in its den and cultivates, never causing any trouble." He then turned to Li Mushin and said, "Father, you've once encountered the inhabitants of Mount Yue. Any thoughts on them?" Li Mushin waved his hand and shared, "They are quite distinct in appearance, with unique hairstyles, tattoos, and language. They are strong and skilled in martial arts. The clan also has shamans skilled in curses and controlling beasts. They're not an easy bunch to deal with. I'm not sure how effective your exorcism spell is, but your success against them will depend on your ability to counter their curses. As long as you can manage that, and the village guards are as strong as them, confronting them might be feasible. But for now, there's no rush to engage." Li Tangya, tracing his finger around the Li family's territory on the map, said, "The Wan family has repeatedly faced encroachment and pressure from the Jai family. Fortunately, the land Yuanbai allocated to our family is quite expansive, making our territory now larger than the Wan family's. Our land is vast, but our population is sparse, and our strength as a family is not yet formidable. We're like an attractive target, but as long as Mount Yue doesn't come looking for trouble, we should avoid provoking them. With the Wan family acting as a buffer, we have the opportunity to develop and strengthen ourselves over the next few years. It's crucial that we fully consolidate and control these territories before considering any further actions." Wan Xiaohua sat wearily at the table, his complexion betraying his exhaustion. As a cultivator who had condensed the Jade capital chakra in his Shenyang mansion, he should have been able to remain alert even after 3 days and nights without sleep. However, the recent spate of troubles weighed heavily on him, and he felt himself struggling to cope. "What are your thoughts on the letter from the Li family, Yuankai?" Rubbing his temples, he looked wearily at his subordinates. Before Wan Yuankai could respond, a muscular man beside him interjected confidently, "Isn't it obvious? This Li family is weak. They are delusional to think otherwise. With their 2 family members alone, you could easily force them to surrender their spirit fields to us." The burly man stared at Wan Xiaohua, who was seated in the central seat. Wan Xiaohua inwardly cursed at his stupidity, then questioned him. "Someone among the Li family is cultivating in the sect. What do we do if that immortal cultivator comes after us in retaliation?" That, caught off guard, the burly man fell silent. Wan Yuankai then stepped in and said, "If the Li family requests 30% of the harvest, then we should agree to their terms. Our inventory has been dwindling year after year. We might struggle to pay the necessary tributes. Survival is our priority now." Wan Xiaohua nodded in agreement and added thoughtfully, "The 30% is probably further negotiable. Given the Jai family's formidable power and the precarious situation we're in, I'm sure the Li family won't push us too hard. After all, we need to depend on each other." His expression darkened at the mention of the Jai family. Setting the letter down, he continued, "Years ago, Mount Yubu was our boundary, but now we've been driven back to Gili Road. Jai Denki's relentless oppression has forced us to retreat time and time again over the years, hardly giving us a moment of rest." Wan Yuankai, clenching his teeth, acknowledged the grim reality with a heavy sigh. "Indeed, but there's a silver lining. The spiritual energy at Mount Dali's northern foot is slowly recovering. It might just be our ticket out of this, although we don't have control over it yet. Wan Xiaoyu chuckled and remarked coldly, for now I believe it's for the best. Guarding that area requires manpower we can't afford to spare. If you're there, who's going to guard our home? Besides, that might draw the Jai family's attention. They certainly won't stand by and let us expand without sticking their noses in. Jai Denki has been stirring up trouble, sending people to manipulate those idiots in the branch families to turn them against us. If we want to reach out to the Li family or send someone there, we must be discreet about it so that Jai Denki doesn't catch wind of our plans. Wan Yuankai responded with a firm nod. I've already arranged for our clan brother to fake his death and head to Lidyaku village. Jai Denki's informants are mere mortals. I'm sure they won't suspect a thing. Tiancang is eloquent, cautious, and reliable. I trust him fully with this task, Wan Xiaohua said. As he softly placed his brush down on the map laid out before him, his gaze turned cold as he quietly said, We've got to watch our step and keep an eye out for any potential traitors in our midst. Li Tangya, feeling the constant surge of mana whirling within him, chuckled softly. Finally, after nearly 4 years, I've succeeded in condensing the celestial world chakra. Liu Raoxuan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. With her black eyes fixed on Li Tangya, she congratulated him with a warm smile. Congratulations on your achievement, Brother Tangya. Li Tangya turned his head to the side, attempting to hide his discomfort from her direct gaze. It's just a minor achievement in the embryonic breathing realm. That's hardly something worth celebrating. He responded, slightly flustered. Li Tangya watched as Liu Raoxuan giggled at his reaction and shook his head in resignation. He looked at the sky and changed the subject. I've been in seclusion for a day and a night. I should check on Xiangping first. Liu Raoxuan nodded vigorously, trying to stifle her giggle as she replied, all right. Li Tangya left the small courtyard and headed toward the Li residence's front yard. As he approached, he overheard a conversation in the main courtyard that made him pause. Ren Pinger was sewing silently in the main courtyard, but Li Xuanxun appeared to be on the verge of tears as he clung to her dress, kneeling on the floor. Mommy, why does everyone else have a daddy but I don't? Even Li Ziyuan has a daddy. Where's mine? Ren Pinger quickly bent down to hold Li Xuanxun in her arms. Your father has gone to a distant place, she replied to her son with a heartbroken voice. However, Li Xuanxun pulled away and cried out in frustration. That's a lie. You're lying. If he's somewhere far away, why hasn't he sent us any letters? Everyone told me that daddy's dead. Ren Pinger was at a loss as she looked at Li Xuanxun, who was in tears. The scene pained Li Tangya. He let out a long sigh before entering the main courtyard and gently lifting Li Xuanxun into his arms. Upon seeing Li Tangya, Li Xuanxun wiped his tears and asked, Second uncle, do you know where my daddy is? Li Tangya patted Li Xuanxun's back, and with a touch of melancholy in his voice he replied, Your daddy was a kind man, a generous brother. Li Xuanxun's sobs intensified at these words. At that moment Li Yesheng entered the courtyard. Seeing him, Ren Pinger hastily took the sobbing Li Xuanxun away, leaving Li Tangya and Li Yesheng alone in the courtyard. Li Tangya composed himself, then asked, What's the matter? There's a man outside, dressed like a hunter, asking to see you. He claims to be from the Wan family and says he has an appointment, Li Yesheng informed him. Li Tangya was slightly taken aback. He rubbed his chin curiously, then gestured for the visitor to be brought in. Let him in then, he said. The man Li Yesheng brought in was clad in leather armor and carried a longbow on his back. Despite his plain appearance, he had a pair of keen eyes. He cupped his fist respectfully to Li Tangya and greeted, Greetings, young chief. I'm Wan Tiancang from the Wan family. Li Tangya, raising an eyebrow, internally noted that this man seemed more capable than Wan Yuankai and was probably not that easy to handle. With a smile, he humbly replied, I hardly deserve the title young chief. I'm just managing some village affairs. He then gestured welcomingly and said, This way, please. Wan Tiancang immediately raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, I've heard that old Master Li rarely makes appearances. It's said that the Li family is co-managed by these two brothers without a clear leader. Li Tangya seems to be careful with his words. I wonder what kind of person Li Xiangping is. Though these thoughts raced through his mind, he maintained a cordial demeanor, smiling and saying, Thank you. Upon entering the main courtyard, Wan Tiancang saw an elder seated at the central seat, sipping on a cup of tea. The elder glanced at him, then slightly nodded his head to acknowledge his presence. Wan Tiancang could not help but admire Li Mushin's extraordinary aura and unusual calmness, and inwardly marveled, he must be old Master Li, the head of the Li family. As expected of someone who had attained the foundation establishment realm, his elegance sets him apart from ordinary people. With great respect, he bowed deeply. Upon rising, he was visibly moved to tears and choked up as he greeted the elder, Greetings, senior. Li Mushin, setting down his tea-bowl, responded in a deep voice, "What brings you to such emotion?" Wiping away his tears, Wan Tiancang explained, "Your presence reminds me of my late father, who suffered a lot because of Jai Denki's cruelty. He even lost 900 jin of our family's spirit Paddies. Due to this, we're struggling to pay tributes for the coming years. 900 jin." Hearing this, both Li Tongya and Li Mushin exchanged meaningful glances. They seemed to have a moment of realization, and Li Tongya thought to himself, "This man is aiming for a portion of our family's 30% harvest." Tears welled up in Wan Tiancang's eyes as he recounted the Jai family's brutality and the dire straits of the Wan family, emphasizing the mutual dependency between the Wan and Li families. Li Yesheng, listening intently, found himself deeply moved by the tale. In contrast, Li Mushin remained calm as he sipped his tea thoughtfully before asking, "Has the Wan family's situation truly become so dire?" "Yes," Wan Tiancang affirmed, looking earnestly at Li Mushin. He gritted his teeth as he realized that he was dealing with a shrewd individual who would not commit without certainty. From his chest pocket, he pulled out a leather scroll and said, "Before departing, my family instructed me to extend our gratitude for any assistance. In return for the Li family's kindness, I've brought this formation scroll." Li Mushin gestured, and Li Tongya stepped forward to receive the scroll. Wan Tiancang explained, "This is the Misty Barrier Formation, a century-old purchase from the market by my grandfather. It requires specially crafted flags for its activation. My grandfather was particularly fond of this art. He even set up all the formations on the mountains back home. Unfortunately, since his passing, no one in our family specializes in formations." With a sigh, Wan Tiancang handed over the scroll to Li Tongya with a tinge of reluctance. Once Li Tongya nodded to his father, Li Mushin smiled and offered magnanimously, "We're all under the governance of Azure Pond Sect. It's only natural that we help each other out. Since the Wan family is in distress, there's no way the Li family will exploit them. Therefore, we'll only take 15% of the harvest as our due." Wan Tiancang, with a resigned smile, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, elder." With a gentle nod from Li Mushin, Li Tongya escorted Wan Tiancang and Li Yesheng out. Once outside, Wan Tiancang turned to Li Tongya with a hopeful look. "May I know where this spirit field is located? Can you please take me there so I can have a look at it?" "Of course," Li Tongya agreed with a nod. As they strolled down the neatly laid stone path, Li Tongya explained, "Our Li family oversees 2 villages along the Gyuli Road. One is Lidyaku village, from where you arrived, and the other is Lichuenku village, which sits by the shores of Munge's lake. The spirit field we've allocated for lease is in Lichuenku village. We've built a small courtyard there, and the field remains untouched. Its annual yield is approximately 70 jin." Wan Tiancang nodded, signaling his understanding, and glanced around at the scenery of Lijing village, remarking, "This road is well maintained. Despite the foot traffic, it's remarkably clean and orderly, quite impressive." "You flatter us, Brother Tiancang," Li Tongya responded with a modest chuckle. "I've heard about nearby Immortal markets. Being relatively new to this, our family isn't very familiar with them. Brother Tongya, always eager for more information, aren't you?" Wan Tiancang laughed and teased him. "Though I've only condensed the profound scenery chakra and haven't been to these markets myself, my clan brother and our head of the family have. They've shared quite a bit about it," he said. "The market is on a small island in Munge's lake, run by a rogue cultivator who has attained the Qi cultivation realm. During the full moon, large boats shuttle between the shore and the island, transporting rogue cultivators and immortal cultivators from small families like us to the market," he explained. "According to the head of my family, it's advisable to attain the Jade capital chakra before venturing there, just to be safe," he quickly cautioned, mindful of the potential risks the Li family might face and the possible repercussions for the Wan family if something were to happen to members of the Li family. "Understood." Li Tongya nodded, absorbing the vital information Wan Tiancang provided while engaging in light conversation with him. Shortly after, they reached Lichuenku village. Upon learning of Li Tongya's arrival with a cultivator from another family, Chen Erniu, anxious and eager to make a good impression, rushed with his men to greet them. He carefully trailed behind Li Tongya and engaged in hushed discussions with Li Yesheng. Wan Tiancang surveyed the size of the field and then assessed both the spiritual qi and the soil quality. Satisfied, he gave Li Tongya a nod of approval. Li Tongya, with a friendly smile, excused himself. "Brother Wan, you must be weary from your journey. I have family matters to attend to, so I'll have to say goodbye for now." With that, he delegated the oversight of the arrangements to Li Yesheng and Chen Erniu, then made his way back to Lijing village. Lijing Village's back mountain, now dubbed Mount Lijing by the locals, had recently become a lot more lively. Nestled among the lush woodlands on the mountain stood a cluster of small houses crafted from bluestone bricks, their roofs adorned with gray tiles, painting a picturesque scene. A stone path wound its way from the foot of the mountain to its summit. At the foot, villagers stationed at a watchpoint respectfully greeted Li Tongya as he approached. "Welcome back, Immortal Master." Li Tongya acknowledged them with a casual nod and proceeded up the stone path. After a short ascent, a quaint courtyard came into view. Here, Han Wengsu was in the midst of teaching. The courtyard buzzed with the focused energy of 50 to 60 young students, each attentively seated under a tree, absorbing his lectures. These students hailed not only from Lijing and Jingyang villages, but also from the more distant Lideaku and Lichuanku villages. Typically, only families with some savings could afford to send one or two of their children to study in Lijing village, and hence, they choose Lijing village. Li Tongya gazed at Li Xuanxuan, who was deeply engrossed in reading, and a thought crossed his mind. In a few months, once Xuaner turns 6 or 7 years old and his physique is fully developed, we'll be able to measure his spiritual orifice. There are still 3 profound pearl talisman seeds in the mirror, so it's fine even if Xuaner doesn't possess a spiritual orifice. Now that I think about it, Tianyun will be in labor in a few months too. For some reason, the image of Liu Raoxuan's face flashed through his mind. Startled, he quickly shook his head to dispel the thought. After a momentary pause, he let out a wry smile and continued his ascent. Past the academy, Li Tongya counted 126 steps before arriving at a platform graced with a red-painted gate. There sat an elderly man with graying hair. "Uncle Tian." Li Tongya called out warmly, observing Tian Shaoshui happily crafting a wooden horse with a small hammer in hand. "Tongya, you're back." Tian Shaoshui nodded to him with a warm smile, looking slightly embarrassed as he gestured toward the wooden horse. "Yuner's baby will be arriving soon, and I wanted to make something for the little one." The old man had endured many hardships in his youth, aging more rapidly than his peers. Though roughly the same age as Li Mushin, he appeared over a decade older. "Take your time making it, uncle," Li Tongya said with genuine respect for the fatherly figure before entering the courtyard. Inside, he found Li Xiangping emerging from meditation and releasing a deep breath. Catching sight of Li Tongya, Li Xiangping asked, "Second brother, have you condensed the celestial world chakra?" "Yes, I did," Li Tongya replied with a smile. "So I'm still a step behind." Li Xiangping pouted and pretended to be frustrated, yet his face soon broke into a genuine smile as he stood up and stretched his body. After discussing Wan Tiancang's visit and carefully placing the formation scroll on the table, Li Tongya leisurely picked up a tea-bowl on the table and took a sip. Noticing Li Xiangping deep in thought, he curiously inquired, "What's on your mind?" "Wan Tiancang is much more difficult to deal with than Wan Yuankai," Li Xiangping replied, lifting his gaze with a measured look. Li Tongya smiled and was about to respond when Tian Shaoshui's voice interrupted them. "Lin Feng is here." The brothers exchanged a glance of mild surprise as Liu Linfeng entered the courtyard briskly, wiping the sweat from his brow. He looked at them and informed, "An immortal master from Kingsui Peak has just descended the mountain." The Kingsui Peak of the Azure Pond Sect. Li Tongya and Li Xiangping exchanged glances. Li Tongya pondered for a moment before saying, "An envoy from the Immortal Sect, huh? It must be related to Jinger." Li Xiangping quickly led everyone down the mountain. To their surprise, they encountered a cultivator clad in a pristine white robe, adorned with various silk pouches just outside the courtyard. With a handsome and refined demeanor, he stood there smiling at the group. He cupped his fist and introduced himself. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I'm Xiao Yuansi from Kingsui Peak. I am Li Xiangping of the Li family. We are honored to meet the envoy from the Azure Pond Sect." Li Xiangping quickly returned the greeting and gestured to those behind him to kneel with him. Xiao Yuansi modestly stepped aside and said, "There's no need for such formalities. I'm here on behalf of someone else but not as an envoy of the Immortal Sect." The group responded warmly, with Li Xiangping inviting, "Please, Immortal Master, come in." In the presence of a high-ranking cultivator from the Azure Pond Sect, Li Tongya and Li Xiangping could not help but feel like mere mortals. Their respectful address of Immortal Master toward Xiao Yuansi was genuinely heartfelt. Xiao Yuansi entered the courtyard, found a seat for himself, and began, "I was actually on a mission in Lixia Prefecture to hunt a demon. My junior brother misses his family dearly, so I told him to write a letter so I can deliver it for him to Mount Dali. The demon hunt took a little longer than I expected, setting me back quite a bit. In fact, I only managed to defeat it yesterday. I hope my unannounced visit isn't causing any trouble." "Not at all, Immortal Master." We're immensely grateful for your effort to deliver a letter to our family, Li Xiangping responded with genuine respect, quickly accepting a green bamboo tube about the thickness of a finger from Xiao Yuansi. Please, go ahead and read it. Xiao Yuansi suggested while taking a sip of tea served to him with a smile. The brothers quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Li Tongya delicately removed the wax seal from the bamboo cylinder, pouring out a rolled-up, pale white letter which he quickly unfurled. Greetings from Jinger. It's been over a year since I've been away from home. I hope father and brothers are in good health. I am doing well in the Immortal Sect, having condensed the Azure Essence Chakra, and am hopeful of condensing the Jade Capital Chakra next. I am also showing great progress in swordsmanship. Senior brother Xiao Yuansi, who is now at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation realm and excels in alchemy, is kind and considerate. Should you face any dilemmas at home, feel free to seek his counsel. I'll compensate him upon his return. I'm also sending a jade slip containing the profound water sword technique along with this letter. I have also learned several other spells, but they are the Sect's legacies and cannot be shared with outsiders. However, this particular sword technique, given by senior brother, can be shared. It is not hard to learn and can be used for self-defense at home. I've heard about the Golden Tang Gate's frequent border provocations. For now, it's best to remain patient. I've requested senior brother to speak with the cultivators guarding Lixia Prefecture. Should any issues arise at home, use the Jade Seal to seek help. Don't worry, I'm quite comfortable here in the Immortal Sect. Cultivating here is more effective than on Mount Dali. How are things at home? Is Xuanxun behaving? Is there anything unusual happening at home? Looking forward to your reply. As Li Xiangping finished reading the letter, a wave of emotion overcame him. With tears glistening in his eyes, he cupped his fist at Xiao Yuansi and said, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Immortal Master. Xiao Yuansi smiled and waved his hand dismissively. He set a jade slip on the mahogany table and reassured, no apologies needed. This is something my junior brother entrusted me to deliver. Li Tongya came forward to collect the jade slip, while Xiao Yuansi kindly added, if there are any troubles or uncertainties at home, please don't hesitate to bring them up. Li Tongya and Li Xiangping exchanged a glance, then spoke simultaneously. There is something we're uncertain about, Immortal Master. Would you kindly follow us? The brothers led the way up a stone path winding through the mountainside courtyard. Soon they arrived at a huge curtained fig tree, lush with foliage. They circled to the back of the tree and a smaller tree bearing 5 unique fruits came into view. Xiao Yuansi studied the tree intently. Conjuring a spell, his hands emitted a white glow. He reached out, gently examining a fruit and its leaves. After a moment, he shared his insights. These are snake dragon fruits. Typically, a tree bears 6 fruits. They mature from top to bottom, with the highest fruit ripening first. When the first fruit is ripe, it will have to be plucked before the one below it will continue to ripe. Each fruit ripens every 5 years. Judging by the color of the highest fruit, it appears that the last one was harvested over 4 years ago. That means this one is nearly ripe. Xiao Yuansi pulled the lowest branch apart, and as expected, he discovered a small, tender green fruit. That was the newly emerged 6th fruit. After hearing his explanation carefully, Li Tongya respectfully asked, what does this fruit do? Xiao Yuansi replied, we cultivate dozens of such plants in the Azure Pond Sect. It takes centuries for a golden fruit to appear, which seeds a new plant. The red snake dragon fruits are mainly used to make snake essence pills. They are rewards for meritorious disciples to speed up their cultivation progress in the embryonic breathing and Qi cultivation realms. Li Tongya and Li Xiangping shared a look of surprise. The Li family was resource-strapped and lacked an alchemist. Despite their years of cultivation, they had never consumed a pill. Noticing their troubled expressions, Xiao Yuansi offered a solution with a light chuckle. Eating this fruit raw could potentially shorten the time it takes for one person to condense a meridian nourishment. Observing Li Tongya and Li Xiangping's hesitant expressions, Xiao Yuansi swiftly grasped their unspoken request and offered, I can assist you by crafting pills from this fruit. Given my current proficiency in alchemy, I should be able to yield 7 or 8 snake essence pills. According to tradition, you'll get 6 pills while I get to keep the extras. Li Tongya and Li Xiangping quickly expressed their gratitude, visibly relieved and happy. Xiao Yuansi then patted one of the silk pouches at his waist and deftly summoned a jade box. He channeled a surge of mana to his fingers, then delicately detached the snake dragon fruit and gently dropped it into the jade box. Using jade containers for harvesting special herbs and fruits is crucial for preserving the spiritual essence, and using mana for picking prevents damage to the fruit, Xiao Yuansi explained as he skillfully harvested the fruits. We'll make the pills tomorrow, he announced. When he patted the silk pouch on his waist again, the jade box instantly vanished from his hand. The brothers watched his every movement in awe and envy. Stowing the jade box away safely, Xiao Yuansi smiled and asked, "Is there anything else you need help with?" "Thank you, Immortal Master." Li Xiangping and Li Tangya expressed their gratitude first, then presented a leather scroll to Xiao Yuansi. Xiao Yuansi accepted the leather scroll, untied the white rope, and unrolled it. Misty barrier formation, he asked after examining the content. Xiao Yuansi scrutinized the formation diagram for a considerable time before shaking his head dismissively. "I was expecting something novel, but this is merely a renamed Misty Maze formation," he remarked. He handed the diagram back to Li Xiangping, adding, "While I'm not a formation expert, this one seems overly simplistic. It might deceive cultivators in the embryonic breathing realm, but any cultivator who has condensed the Jade capital chakra could dismantle it easily." Cultivators in the Qi cultivation realm could effortlessly break the formation and capture the flags. Li Xiangping cupped his fist and replied with a wry smile, "Our Li family isn't very well off, so even a basic formation would put us at ease." Xiao Yuansi chuckled while looking at Li Xiangping, who was still at the Radiant Lure stage, and Li Tangya, who was at the Celestial Whirl stage. "It is indeed quite useful for those at your current level." Xiao Yuansi then pulled out 6 small flags from his pouch. These blue and white flags had profound runes drawn on them and were attached to brownish red poles. "These were the flags I used during my Jade capital stage. They are crafted from white-striped crucian carp skin, and the poles are made of red birch wood. They're quite valuable for those in the embryonic breathing realm and can be used with your formation. They're of no use to me now, so I'll use them to set up a Misty Maze formation for you here. If you find a better formation diagram in the future, these flags will still serve you well." Before Li Xiangping and Li Tangya could express their gratitude, Xiao Yuansi waved his hand to stop them. With a smile, he said, "That would be 12 spirit stones." Li Xiangping, taken aback, smiled awkwardly. "If I may ask, what are these spirit stones? You don't have any spirit stones." The smile on Xiao Yuansi faded slightly as he explained, "To immortal cultivators, spirit stones are like what gold and silver are to mortals. They're commonly used for transactions in markets or stores, and larger families need them to pay tributes." Intrigued, Li Xiangping quickly asked, "How many spirit stones are the white essence fruits and spirit paddies worth?" Xiao Yuansi rubbed his chin and pondered thoughtfully before responding, "You could exchange 10 white essence fruits for 1 spirit stone. As for spirit paddies, that'll be 100 jin." Li Xiangping and Li Tangya were momentarily speechless, each thinking, 100 jin of spirit paddies compelled the Wan family to rent fields from us. These 12 spirit stones equate to an enormous 1,200 jin of spirit paddies. Even our entire Li family's wealth can't match up to that. Noticing their silence, Xiao Yuansi quickly understood their predicament. "Don't worry about it. Consider your Misty barrier formation as a partial payment, amounting to 2 spirit stones. The rest will be considered as debt for now. Once your family gathers the necessary amount, you can send it to Kingsui Peak through the officials who collect the tributes in Lixia Prefecture." Li Xiangping, managing a grateful yet strained smile, bowed in thanks. He then watched as Xiao Yuansi deftly performed a hand seal. The 6 formation flags in his hands levitated in the air. With a commanding gesture from Xiao Yuansi, 5 of the flags soared into the air, trailing pale white flames, before splitting up and diving into the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain as if they had minds of their own. A dense gray mist instantly enveloped Mount Lijiang, obscuring it completely. After a while, the mist receded. From afar, the people on the mountain vanished, and the mountain appeared timeless and unchanging, as if frozen in that very moment. "There you have it. I've set up the Misty Maze formation from our sect for you, which is far superior to your Misty Barrier formation," Xiao Yuansi announced. He then planted the remaining flag into the ground, revealing a small formation eye about the size of a palm. It glowed softly and divided into 2 segments. This formation eye has 2 sections, an outer layer and an inner eye. A glowing outer layer means there's an intruder at the foot of the mountain. A glowing inner eye means that the intruder has breached the formation. Xiao Yuansi dusted his hands and gestured toward the formation eye. "Once you've condensed the Jade capital chakra and infused your spiritual sense into this formation eye, you'll gain complete control over the formation. Currently, with your celestial world chakra, you can only place a drop of your blood on the formation flag here so that the formation will recognize and respond to you," he explained. "Thank you, Immortal Master." Li Tangya and Li Xiangping expressed their gratitude as they stepped forward to drop their blood on the formation eye. The eye flickered, and they immediately sensed a subtle connection with it. Witnessing this extraordinary event, Li Xiangping felt a lift in spirits, despite the looming debt. He thought to himself, this Misty Maze formation is better than I thought. It not only conceals and protects our mountain gate from prying mortal eyes but also allows for repeated use of the formation flag. These 10 spirit stones seem like a worthy investment. As our younger members mature, we can make full use of the village's spirit fields. It's just a matter of time until we can fully establish our mountain gate, especially with the mirror. Xiao Yuansi concluded the spell and inquired cheerfully, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" The brothers shook their heads. Xiao Yuansi laughed softly and said, "Then I'll take a stroll on the mountain, kill some demons, gather some spirit herbs, and return at dawn tomorrow to refine the pills." "Take care, Immortal Master." Li Xiangping and the others bid him farewell, watching as Xiao Yuansi summoned a flying shuttle and soared away. Once Xiao Yuansi was out of sight, Li Tanya turned to Liu Linfeng. "Uncle, this academy is no longer suitable for the mountains. We'll move it down the mountain tonight." "I'll start preparing," Liu Linfeng agreed. Li Tanya glanced at Li Xiangping and said, "Tomorrow we'll take the mirror and, brother." Li Xiangping, ever vigilant, suspected that Xiao Yuansi might still be nearby and hastily interrupted before Li Tanya could say more. Li Tanya caught on immediately. They exchanged a knowing look, then sat down cross-legged and began their cultivation practice. Mount Lijing, though not a renowned peak, was part of the lingering veins of Mount Dali. It nurtured spirit roots like the snake-dragon fruit. With the formation isolating the internal and external flow of spiritual qi, the earth's vein began glowing with spiritual energy. Much to the brothers' astonishment and satisfaction, the concentration of spiritual qi gradually increased until it was 10% higher than the surrounding areas. They cultivated until dawn when the first rays of sunlight pierced the mountain mist, condensing into dewdrops on the treetops. That was when Xiao Yuansi returned, looking all tidied up. He gracefully descended from the sky on his flying shuttle and landed in the courtyard. "Time to refine the pills," he announced cheerily, producing a tall ebony-colored furnace which was as tall as a person from his storage pouch. Sitting down cross-legged, he explained to the brothers, "This snake essence pill, despite its name, is actually quite mild. Although it's a pill for those in the qi cultivation realm, it can also be safely consumed by those in the embryonic breathing realm. They will be of great benefits to both of you." Xiao Yuansi then took a brownish-yellow wood block from his pouch. With both hands, he summoned a pure white pill flame from his dantian and lightly touched the wood block with it. The block instantly ignited, emitting a ghostly blue flame. Tossing the burning block into the furnace's base, he then took out the jade box containing the snake-dragon fruit. With a flick of his mana, he sent the fruit into the furnace. As the snake-dragon fruit dissolved in the furnace, transforming into a glob of red medicinal liquid floating above the pill flame, Xiao Yuansi added several other supplementary herbs into the mix. He then refined the concoction with the pill flame, dedicating over an hour to the process. Only when the mountain mist cleared and the dew evaporated did 8 pale red spirit pills emerge from the furnace. Xiao Yuansi performed a hand seal, and the pills flew into his palm and glowed with a soft white light. He carefully placed them into 8 white jade vials, keeping 2 for himself and handing the remaining 6 to Li Xiangping. "Store these snake essence pills in their jade vials to preserve them properly. Remove the wooden corks only when you are about to consume them. If exposed, their medicinal potency will gradually dissipate and they'll go to waste. No worries though, they'll remain effective for about 20 years if kept sealed." Li Xiangping and Li Tanya accepted the vials with gratitude. They exchanged glances, then selected 3 vials of snake essence pills and requested, "Immortal Master, we'd be grateful if you could deliver these to our younger brother to aid his cultivation." "Certainly. It's admirable how the Li family values kinship. I'll ensure your brother receives these." Xiao Yuansi nodded approvingly and carefully stored the 3 jade vials. He cupped his fist and advised, "Your family has embarked on the path of immortal cultivation recently, and while the foundation is yet nascent, it's vital to cultivate skills in alchemy, formation, and refining. Attracting individuals with spiritual orifices into your clan is essential to avoid the risk of your clan fading in a few generations. The Li family must seize the opportunity, especially as Lixia Road and Gili Road lack significant immortal cultivation clans. Countless families have risen and fallen over centuries. As one of the clans in the prefecture, the Xiao family has witnessed many such cycles. The Li family must persevere and grow stronger." His words resonated with Li Tanya, who could not help but feel the weight of their responsibility. With a long sigh, he replied, "You're right, Immortal Master. My brother and I started from scratch, and now there are only less than 30 in the main Li family, and about 200 to 300 in the side Yi family. Jinger alone pursues cultivation within the sect, and we, unfortunately, lack the resources to provide him with the necessary support for his journey. As Li Tanya sighed, Xiao Yuansi frowned and said, "My expertise in alchemy was inherited from my clan, and I've taken a profound scenery spiritual oath, binding me to keep the snake essence pill recipe confidential. However, you might find useful information if you visit the marketplace." Li Xiangping, seizing the opportunity, asked, "Immortal Master, could you elaborate on this profound scenery spiritual oath?" Xiao Yuansi explained, "In our clan, the oath is crucial for passing down skills secretly. The caster pledges on their profound scenery chakra, binding their very essence to the vow. Violating the oath would shatter their profound scenery, leading to a rapid loss of cultivation. The immortal cultivator will quickly revert to immortal and face an inevitable death due to the exhaustion of qi. This profound scenery spiritual oath sounds useful for preserving legacy. May I know the price of?" Li Tanya immediately asked, only to be interrupted by Xiao Yuansi with a wave of his hand before he could finish. "It's only a basic trick known to many. I can write it down for you." In about 10 to 15 minutes, Xiao Yuansi finished writing the oath but cautioned, "Remember, this oath doesn't call about the heavenly Tao. It's effective for keeping secrets, but it may not prevent malicious intentions. Discerning good and evil remains a complex matter, beyond the simple confines of any oath. Thank you for the warning, Immortal Master. The Li family is in your debt." The brothers quickly thanked Xiao Yuansi. Li Xiangping felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and his mood improved significantly. The profound scenery spiritual oath will be another layer of assurance. Once the two kids attain the profound scenery chakra and take the oath, we'll be able to trust them, he thought to himself. As Xiao Yuansi accepted the return letter from Li Xiangping, he gathered his furnace and summoned his flying shuttle. With a light chuckle, he reassured them, "My junior brother is quite a skilled cultivator. Although his root bone is only average, he shows promising talent in swordsmanship. You have no cause for concern. Let us meet again when fate wills it." With a final farewell, Xiao Yuansi ascended into the sky on his shuttle, leaving amidst the brothers' expressions of gratitude. Once he was out of sight, Li Xiangping carefully stowed away the 3 remaining vials of pills in his chest pocket and turned to Li Tanya with a smile. "Jinger is fortunate to have such a great senior brother," he said. Li Tanya nodded. While reading the profound scenery spiritual oath, he passed the jade slip to Li Xiangping, inviting him to examine its contents. Li Xiangping accepted the jade slip and eagerly examined it. However, he soon found himself overwhelmed by the wall of tiny text. Struggling through just a handful of sentences, he muttered in disbelief, "This is supposed to be easy." Li Xuanxuan was distracted during class today. His eyes were on Han Wengsu, who was speaking at the podium, yet his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Han Wengsu was nearing 50, and the gray hair on his sideburns was slowly creeping onto his head. In his 20s, he was an apothecary in training at one of the medicine stores in the prefecture. A moment of heated anger led to a fatal incident, forcing him to flee and seek refuge on Mount Dali. For the past 20 years, he had been living a fulfilling life, dedicated to healing villagers and educating children. Observing the earnest faces of his young students, Han Wengsu's expression softened with affection. Though childless himself, he had nurtured the children of the Li family as if they were his own. The bond he shared with these children, who had grown under his tutelage, was as profound as that between an uncle and his nieces and nephews. Noticing a thin layer of fog curling at his feet, Han Wengsu paused, perplexed. Fog at this hour. He pondered aloud, a hint of concern lining his features. Li Xuanxuan, struggling to stay awake in his seat, suddenly perked up. He nudged Li Xuan, who was also dozing off beside him, whispering urgently, "Brother Wen, look outside." Li Xuan, startled, saw the gray mist swirling outside and whispered back apprehensively, "What's happening, big brother?" Li Xuanxuan knitted his small eyebrows together and said in a serious tone, "This fog seems quite unusual. The adults in my family are on the mountain. Let's go up there to let them know." Despite being less than 6 years old, Li Xuanxuan had the maturity of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Their conversation was interrupted as Liu Linfeng entered the classroom and whispered something to Han Wengsu. After a brief exchange, Han Wengsu nodded and announced, "Everyone, pack up your clothes and blankets. There will be no classes for the next 3 days." Li Xuanxuan and Li Xuan exchanged glances, then quickly packed their belongings amidst the happy cheers of the other children who were elated at the unexpected break. After relaying the message to Han Wengsu, Liu Linfeng sat on the steps at the entrance of the academy and waited for the children. His mouth felt lonely, so he reached for the pipe in his chest pocket. When he lifted his head again, he saw a shadowy figure lurking in the fog. It seemed to be hiding in the forest and keeping watch of something. Liu Linfeng shot up from the ground in shock. His precious pipe fell from his grasp, shattering on the ground. Overcome with fear and disregarding the broken pipe, he called out, "Who's there?" Liu Mayatu had roamed the mountain for a full day and night. He had not spotted even a single hare, let alone any immortal treasure. Frustrated, he plopped down on a large rock and vented his anger toward the idle villagers. Bah, those stupid dogs must be lying when they said there's treasure up on this mountain. As the mountains grew misty, Liu Mayatu shivered and thought, the mountain beasts might have been driven away years ago, but who can be sure they were all caught? This creeping fog bodes ill. I better descend now. He rose and trekked down the mountain path for nearly 2 hours, only to be swallowed by a thick, blinding fog. Damn it, how have I not reached the foot yet? Staring at the large rock before him, a chill ran down Liu Mayatu's spine. Impossible, he gasped. It was the same rock he had sat on before. How was it possible that 2 hours of walking led him right back to the same spot? Liu Mayatu turned and fled in a panic, running until he was out of breath. Yet there it was again, the rock, right before his very eyes. Damn it, I'm trapped. As night fell, Liu Mayatu, who was clothed thinly, succumbed to the cold wind and lost consciousness. By the time he awoke, it was already dawn and he was feeling feverish. He thought he had heard a scream and looked up to see a figure nearby. He struggled to his feet, then heard a voice shouting, "Who's there?" Dazed and confused, Liu Mayatu's legs gave way and he tumbled right in front of the stranger. Liu Linfeng looked at the face of the person in front of him and immediately recognized him. Anger surged through him, coloring his face red as he bellowed, "What the hell are you doing here?" Liu Mayatu was immediately jolted awake by his voice. "I came to gather firewood," he answered timidly. "Nonsense." Liu Linfeng exploded in fury, pointing accusingly at Liu Mayatu. "How dare you venture here without the family's permission? Do you think this place is for the likes of you?" As soon as Liu Linfeng said that, he was jarred awake by his own harsh words. A cold shiver ran from the base of his spine to the nape of his neck. He thought grimly, why does our Liu family have such a failure? It's an ill omen. My nephew is cruel and suspicious. There's no way he can be kept alive. I just hope his actions won't bring trouble to our family. As he watched Liu Mayatu kneel and bow desperately before him, an idea formed in Liu Linfeng's mind. His expression turned icy as he said, "Come with me if you want to save yourself." Liu Mayatu hurriedly followed him into the courtyard. Liu Linfeng took out a thick hemp rope and with a deft motion, tied Liu Mayatu's hands behind his back. "Chief, what are you?" Liu Mayatu's voice was laced with fear and confusion. "I'm bringing you along so that you can seek forgiveness and show your sincerity," Liu Linfeng replied curtly, tying a knife to his waist swiftly. "Let's go," he said coldly. "Why yes, thank you, Chief." Soon, they reached the front of the courtyard. Liu Linfeng pointed to the muddy ground beside the road and said, "Kneel over there." After saying that, he then went to summon Li Tongya and Li Xiangping. As soon as he entered the courtyard and saw the brothers, Liu Linfeng kneeled and said with evident remorse, "The Liu family has failed in its discipline. Please forgive us." The sight startled the two brothers, who quickly came over to help Liu Linfeng to his feet. Li Tongya spoke gravely, "Please get up, what happened?" After Liu Linfeng recounted Liu Mayatu's misdeeds with a bitter expression, Li Xiangping merely responded calmly, "You can handle this matter yourself. There's no need for such formality. Please follow me." Liu Linfeng shook his head and led them to where Liu Mayatu knelt. Upon seeing the three men, Liu Mayatu cried out in terror. Without hesitation, Liu Linfeng stepped forward and swiftly ran the knife across Liu Mayatu's throat. Liu Mayatu's screams were cut short as blood spurted from his neck like a fountain. He coughed violently, spewing blood, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Uncle is always thorough. Li Xiangping clapped his hands as he watched Liu Mayatu fall. He then turned to Li Tongya and said with a smile, "He even chose the mud field so as not to sully our residence's stone path." Li Tongya sighed deeply, looking toward Liu Linfeng. "Uncle, please take care of the rest." "Of course," Liu Linfeng promptly replied, then dragged the body into the forest. As he left, Li Tongya and Li Xiangping entered the courtyard. Li Tongya wore a troubled expression, but Li Xiangping, patting his shoulder, said solemnly, "He brought it upon himself." Li Tongya let out a wry smile, meeting his brother's gaze, and clarified, "I wasn't pitying him. I was just reflecting. It was because of your strong leadership in the Li family that father felt confident in stepping back. The rest of us are not as ruthless after all." Li Xiangping smiled, shook his head, and replied, "You, Li Tongya, would also kill, but only after summoning the villagers as witnesses, listing the 8 great sins of the condemned, and ceremoniously executing the sentence. It's all to ease your conscience. But why complicate matters when you're still going to kill him in the end?" Standing before the small courtyard at the foot of the mountain, Li Tongya pondered Li Xiangping's words. If I hadn't killed him, our Li family could face the same fate as the Wan family, riddled with betrayal. Shaking off these thoughts, Li Tongya gently pushed open the courtyard door. Inside, he saw Liu Raoxuan seated cross-legged as she diligently cultivated, breathing spiritual qi. This Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment technique focuses on breathing spiritual qi to condense the profound scenery chakra. It's a slow and inefficient process. No wonder Liu Raoxuan isn't making significant progress after nearly 2 years. On the contrary, I heard Li Keang is advancing rapidly with the effect of snake dragon fruit and is expected to condense the profound scenery chakra soon. Liu Raoxuan's usually bright demeanor was now replaced by serious concentration. It was a rare sight for Li Tongya, so he could not help but spare a few more glances on her. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, but her breathing was steady. She looked as if she were nearing the end of her meditation, so he quickly averted his eyes. Liu Raoxuan's eyes flickered open, and upon seeing Li Tongya, she exclaimed with a hint of surprise, "Brother Ya." Li Tongya hung his head and hummed softly, almost as if he felt guilty for staring earlier. Liu Raoxuan gazed at the side of his face, then suddenly said glumly, "I'm already 17. Most in the village are likely married with children by now. Yet here I am without even a companion." Li Tongya shook his head at her words and responded softly, "Once you've embarked on the immortal path, such worldly matters become less important. You're not like them. Focusing on your cultivation and condensing the profound scenery chakra should be your primary concern. But I am diligent. I cultivate for 16 hours a day." Liu Raoxuan pouted and quickly defended herself, then looked up at Li Tongya again. "Brother Ya, are you single because of cultivation too?" Li Tongya nodded lightly in response. Liu Raoxuan's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and with a slightly trembling breath she asked, "Brother Tongya, could you, perhaps consider someone like me?" Li Tongya's heart skipped a beat, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. He quickly turned his head, gazing down at the gently swaying pale green spirit paddies in the field, and quietly said, "You should. Focus on condensing the profound scenery chakra first before thinking about anything else." With a mischievous smile, Liu Raoxuan leaned in close to Li Tongya's face and whispered in his ear, "Then, Brother Tongya, don't go running off with someone else, all right?" Li Tongya's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he rose abruptly and chided, "You better focus on cultivation." With that, he hurriedly left the courtyard and walked into the distance. Strolling along the stone path for quite some distance, Li Tongya splashed his face with river water and gradually regained his composure. Smiling wryly, he said, "It seems like I've fallen for her." Li Xiangping, sitting by the shore with a grin, teased Li Tongya, "So, second brother has truly fallen for Liu Raoxuan. Father's plan has paid off." He continued, "Father's decision to have you oversee Liu Raoxuan was a clever ruse. You saw it merely as a strategy to relocate in order to keep the Liu family's influence in check, yet you were blind to the deeper game he was playing with you, Li Tongya. Stop teasing me, third brother." Li Tongya responded with a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation before adding, "The more I observe father, the more I realize there's so much to learn from the old man." "Indeed." Li Xiangping nodded earnestly. "Regarding the 3 snake essence pills left by Xiao Yuansi, let's use them to break through to the Jade capital chakra. Father and Yesheng have fed their blood to the Misty maze formation. I'll take the mirror to the small courtyard on the mountain myself. As for mastering the profound water sword technique, I'm afraid that's beyond me. You should take a closer look at it," he continued with a serious tone. Li Tongya scooped up a handful of river water, rinsing his hands as he replied, "With Chijing gone to the Immortal Sect for nearly 3 years now, and our first batch of spirit paddies about to mature, we can't afford to rest in the coming days." This year, Lijing village was blanketed in a heavier snowfall than in previous years. The spirit paddies in the field have ripened, their light green panicles cradling grain clusters that resemble white jade, standing resiliently against the snow, refusing to bow their branches. The spirit paddies were unlike ordinary grains, their blades as sharp as knives, demanding an axe for harvest. Li Tongya and the others had imbued the harvesting scythes with a golden light spell so that the spirit fields could be harvested swiftly. Observing the small green stacks of gathered spirit paddies, Li Keang stepped through the snow, clapping his hands with a laugh. "Brother Xiangping, these spirit paddies look splendid." After Li Keang succeeded in condensing the profound scenery chakra last month, he took the profound scenery spirit oath in the Li family's ancestral hall and learned a few spells. At the age of 10, the boy's appearance has matured, hinting at the good-looking teen he would become. A year ago, he had gathered enough spiritual power, but failed in condensing the profound scenery chakra. Because of this, he had to meditate for another year to recover his spiritual power, allowing Liu Raoxuan to catch up to him soon. Indeed, Li Xiangping responded, smiling broadly. His mana flowed freely, having already condensed the celestial world chakra. Tianyun recently delivered twins of different genders, much to the delight of the Li family. The birth of these children filled Li Xiangping with joy. Old Master Li looked at the children, then named the boy Li Xuanfeng and the girl Li Jingshan according to the family's naming tradition. The white essence fruit isn't ripe yet, but we can take these harvested spirit paddies back first. The villagers behind them had already meticulously removed the leaves of the spirit paddies, each with careful precision using a reamer. The leaves of the spirit paddies were as sharp as knives, making the task arduous and challenging for them. Only after securely binding the bundles with thick rope did they dare to carry them, two at a time. As they reached the foot of Mount Lijing, a thin layer of mist began to form. Stay close, this formation might kill you if you stray off. Li Yesheng warned the people behind him. The villagers respond promptly, treading the stone path to the top of the mountain. After they deposited bundles of spirit paddies in the courtyard, Li Xiangping instructed, take them down. The panicles must be picked from the stem of the spirit paddies with mana, and then processed with a specific spell to remove the husks of the spirit rice. This was all necessary to preserve the spiritual chi of the spirit rice. Mortals could only assist in the harvesting with the scythes imbued with golden light spells and transporting the spirit paddies. The crucial aspects of the harvest were still reserved for the hands of immortal cultivators. Third uncle, clan brother, Li Xuanxuan emerged from the courtyard, cupping his fist to Li Keiyang and Li Xiangping respectfully. Now over 7 years old, he was growing steadily, bearing a striking resemblance to the late Li Changhu. As Li Xuanxuan approached Li Keiyang, Li Xiangping's expression shifted. He quickly beckoned the boy over. Xuanxuan, come here. Once Li Xuanxuan was seated beside him, Li Xiangping chuckled warmly and said, this boy had his spiritual orifice measured a year ago, and he has made remarkable progress in cultivation. I believe it won't be long before he condenses the profound scenery chakra. Hearing this, Li Xuanxuan was puzzled. Our family has never assessed my root bone or passed down any teachings. What does third uncle mean by this? Despite his thought, he smiled and nodded at Li Keiyang, who looked on with envy. How impressive, Xuaner! Li Keiyang could not help but praise. Recalling that he had only managed to condense the profound scenery chakra 2 years ago, he felt somewhat humbled. After exchanging a few words, Li Xuanxuan excused himself as Li Tongya arrived at the mountain. The group then spent several hours harvesting the spirit paddies and removing the husks. Li Mushan divided them up and packed them into sacks. He then weighed the yield and announced, 120 jin of spirit rice, 40 jin of spirit rice bran. This should suffice for the next 2 years' tributes. After seeing Li Keiyang off, Li Xiangping placed the 2 sacks of spirit rice and spirit rice brands on the table and marveled at the grains. Seeing the spirit rice shining like white jade, he let out a sigh of admiration before carefully moving the sacks into the house. He then turned to Li Tongya and said, Xuanxuan is now 7 and physically well-developed enough to begin his cultivation. Li Tongya was caught off guard. He nodded pensively and then followed Li Xiangping into the house. Inside, a charcoal fire burned warmly. With Li Mushan already retired for the night, Li Xuanxuan sat alone by the stove, gazing out at the snowy Mount Lijing. Upon seeing Li Xiangping and Li Tongya, Li Xuanxuan rose quickly, his expression one of concern. Third uncle, why did you tell clan brother that I'm about to condense the profound scenery chakra? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if I ended up having no spiritual orifice? Li Xiangping carefully shut the doors and windows, then put his finger on his lips and hushed Li Xuanxuan. Follow me, he said in a low voice. Li Xuanxuan fell silent and obediently trailed behind Li Xiangping to a secluded brick house at the back of the courtyard. Li Xiangping took out a key and then unlocked the door. He slowly pushed it open and whispered to Li Xuanxuan, go in. The solemn expression on Li Xiangping's face made Li Xuanxuan feel uneasy. The room was spacious, with only a blue stone platform at its center. Atop the platform sat a bluish-gray mirror. The smell of burning incense filled the air, instilling a sense of tranquility. Li Xuanxuan glanced up at Li Xiangping. Seeing that his third uncle was standing silently with his gaze fixed on the mirror, Li Xuanxuan remained silent. I secretly assessed your root bone a few months back. Li Xiangping paused. He turned to face Li Xuanxuan, whose eyes were wide with anticipation, and continued, there's no spiritual orifice in your kihai. For Li Xuanxuan, these words shocked him like lightning from a clear sky. His mind reeled and a wave of sadness flooded his heart. His eyes reddened and he pressed his lips firmly in a struggle to accept this harsh reality. His understanding of spirit orifices was limited. All he knew was that the number of immortal cultivators in their entire village could be counted on one hand. Among them were the two uncles in his family, and even Li Qiyang, a lesser talented member from the side family, was blessed with a spiritual orifice. In light of this, he had always assumed that he, too, would naturally have at least a spiritual orifice even if he lacked innate talent. Upon hearing that he lacked any spiritual orifice and was destined to remain a mere mortal for life, a wave of gloom enveloped Li Qiangxuan's heart and unshed tears slowly filled his eyes. "This mirror here is a treasure I found as a child while fishing in the river," Li Xiangping said, gesturing to the bluish-gray object on the stone platform. He gently patted Li Qiangxuan's head with a smile and asked, "Do you know its special power?" Li Qiangxuan, fighting back tears, replied earnestly, "I don't. It grants those without spiritual orifice the ability to cultivate." Upon hearing this, Li Qiangxuan's despair momentarily ceased. He fixed his gaze on Li Xiangping's face as a flicker of hope ignited within him. He broke into a tearful smile and said, "Are you teasing me, third uncle?" Seeing Li Xiangping's smiling face, a realization dawned on him. He shivered and gasped, "Could it be that?" "Yes," Li Xiangping confirmed solemnly. "Your father, your second and third uncles, even your fourth uncle, Li Qijing, who is cultivating at the Immortal Sect. None of us possesses a spiritual orifice. The rise of our Li family is entirely thanks to this mirror. Without it, we'd be mere farming peasants." The gravity of this revelation left Li Qiangxuan speechless, his world spinning as he whispered in disbelief. "This mirror picked up from the river transformed my family from mortals to immortals. Yes, this mirror can refine moonlight into the profound pearl talisman seeds. It's miraculous but dangerous. If word gets out, our family could be destroyed," Li Xiangping warned. He paused for a moment upon seeing Li Qiangxuan's astonished expression. Meanwhile, Li Qiangxuan murmured to himself, piecing together the puzzle. "So that's it. Now it all makes sense. No wonder Grandpa refuses to speak about his cultivation whenever I ask. So my three uncles have spiritual orifices, not because of Grandpa's achievements, but this treasure. Third uncle kept Li Qiyang away from me in order to conceal the fact that I lack a spiritual orifice. When the Liu family secretly climbed the mountain and was killed by my family, it wasn't out of cruelty. Third uncle was only acting out of fear." The realization sent a shiver down Li Qiangxuan's spine. With sweat beading on his forehead, he respectfully cupped his fist to Li Xiangping and said, "Everyone seems to have misunderstood third uncle and thought that he is fierce and wary. With such a treasure in the Li family, caution is necessary." Li Xiangping was struck by the boy's comment. Looking at Li Qiangxuan, he could not help but think that the child before him seemed to have grown beyond his years. He gently asked, "Do you know why I told Li Qiyang that you're close to condensing the profound scenery chakra?" Li Qiangxuan thought deeply for a moment, then responded, "My guess is that this mirror can greatly speed up cultivation progress." Third uncle probably said that to prevent Li Qiyang from raising suspicions, making it seem as if I had already started cultivating months ago. "Good," Li Xiangping commended, patting Li Qiangxuan's shoulder approvingly. "You're truly a child of the Li family. You've learned much from your grandfather." He then knelt before the stone platform, tapped a spot gently, and retrieved a wooden slip from its side. Handing it to Li Qiangxuan and watching him accept the item respectfully, he explained, "This contains the reception method. It's key to acquiring the profound pearl talisman seed. Study it well here over the next month. On the winter solstice, you'll be ready to receive the talisman seed. You'll stay in the adjacent room and I'll make sure someone brings you your meals." "Yes," Li Qiangxuan nodded with conviction, his gaze intently fixed on the wood. As Li Xiangping closed the door and his footsteps receded into silence, Li Qiangxuan bowed his head, deeply engrossed in the text before him. "Father is in good health, and second brother has successfully condensed the celestial world chakra. Enclosed within this letter are 3 snake essence pills. I hope Jinger will diligently cultivate and soon progress to the Qi cultivation realm. Everyone at home is well. There's no need for concern." Li Qijing carefully put away the letter, wiping away tears from his eyes. He carefully placed the 3 bottles of snake essence pills on a shelf, then turned to Xiao Yuansi. "Thank you, senior brother. Your kindness to our family is deeply appreciated. I'm truly grateful," he expressed his gratitude. "There's no need for such formalities," Xiao Yuansi replied, shaking his head. "We're more than senior brothers in the same sect. We're a family. You don't have to be so polite." Li Qijing nodded solemnly, then shared, "With these snake essence pills and the bright spirit powder from Master, I'm quite certain I'll be able to condense the Jade capital chakra." After a moment of reflection, he inquired softly. Master mentioned that during the transition from the embryonic breathing realm to the qi cultivation realm, one must first swallow the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Could you enlighten me on the specifics? Xiao Yuansi took a sip of tea, moistening his throat before explaining. In the process of refining qi, one must first inhale a breath of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This spiritual qi could manifest in various forms: the minor pure spiritual qi from refining the spiritual qi among the mountains, or by converting the baleful qi from earth veins into earth vein baleful qi, or even capturing morning mist and refining it into dawn-colored qi. The key is to ensure that this qi aligns with your cultivation method to ensure purity and potency, laying a strong foundation for building mana. Most of the rogue cultivators opt for the minor pure spiritual qi, refined from spiritual qi among the mountains, as it's compatible with various cultivation methods, and it's neither too intense nor too mild. Oh, Li Qijing's interest was immediately piqued by Xiao Yuansi's explanation. Eager for more information, he quickly asked, "What type of spiritual qi of heaven and earth would be most suitable for my family's qi cultivation technique? While I'm not familiar with your family's specific cultivation method, judging by the clarity and brightness of your mana, there are several techniques within our sect that would suit you well." Xiao Yuansi set down his teacup, smiling as he noticed Li Qijing's eager expression, and elaborated, "One such technique is the Clear Essence Rain Control Technique, a renowned technique in our Azure Pond sect. It harnesses the qi found in the mist of rain, specifically refined from the rain and mist of the Spirit Mountain. It excels in maneuvering clouds and mist, using softness to overcome adversaries. Another is the Yin Mountain Forest Mist Technique. This method draws upon the yin qi found in mountainous regions, but not many of our sect members chose to use this. The third and most challenging is the Moon Lake Autumn Reflection Technique. Since the third peak master of Moon Lake Peak mastered it, no one else has succeeded. Perhaps there are some tricks behind it, but that master passed over 300 years ago, leaving no clues behind." Upon hearing the mention of a technique related to the moon, Li Qijing's heart surged with excitement. However, his enthusiasm waned when Xiao Yuansi mentioned its difficulty, prompting him to ask anxiously, "Why has no one else succeeded?" The Moonlake Autumn Reflection Technique, once a revered technique passed down from the Immortal Mansion, is quite extraordinary. It requires two distinct types of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. One is known as the Supreme Yin Moonlight, and the other is the Golden Autumn in Lake. Our sect possesses some reserves of the latter, but the Supreme Yin Moonlight hasn't been seen since the Immortal Mansion withdrew from the world centuries ago. The Peak Master of Moon Lake Peak managed to successfully attain the mastery of this technique several hundred years ago after he had fortuitously received a reward from the Immortal Mansion. Since his passing, no one else has managed to attain mastery of the technique. Li Qijing was familiar with the legends surrounding the Immortal Mansion. It was a colossal entity spanning several states, now absent from the world for centuries. He sighed softly, then nodded in understanding and said, "I see. Thank you for clarifying that, senior brother." Lu Zhongxian's divine sense expanded from the mirror, observing the child practicing the reception method. A faint white light hovered above the boy's head, approximately 7 kun in length, glowing ever so slightly. This child's affinity with the profound pearl talisman seed seems promising, yet it remains a mystery how skillful he will be in cultivation. As Lu Zhongxian withdrew his divine sense from Li Xuangshuan, he felt his heart flutter with excitement. His vision blurred momentarily, but he thought he saw a pure white jade-like disc floating before him. Li Qijing, that boy. He has condensed the jade capital chakra. A surge of profound energy traveled vast distances, connecting through the profound pearl talisman seeds. It gently alighted upon the bluish-gray mirror on the stone platform. Lu Zhongxian felt a profound lightness in his divine soul, accompanied by a pristine white stream of light. When Li Tongya and Li Xiangping made their breakthroughs, a minuscule amount of energy was channeled back into Lu Zhongxian's mirror. With Li Qijing's successive breakthroughs, particularly with the Jade Capital Chakra, Lu Zhongxian was finally able to condense the Supreme Yin Profound Light. This profound light possesses the force of a single, concentrated strike of a Jade Capital Chakra Cultivator in peak condition. Yet its attack range is so vast it exceeds the current reach of my divine sense. Upon attaining the mastery of this profound light, Lu Zhongxian's divine sense had expanded to encompass the entirety of Lijiang village. In that moment of exhilaration, the mirror grew warm, and he could sense a faint pull from somewhere. The expansion of my divine sense allows me to sense things from greater distances. Lu Jiangxian focused on the pull, then realized the pull still came from Moongaze Lake, but it's significantly farther than where I sensed it before. Perhaps I should alert the Li family to look into this. He hesitated, then thought to himself, no. Given its location, it appears to come from that market in the heart of the lake. Perhaps it's wiser to wait until the two Li brothers have successfully condensed the Jade capital chakra before making them explore it. As the room's door creaked open, Li Mushin and the two Li brothers entered. Li Xiangping patted Li Xuanxuan's shoulder and asked in a serious tone, "Are you ready?" "Ready," Li Xuanxuan affirmed, nodding vigorously and returning the wooden slip to Li Xiangping. Watching Li Xiangping stow away the wooden slip, Li Mushin respectfully placed the mirror on the table and offered it a few incense sticks. As a disciple of the Li family, I, Li Xuanxuan, respectfully request the profound light. I dedicate myself to pursuing the Tao and my destiny rests in your hands. When the time comes, I will remain true to my oath. With this talisman burned, I express my gratitude to Supreme Yin. As soon as Li Xuanxuan finished speaking, Lu Jiangxian initiated the spell. Colorful lights converged on the mirror's surface, pulsating rhythmically like it was breathing, and suddenly expelled a white pill. Li Xuanxuan promptly sat down, focusing intently on receiving the talisman seed through the reception method. Li Tangya observed Li Xuanxuan on the ground, then turned to securely shut the room's door and remarked softly, "Liu Raoxuan condensed the profound scenery chakra last night. In a few months, Xuanxuan will also condense the profound scenery chakra. With this, our Li family will have 6 immortal cultivators, 2 celestial world chakras, and 3 profound scenery chakras. Jinger has likely condensed the Jade capital chakra in the Immortal Sect by now," Li Xiangping mused, his gaze resting on the bluish-gray mirror that was glowing on the table. He continued, "Our Li family still needs cultivators at higher realms. Putting aside Jidenki, who's already in the Qi cultivation realm, even our neighboring Wan family has peaked Jade capital cultivators among their ranks. Jade capital chakra cultivators possess innate spiritual sense, enabling them to refine pills, forge weapons, set up formations, use storage bags, and navigate markets safely." Meanwhile, Lu Jiangxian, who was listening to the conversation, suddenly felt a stir in his divine sense. He sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching from the west. Lu Jiangxian's perception operated on 2 levels. The first level, visual sense, was akin to mortal sight and covered a vast range, extending over the Li family's territory from Lichuanku village to Lidyaku village. This allowed him to observe and probe without detection, making it unnoticeable even to see Yuanbai, who was a cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm. The second level, his divine sense, encompassed Lijing village and was similar to mortal touch. Within this range, Lu Jiangxian could scan individuals, but the intensity of the scan could make it noticeable depending on the target's strength. Here, he could wield the Supreme Yin profound light for defense. At this moment, he detected an aura with the strength of a Jade capital chakra, suspiciously wandering near Lichuanku village with his visual sense. Why is a Jade capital chakra cultivator wandering around here? The Li family must be alerted at once, he thought to himself with concern. He willed a silvery white moonlight to gush out from the mirror, forming white silk threads in the air. This phenomenon caught Li Tangya and the others off guard. They exchanged puzzled looks as the silver light continued to gather in the air. Li Mushin narrowed his eyes and advised calmly, "Keep calm and take a good look at it first." "It appears to be a map of the Li family's territory," Li Tangya remarked, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. As they watched, the moonlight transformed into a luminous white map, detailing Lichuanku, Lidyaku village, and Jingyang village. Notably, the mark representing Lichuanku village on the map emitted a flashing silver light. Lichuanku village, Li Xiangping murmured to himself. Over the past few years, Chen Erniu had grown into his managing role at Lichuanku village. He had put on considerable weight and grown a beard on his chin. Because of this, he no longer looked like a mere farmer. After a day spent settling field accounts and resolving a quarrel over fields between 2 brothers, Chen Erniu lay on his bed contently and began contemplating the plan for the next day. "The plots to the east of the village are still fertile. Tomorrow, I'll send some folks to cultivate them and expand our landholdings a bit more." Lichuanku village and Lidyaku village, while adjacent, lacked the clear administrative division that separated Lijing village and Jingyang village. This meant Chen Erniu, as the manager, often had to negotiate and reason through every issue concerning these 2 villages. Su Wenshan's recent push to open a trade route had hit a wall. The Wan family's near loss of the Gili Road to the Jai family had blocked eastern access, leaving Su Wenshan frustrated and increasingly combative in recent months, much to Chen Erniu's annoyance. What a headache. While Chen Erniu was lost in his thoughts, a commotion outside startled him. His eldest son burst in with his face flushed with panic, blurting out, "Father, this is terrible. Someone died at the village entrance." Chen Erniu leaped from his bed and shouted, "What?" Chen Erniu leaped from his bed in alarm as he grabbed clothes from beside it and hastily dressed himself. Pulling his son along, he rushed toward the door, asking in a frantic tone, "What the hell happened?" His eldest son, Chen Sanshui, anxiously reached for the saber on the wall while urging, "Father, take your saber along. We'll talk on our way there." Taking the saber and securing it around his waist, Chen Erniu hurried toward the village entrance with rapid strides. A villager on night patrol thought there was someone in the fields. Thinking it was a trespasser, he crouched down to sneak a peek, only to witness a gruesome sight: a bloody corpse missing the back of its head. He was absolutely terrified, Chen Sanshui explained as he hastened alongside his father. What was the cause of death? The corpse was smashed on the back of the head and then had its brain ripped out. It was a gruesome death. Upon hearing that, Chen Erniu stopped in his tracks and asked, "Has the main family been informed?" "Not yet," Chen Sanshui stammered in response. "Fool, did you think we could keep this a secret?" Chen Erniu exploded, his voice laced with anger. Seeing his angry father, Chen Sanshui quickly elaborated, "I've already spoken with the folks working in the fields. We'll keep this quiet for now. This is the first murder in years at Lichuanku village. I'm concerned that Su Wenchen might use this against you." "You fool, this is a brutal murder. The brain was ripped out." Seeing the anger on his father's face, Chen Sanshui digested his words and finally realized something was amiss. Who would commit such a bizarre murder, going as far as to rip out the brain of the corpse? Moreover, my rivalry with Su Wenchen is well known, but would he really stoop so low as to use this against me? Would he risk offending over 100 households in Lichuanku village just to get at me? You brothers are as clueless as pigs. Su Wenchen is younger than I am. What will you do when I'm dead? How will you stand your ground? Father. Chen Sanshui, chastened by this barrage of questions, hung his head in shame and fell silent. Chen Erniu's expression darkened as annoyance churned his heart, said coldly, "I fear we might be dealing with a demon. Go inform the main family yourself." Chen Sanshui nodded vigorously and hurried toward Lijing village. Watching his eldest son disappear into the distance, Chen Erniu's expression briefly flickered with panic and sorrow. "This demon's strength is unknown. Be vigilant, Sanshui. You may be the last hope for the Chen family's lineage." Chen Erniu remembered the terrible drought that struck Lichuanku village. As a young boy, he had witnessed a huge sparrow cloaked in crimson flames descend upon their village. It swallowed several villagers like they were worms on the ground before soaring away, leaving behind a scorching heat that lasted 3 months. The surviving villagers did everything they could to survive, scooping water from the Mike River to irrigate their parched fields, but to no avail. After 9 days of futile efforts, Chen Erniu's father took his own life in despair, cradling his wife who had died of starvation. With tears in his eyes, Chen Erniu left his parents' bodies behind and fled to Lijing village. He was accepted into the Li family only after kneeling and knocking his forehead on the floor until it bled. During this period, the Lijing village swelled with refugees. Some attempted to raid the prominent families, only to be repelled by their former fellow villagers. Without much of a choice, many could only flee to Mount Dali. 3 months later, when people slowly returned to Lichuanku village, no one dared speak of that day, or how the hundreds of survivors in the village had managed. Everyone merely quietly buried the remaining human bones that had been licked clean. What once was a community of nearly 1,400 people, across 300 households in Lichuanku village, was now reduced to a mere 300. As the flickering firelight pierced the darkness, Chen Erniu was jolted back from his haunting memories. He brushed past his second son, Chen Quishui, who had come to greet him. Clutching a torch, Chen Erniu gazed at the bloody, lifeless body on the ground with its head laid bare. Overwhelmed with grief and tears streaming down his face, he clenched his teeth and asked, "Who is this?" "Old Yi, the village chief," Chen Qiushui responded, his voice low and uneasy as he noticed the tears on his father's face. "Gather everyone in the village. Light the torches, arm yourselves with weapons." Chen Erniu's command was firm, but his thoughts were interrupted by a villager rushing in from the entrance. "Manager Chen, the main family has sent word asking if anything unusual has occurred at Lichuanku village." The villager blurted out upon seeing him. This question left Chen Erniu momentarily stunned, his heart racing with both horror and suspicion. The news couldn't have traveled from Lichuanku village to Lijing village that quickly. Even if there are informants in this village, they shouldn't be able to travel there so swiftly. It seems like the main family knew as soon as someone in this village died. Hopefully, they have some ways to deal with that demon, he thought. The furrow of his brow eased as he felt a wave of relief and replied loudly, I suspect this village is under attack by a demon. Someone is already on his way there to alert the main family. Xiangping gazed silently at the bluish-gray mirror on the platform. The once broken mirror appeared slightly mended compared to when he had found it, yet it still seemed fragile, as if it could shatter at any moment. The faint silvery white light radiating from the mirror looked rather ethereal. How long since that man left? He asked. A quarter of an hour, Xiangping replied, looking out the window with a hint of anxiety. He set down the wooden slip he had been holding and suggested, we should head outside. I'm concerned those people might come to the backyard since they don't see us around. Xiangping cast a glance at Li Xuanxuan, who was sitting in meditation, then decisively said, let's go. As soon as they stepped out of the backyard, they saw Yesheng in the main courtyard, pacing around anxiously. His face lit up upon seeing Xiangping and Xiangping, then quickly exclaimed, someone from Chengfu village has sent word a corpse had been found with its brain ripped out. Brain ripped out. Xiangping was taken aback by the news. He looked at Xiangping and said, this must be the work of a demon. Indeed. Xiangping nodded solemnly. He thought for a moment, then said, the demon took the brain and then fled. It seems to fear human presence, which suggests its low cultivation realm. I'm guessing it's probably still in the embryonic breathing realm. If it were in the chi cultivation realm, it could have slain everyone in the village and escaped under a cover of fog. I'll go investigate. Xiangping decided after a moment. Frowning slightly, he instructed Yesheng, gather all the able-bodied men in the village and arm them. Understood. Yesheng responded promptly before rushing off to carry out the instructions. Watching Yesheng's retreating figure, Xiangping's frown deepened as he voiced his concern. We don't know for sure yet how strong the demon is. It might be unwise for us to confront it. If I don't act today, the hard-earned respect our Li family has established in these villages will vanish. I must go, second brother, stay and protect the mountain. I'll handle the investigation. You know I'm not one to take unnecessary risks, and if by chance things go awry, the Li family will still have you. At worst, we abandon Chengfu village and seek assistance from the sect. With that, Xiangping gave Xiangping a nod of determination. He then grabbed his bow and arrows, donned his yellowish-brown rattan armor, and swiftly descended the mountain. Wan Tiancang had resided in Chengfu village for half a year and found joy in the simplicity of his life. Watching green rice shoots sprouting from the ground each day filled his heart with delight. One night, after casting the spirit rain spell on the spirit field in the courtyard, he was in a meditative state when he faintly heard a commotion outside. He opened his eyes in curiosity and saw flickers of firelight piercing the night and shadows moving with torches in hand. A sense of foreboding settled in his heart, prompting him to open the courtyard door for a better look. As soon as he did, he saw a child hurrying toward him with a torch in hand. Wan Tiancang called out urgently, "You there, child, what's going on? The village chief, Old Yi, is dead. They say a demon is coming and are calling for all the villagers to gather," the child said, stopping in his tracks and raising his torch. He looked apprehensively at Wan Tiancang. The Immortal Cultivator, who rarely ventured beyond his courtyard since he had arrived, frowned and took a hesitant half-step outside the courtyard, and then withdrew. A demon attack at Chengfu village. These spirit paddies have only been sowed half a year ago. Nothing must happen to them, he thought to himself. Wan Tiancang considered seeking out Xiangping, but hesitated because he was worried about leaving the spirit paddies unguarded in case they were the target of the demon. He felt torn but could only rely on the child. He crouched down and instructed, "Go get Chen Erniu." All right. As soon as Wan Tiancang rose to his feet, both of them saw flames flickering in the forest. A group led by Chen Erniu then emerged into view. "Immortal Master, what do we do?" Chen Erniu was sweating profusely. The main family had not arrived yet, and 2 villagers were already dead with their brains ripped out. The horrific nature of their deaths left Chen Erniu both horrified and enraged, pacing restlessly like an ant on a hot pan. "Has anyone seen this demon?" Wan Tiancang asked gravely, his face stern as he looked at Chen Erniu, who was already drenched in sweat. No one even heard a sound from the victims." Chen Erniu replied. Wan Tiancang's heart sank. As a mere peak-profound scenery cultivator, he lacked the power to confront such a stealthy and lethal creature. "Oh Xiangping, where are you when we need you?" he sighed inwardly. "Brother Wan." Just as Wan Tiancang was about to speak, a loud call interrupted him. He looked up to see a young man in rattan armor, approaching confidently with a longbow in hand. The young man smiled at him, revealing his pearly whites. "Young chief," Chen Erniu bowed in respect. Realizing that it was Xiangping who stood before him, Wan Tiancang quickly cupped his fist and greeted, "Greetings from Wan Tiancang of the Wan family, young chief." Li Xiangping gestured for Chen Erniu to rise, then turned to address Wan Tiancang. Brother Wan, please wait a moment. He then directed his attention to Chen Erniu, his voice firm and authoritative as he instructed, gather the elderly, the weak, women, and children within the perimeter of this courtyard. Have the men in the village form groups of 10, positioned 3 feet apart. Ensure each team has at least 5 other teams within their sight for mutual protection. Having issued these instructions, Li Xiangping entered the courtyard with Wan Tiancang, leaving the others to carry out his orders. Right away, Chen Erniu responded with newfound confidence, quickly setting off to make the necessary arrangements. Once inside the courtyard, Wan Tiancang smiled ruefully and said, Brother Li, I fear this demon's cultivation level is quite formidable. I'm afraid I can't be of much assistance. Li Xiangping laughed and bluntly replied, There's no need for pretense, Brother Wan. Your family seeks to preserve the spirit Paddies, and my family the safety of Chengfu village. We are in this together. Wan Tiancang was taken aback, internally cursing the situation. If the demon were not in Chengfu village, he would not care less about its presence. But now, because of the spirit Paddies, he found himself compelled to assist. Setting aside his reservations, Wan Tiancang took a moment to gather his thoughts. He retrieved a brush and a piece of paper from inside the house and began writing, explaining as he did so. The best way to go around this is for me to write to the head of my family, requesting urgent assistance. We need to resolve this before dawn. Good idea, Li Xiangping nodded in agreement. Write 3 letters. I'll send messengers in 3 different directions to ensure at least one reaches the Wan family, just in case. Wan Tiancang quickly nodded. After about 15 minutes of writing, screams and cries for help erupted from outside the courtyard, signaling chaos. Li Xiangping, with a grim expression, stepped outside to check the situation. The courtyard was filled with the elderly, women, and children sitting around fires, their faces etched with fear as they gazed into the distance. Some were crying softly, while others were gasping in shock. Not far off, the men in the village had formed a protective ring around the group, armed with long poles and wooden planks, nervously peering into the edge of the forest. Wan Tiancang joined Li Xiangping with his brush still in hand. He gazed toward the forest, his eyes fixed on the glint of green eyes lurking there, and spoke in a grave tone. A mountain wolf, a massive wolf as large as an ox and covered in silver-gray fur, emerged from the forest. Its ghostly green pupils were intense and focused, with its long, sharp muzzle wide open, and its ears drooped along its tail as it advanced, forcing the villagers to stumble backward in fear. The wolf raised its head above the crowd, its cold gaze fixating on Li Xiangping, who stood on the stone steps of the courtyard gate. The creature's long muzzle curled up slightly, as if mocking them with a smirk. This beast. Wan Tiancang was drenched in sweat. He silently wiped away his cold sweat as he continued. Judging by its demeanor, it must have consumed the essence of the sun and moon, and possibly already condensed the Jade capital chakra. Li Xiangping, too, felt a shiver down his spine in the presence of this demon. He observed the wolf's mocking grin and the disdain in its eerie green eyes. If even the head of the Wan family is no match for this demon. Wan Tiancang suddenly raised his head, his voice trembling as he looked at Li Xiangping. A demon in the early nascent spirit realm, huh? Li Xiangping narrowed his eyes. With a grave tone, he said, We must prepare for the worst. If this demon is more powerful than a mere Jade capital cultivator, we'll lead it southeast, away from Lijing village and up Mount Lijing. My family has a formation set up there. Your head of the family can use the terrain to their advantage. All right. Wan Tiancang quickly amended the letters and handed them to Chen Erniu. Watching Chen Erniu prepare to dispatch them, Wan Tiancang could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. That beast, having condensed the Jade capital chakra, is intelligent and has likely consumed many humans. It now seeks us, immortal cultivators, as a potent source of energy. We're cornered. No need to be alarmed, Li Xiangping reassured, his gaze locked with the demons. His mouth mirrored the wolf's sly grin as he added softly, I remember watching my father hunt wolves in my youth. These beasts are extremely cautious. Now that it has condensed the Jade capital chakra, it must be way more alert than before. It's simply observing us. Follow my lead, Chen Erniu. Here, Chen Erniu stepped forward promptly, ready to accept Li Xiangping's orders. Get the men in the village to start pulling back slowly and form a circle around us. We'll slowly head south. The elderly, the weak, women, and children should stay put. No need for them to budge. That demon will surely come after us. Also, tell the villagers to surrender their wooden planks and hold torches instead. If the demon comes close, scream and shout at it. Do not show any sign of fear. Should it attack, use long poles with knives attached to their ends to sweep or hit on the ground. Wolves have long, slender legs. I bet this demon values its legs as well. Xiangping retrieved a polished arrow from his quiver. He performed a hand seal and imbued the arrowhead with a faint golden light. Knocking the arrow on the bowstring, Xiangping's voice was icy as he commanded, "Move out." The flesh and blood of those two-legged beast kings are the most scrumptious. I must not let them escape. The demon squinted its eyes, observing the frantic assembly of the two-legged beasts in the distance, their torches ablaze, pointing toward it. It smirked coldly. "I'll drain their strength first. Once those two-legged beasts scatter in panic, that's when I'll strike and devour their kings." It moved cautiously yet swiftly, navigating the snowy forest. Watching the two-legged beasts descend into chaos and fear brought it immense satisfaction. Ever since it consumed the injured white deer, its mind had grown less clouded. This clarity helped it elude numerous pursuits by certain patterned two-legged beasts, eventually leading it to leave its pack and seek refuge here. It was no stranger to the tactics of these two-legged beasts, particularly their kings who often released black mist from their mouths and wielded dark green bone swords. Overzealous aggression would only result in harm. The beast realized it needed a calculated approach, occasionally attacking to gradually deplete the defenses of those two-legged beasts. These two-legged beasts don't have patterns on their body. What breed could they be? It effortlessly leaped over a sweeping pole, ducked under a flying arrow, and snapped the arm of a two-legged beast. If not because that two-legged beast killed my children, I wouldn't have to stoop this low. It grumbled viciously in its mind as it crushed the arm with its jaws. As the creature recalled the grueling chase of that particular patterned two-legged beast that spanned 7 mountains and inflicted harm to its vital chi, resulting in a loss of mana, its green eyes glinted with increased ferocity. These patternless two-legged beasts seemed much weaker. The golden light they unleashed was not particularly strong, but it was still annoyingly persistent. The forest was exceptionally quiet on winter nights. The gentle rustling of snowflakes could be heard continuously as they piled on the ground, broken only by the occasional creak of tree branches groaning under the burden of freshly accumulated snow. Whoosh! Xiangping fired a shimmering golden arrow, watching the wolf dodge and sink its vicious fangs into a villager's arm. Unfazed, he swiftly nocked and released another arrow, repelling the giant wolf that was preparing itself to lunge at another villager. Witnessing a fellow villager collapsing onto the snow with a blood-curdling scream, painting a burst of hot crimson against the white, the other guards involuntarily shivered. Fear gripped them, causing their hands on the long poles to slightly slacken as they weakly waved their weapons around. Chengfu, with a grim expression, quickly bandaged the wounded guard with a strip of his cloth, then quickly hoisted him onto his shoulder and rejoined the group. "How much farther to Mount Lijing?" Xiangping called out as he trudged through the uneven snow, directing his question to Chengfu. Handing the injured man to another villager, Chengfu scanned the horizon and promptly replied with a loud voice, "A quarter of an hour." Knowing that they were already close to Mount Lijing, a wave of relief washed over the villagers. They steeled themselves against the demon, silently praying not to be its next victim. Xiangping wiped the blood on his face. At this point, the mana in his dantian was already running low. He looked at the terrified villagers and yelled, "We must lure this demon to the mountain for an ambush. If we don't slay it today, it'll return to feed on our families." Motivated by these words, the villagers exchanged determined glances. Gathering their strength, they raised their arms, heavy as if weighed down by lead, and once again aimed their torches and long poles resolutely at the demon. The demon glanced at the torches and long poles pointed in its direction while licking the blood off its silver-gray claws. Ow! It put its foot down on the ground impatiently, and then with a swift pounce, savagely bit several more villagers. Crack. Suddenly, a whip cracked through the air, striking the demon with a burst of green light. Caught off guard, the beast reeled back, a bloody gash marring its side. AWO. The demon howled in pain and quickly took a few steps back. It fixed its eyes viciously on the man who was dressed in silk and wielding a whip. "Chief." Wan Tiancang's relief was palpable at the sight of the whip. A weight seemed to be lifted off his chest, and his face brightened with hope. Wan Xiaohua, having landed the strike, momentarily paled. He stood motionless, taking a moment to catch his breath as he slowly regained his composure as the color returned to his face. Having received an urgent letter from Wan Tiancang, Wan Xiaohua hastened from the Wan residence to Chengfu village. With 3 consecutive uses of the divine movement spells, he arrived just in time to repel the demonic creature with his Dharma weapon. Even as a peak Jade capital cultivator, this exertion left him slightly breathless, prompting him to take a few moments to catch his breath and regain his composure. "What a resilient demon," he muttered, eyeing the shallow wound on the creature's back. He inhaled sharply, then instructed with a grim expression, "Let the mortals withdraw first." His rattan whip, a Dharma weapon of Qi cultivation realm, demanded considerable effort to wield at his current peak Jade capital Cultivator. Despite being capable of splitting rocks, it had only managed to leave a mere scratch on the demon's tough hide. Xiangping waved, and Chen Erniu promptly directed the villagers to carry the injured and retreat toward the west of Lijing village. As Wan Xiaohua and the demon squared off in the snowy clearing, Xiangping called out, "Chief Wan, if defeating this demon proves too difficult, then head southwest. There's a protective formation on Mount Lijing. It should at least provide us with an escape route." Wan Xiaohua cast a glance at Xiangping and replied, "Got it." He raised his whip again, sending it lashing toward the demon's side. Ow! The demon nimbly twisted away, evading the whip. It closed the gap between itself and Wan Xiaohua in just 2 strides, then lunged at him. Despite the oncoming threat, Wan Xiaohua remained calm and skillfully conjured a small white jade shield. Although shattered by a strike from the demon, it created enough distance for him to evade further harm. The demon leaped up again, aiming for Wan Xiaohua. Sensing an opportunity, Wan Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Aha! His whip glowed brightly, aimed at the wolf's side. However, the beast made no attempts to dodge it this time. Cunningness flashed across its eyes as it opened its maw and released a pitch-black breath straight at Wan Xiaohua's face. "Cursed beast, you're so sly." Wan Xiaohua swore, left with no choice but to release his whip and retreat. The demon growled viciously, enduring the sting of the whip. It clawed the discarded whip on the ground, trampling it underfoot as it glared at Wan Xiaohua, its green eyes cold and calculating. What a cunning demon. Wan Xiaohua observed the silver-gray giant wolf with a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. His family's lands did not border Mount Dali, so encounters with demons, especially ones as formidable as those at the Jade capital, were rare for him. The demon, using its hind paw, buried the whip deep in the snow. It then charged toward Wan Xiaohua, who quickly performed a hand seal and unleashed a spell. Once again, a small white shield materialized in front of him. However, the demon was 1 step ahead. Emitting black chi from its paws, it leaped into the air, effortlessly shattering the delicate shield with a single strike. The wolf's jaws then snapped viciously toward Wan Xiaohua's neck. In the small courtyard atop Mount Lijing, the bluish-gray mirror glowed intensely. It radiated with a brilliant white light, as if a surging cascade of moonlight was pouring forth from the mirror's surface. As Wan Xiaohua entered the range of Lu Zhongxian's divine sense along with Xiangping and others, the supreme yin profound light within the mirror sprang to life, yearning to break free of its confines. Lu Zhongxian, however, immediately curbed his instinct to intervene and instead chose to observe the Immortal Cultivator, who was in the Jade capital stage. Things seemed to be taking a turn for the worse. Lu Zhongxian's initial amusement faded as he watched Wan Xiaohua's repeated narrow escapes and forced use of a light blue talisman to shield himself from the monster's attacks while frantically sprinting toward the foot of Mount Lijing. He quietly prepared to cast his own spell, thinking to himself, time to test the waters with this. With a focused mind, the 12 runes encircling the mirror's frame illuminated sequentially. The bluish-gray mirror, cradling the ethereal glow of the milky white moonlight, delicately ascended from the stone platform, positioning itself at a specific angle. Father. Amidst Li Tongya and Li Mushin's astonishment, the white moonlight burst forth, breaking through the roof window and shooting straight up into the sky like a dazzling meteor, leaving behind a mess of debris and shattered gray roof tiles. Having unleashed the supreme yin profound light, the mirror resumed its calm state. The white moonlight dispersed, settling once again on the stone platform. Observing the shattered roof tiles and dusty ground, Li Tongya stood momentarily lost in thought, while Li Mushin choked on the flying dust. He waved his hand while coughing and said, "This must have something to do with that monster. Quickly, go and check on your younger brother." It was at this moment Li Tongya finally returned to his senses and hurried off, thinking to himself, what could have possibly happened? That burst of light looked like it could obliterate a monster in the Qi cultivation realm, let alone one in the embryonic breathing realm. Wan Xiaohua cast a divine movement spell on his leg and swiftly dashed toward Mount Lijing, following the direction pointed out by Xiangping. "This is quite a Lhasa water shield talisman and half a spirit stone gone," he grumbled inwardly. The wind whistled past his ears as his spiritual sense remained alert. A small white shield materialized behind him, leveraging the momentum from a recent attack to widen the gap between him and the monster. As he neared the mountain, Wan Xiaohua attempted to gauge the distance when he was abruptly startled by a brilliant white light rising from the mountaintop. It changed its trajectory midair and surged directly toward him, leaving a long trailing flame in its wake. What the? Wan Xiaohua was so shocked that he barely dodged in time, but the white light zoomed past him. He collapsed to the ground in shock, watching as the white light effortlessly sliced through the monster's neck as if it were a delicate piece of paper before soaring into the distance. Thud, the massive wolf's body, which had been sent flying by the impact, plummeted and hit the ground, toppling a large tree behind it. The resulting impact caused the snow on the surrounding trees to cascade down, nearly burying Wan Xiaohua beneath a blanket of white. Coughing and spitting out mouthfuls of dusty snow, Wan Xiaohua gazed in disbelief at the enormous remains of the monster. Chief, Chief. Wan Tiancang's voice intensified as he approached, quickly lifting Wan Xiaohua from the snow. Chief, are you all right? Wan Xiaohua stared at Wan Tiancang in a daze and mumbled, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Sweat beaded on Wan Tiancang's face as he pulled out the rattan whip that was still speckled with snow. I was afraid of losing our treasure, so I stayed hidden in the snow. When that wolf chased you, I managed to retrieve your Dharma artifact, Chief, he said solemnly. Good, good. Upon seeing his Dharma artifact, Wan Xiaohua's spirits were instantly lifted. He carefully put away his treasure and quickly rose to inspect the wolf's corpse. Observing the thick layer of frost on the wolf's severed neck and the absence of blood, Wan Xiaohua swiftly sealed its spirit within the corpse by pressing certain joints and acupoints. With a smile, Wan Xiaohua caressed the massive back of the wolf, its size comparable to a yellow cow, and spoke with evident satisfaction. This wolf's corpse is valuable. We must preserve its spiritual essence. Chief, I fear this monster is not yours to keep, Wan Tiancang interjected cautiously, observing Wan Xiaohua's elation. Wan Xiaohua's joy momentarily faltered. He glanced at Wan Tiancang and responded glumly, I'm aware. Master Wan. Startled by a loud call, Wan Tiancang and Wan Xiaohua turned to see Li Xiangping, Li Tanya, Chen Erniu, and a group of villagers approaching. We're deeply grateful for your assistance, Master Wan, Li Xiangping said, cupping his fist respectfully. He shot Chen Erniu a knowing glance, and Chen Erniu quickly signaled the villagers to relocate the monster's remains. I have embarrassed myself, though. Wan Xiaohua chuckled wryly, brushing snow off his clothing, and inquired again, about that white light that saved me. Li Tanya stepped forward quickly, explaining, my father still has some homemade talismans. Knowing you were coming to help, he was worried about the monster harming you, so he instructed us to use one. I see. Wan Xiaohua exhaled in relief. Li Tanya's explanation and his personal assumptions were not far off the mark. Then it's your father we owe our gratitude, he said gratefully. It's us who should be thanking the Wan family. After the courteous exchange, Wan Xiaohua gestured toward the wolf's corpse, and with a smile he asked, how does your clan plan to handle this thing? Though it's challenging to preserve, this wolf's corpse is a treasure trove. Its bones and blood can be used in making ink and medicine, and its skin is ideal for crafting talismans and clothing. It's truly a valuable find. Li Tanya and Li Xiangping exchanged a glance, then smiled ruefully and admitted, our family doesn't have the resources for making talismans or refining medicines, and much of it would go unused. Since the Wan family has access to the market, perhaps you could handle the sale for us. This wolf is rather massive and has some unique properties, possibly due to consuming some rare herbs. I'll be honest with you, its parts could fetch 2 or 3 spirit stones in the market, Wan Xiaohua said. He pondered for a moment, then looked at the 2 men and offered, I have 1.5 spirit stones on me right now. I'll give these to you as a down payment, and we can balance the rest with other goods. Have either of you come across a book titled Secrets of a Rogue Cultivator? Seeing them shake their heads, Wan Xiaohua was taken aback for a moment. Is Li Mushin really a cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm? There seems to be more to this than meets the eye. Despite his doubts, Wan Xiaohua smiled and explained, this book details a variety of techniques and cultivation tips given by a rogue cultivator in the nascent spirit realm. I bought it in the market for a spirit stone or 2. It covers several useful spells and techniques, including the divine movement spell and the spirit sealing technique. How about trading it for the wolf's corpse? Li Xiangping looked at the happy smile on Wan Xiaohua's face as he pondered his offer while rubbing his chin. We don't have much use for the wolf's corpse, and it's not easy to preserve. Trading it with Wan Xiaohua seems fair. At least we can get something useful to us, even if we incur a small loss. With a smile, Li Xiangping replied, we'll leave the decision to you, Master Wan. Excellent. Wan Xiaohua beamed with delight and added, please arrange for someone from your clan to transport the corpse to our family's border. I'll have my people collect it. Sounds good. After a few more exchanges, Li Xiangping glanced at the sky and offered, would you like to come over to my place on Mount Lijing, Master Wan? No need. I have many pressing matters to attend to, so I must return. In the future, if there's anything you need, just have Tiancang send a letter. Wan Xiaohua declined swiftly, partly due to his wariness of the formation on Mount Lijing. Despite the current semblance of harmony between the two families, he harbored concerns about the potential risks of venturing into the Li family's territory. Recognizing Li Xiangping's gesture as a polite way to conclude their meeting, Wan Xiaohua exchanged final words of courtesy and then took his leave. Snow had blanketed the landscape for 3 days, and silver snowflakes continued swirling in the air. Families kept the doors of their homes tightly shut, protecting themselves against the biting cold. Li Tangya entrusted the care of Lijing village's small courtyard to Li Keang. Together with Liu Raoxuan, they made their way up Mount Lijing. Trudging through the deep snow, Liu Raoxuan, clad in a light gray fur coat, beamed as she held Li Tangya's hand. Her voice was light and cheerful as she said, "Brother Tangya, let's get married this coming spring." "All right," Li Tangya replied, brushing snow from her shoulder with a tender smile. He slightly tilted the umbrella he held, making sure it shielded Liu Raoxuan from the falling snow. The ascent to Mount Lijing was not steep, and soon they emerged from the fog at the foot of the mountain onto the snow-covered stone path leading to a courtyard. Upon entering their home, they were greeted by the sight of Tianyun, sitting cozily by the fireplace, her cheeks flushed from the warmth. "Second brother and second sister-in-law," she greeted them with a smile. Li Tangya acknowledged her with a smile while Liu Raoxuan eagerly joined Tianyun, who was older than her by 5 or 6 years, by the fire for a quiet chat. Li Xiangping, having spent the morning showering the rice paddies with spirit rain, was now cultivating in the backyard. Li Tangya removed his coat and hung it up on the wall. Looking at Ren Pinger, who was silent sewing clothes at a side, he softly asked, "Where's father?" "Still sleeping in his room. He seems to sleep a lot during the winter," she replied, smiling as she noticed Tianyun waving at her. Setting aside the clothes she had been sewing, she moved to join the two ladies by the fire and began chatting with Liu Raoxuan. Li Mushin spent the previous night expanding the roof window, so he slept late and was still asleep in his room at this hour. Gazing out at the snow-covered mountain, Li Tangya silently mused, how wonderful it would be if Big Brother was still around. As winter gave way to spring, the previous year's favorable conditions lingered. The spring brought adequate rain without drought, and autumn was dry without flooding. The year was free from hailstorms and locust plagues, making it a bountiful season. Consequently, the field tax was a mere 10%, a generous rate compared to previous years. This led to families having surplus food, ensuring that no one suffered or perished from the cold during the winter. The second batch of spirit paddies planted in Lijing village 2 years prior had also matured. The harvest yielded 170 jin of spirit rice and 50 jin of spirit. Combined with the previous year's harvest, the village amassed a total of 290 jin of spirit rice and 90 jin of spirit bran. That was more than enough to meet their 200 jin of spirit rice quota. The arrival of Li Keang and Liu Raoxuan significantly eased Li Tangya and Li Xiangping's workload, allowing them to delegate the care of numerous spirit fields to the newcomers. With that, both of them could finally devote more time and attention to their own cultivation. The white essence fruit plant had begun to flower, its white blossoms hinting at the approaching ripeness of the fruit. Li Tangya estimated that in a few months, the fruits would be ready to harvest just in time before the envoy from the Azure Pond Sect would come to collect the tributes. Li Tangya, having just watered the spirit fields with spirit rain, spotted Wan Tiancang entering the courtyard with a distressed expression. "Last night, Jade crossed our borders and launched an attack. They burned and destroyed nearly all of our spirit fields and killed many mortals. They even came close to assaulting Mount Huaqian," Wan Tiancang shared. "Thankfully, our head of the family was prepared. He remained vigilant during the spirit rice ripening period and activated the formation in time. Jaidenki's forces besieged us all night, only retreating at dawn," he added. Li Tangya set down his tea bowl, his expression one of surprise. "Your family's formation must be truly impressive to be able to withstand a siege by a cultivator in the Qi cultivation realm for an entire night." Wan Tiancang waved dismissively and smiled wryly. "It's more of a coincidence. 200 years ago, a formation master in our family set up this grand formation with the help of a spirit spring on Mount Huaqian. As long as the spring flows, the formation can continually replenish its spiritual qi. That's really impressive." Li Tangya expressed his admiration, while thinking to himself, our formation on Mount Lijing truly pales in comparison. Xiao Yuansi once mentioned the possibility of setting up a superior formation with the same formation flags if we found one. Sadly, our family lacks a heritage in formation arts. Wan Tiancang noticed Li Tangya's contemplative look and added, "Unfortunately, that formation master was overly ambitious." He perished while attempting to break through to the Foundation Establishment Realm on Mount Huaqian. The Foundation Establishment Realm, huh? So he perished as a cultivator in peak Qi cultivation realm in the end, Li Tongya remarked solemnly with a tinge of regret in his voice. Wan Tiancang exhaled a long sigh, his tone tinged with a mix of yearning and regret as he said, "That was the golden era of the Wan family. We had 5 cultivators in the Qi cultivation. After the death of that ancestor over a decade ago, our family lost 3 peaks successively in war, along with 4 cultivators in the Qi cultivation realm and 10 in the embryonic breathing realm. If not for some influential connections within the sect, our family might have been exterminated. Over time, our elders passed away one after the other. The one in the Immortal sect only cared about preserving the Wan family's bloodline and nothing else. Since then, each generation has struggled to match the accomplishments of its predecessors, but we've managed to survive, at least. It wasn't until a little over 10 years ago that our current head of the family achieved a breakthrough to the Jade capital stage. This allowed him to access the storage bags left by our ancestors. Unfortunately, we discovered they contained little more than a few spirit stones and talismans." "I see," Li Tongya responded with a long sigh and refilled Wan Tiancang's tea bowl. Seeing how depressed the man was, he offered some comforting words. Wan Tiancang took a sip of tea, then slammed his palm on the table in frustration. "I abhor the Jai family. Back then, while we were at constant war with the Yu family in the north, the Jai family was just a minor clan. They didn't even have a single cultivator in the Qi cultivator realm. Now they've grown so powerful that they nearly drove my family to extinction." He looked at Li Yangya, then softly inquired, "What about the elder in your family?" Realizing Wan Tiancang was referring to Li Mushan, Li Tongya was cautious in his response. He and his brother had prepared for such inquiries. He took a sip of his tea and replied, "My father left home in his youth and joined the military on Gili Road. He served under General Yang in the campaign against Mount Yue." "I've heard a bit about that. Yang Tianya, a cultivator in the Foundation Establishment realm, led a brutal campaign to the east against Mount Yue. There were significant casualties," Wan Tiancang remarked as he swirled the tea in his bowl. With a doubtful look on his face, he added, "But I heard that your father was immortal when he returned from that war." Li Tongya smiled ruefully and explained, "My father received guidance from an immortal at home and successfully attained the Qi cultivation realm, then attained the Foundation Establishment realm during his military service. However, the reasons behind his loss of cultivation are not something we can freely discuss." Realizing that he had overstepped the boundary, Wan Tiancang quickly cupped his fist and apologized, "I'm sorry, I have overstepped." Is it possible that his achievement in attaining the Foundation Establishment realm accidentally offended someone from a powerful clan? Only the disciples of those powerful clans revel in the act of reducing someone to a mere mortal without fearing retribution. Despite his thoughts, he expressed his regret. What a pity indeed. Seeing Li Tongya's reluctance to continue the topic, Wan Tiancang hesitated before revealing his true intentions. "I'll be frank with you, Brother Li. My visit today is with the hope of trading our clan's formation legacy for a talisman of peak Qi cultivation or Foundation Establishment realm that could kill Jai Denki." It was at this moment that realization dawned upon Li Tongya. So that's why Wan Tiancang came here out of the blue. He's after something after all. Li Tongya found himself in a dilemma as he faced Wan Tiancang. He wished his family had a few talismans of Qi cultivation or the Foundation Establishment realm that he could trade for the Wan family's formation. However, the white light that saved Wan Xiaohua's life was not a talisman, but rather a defensive maneuver from the mirror against its enemy. This left Li Tongya without a viable option to offer. "Brother Wan, it's not that I'm unwilling to trade. It's just that I truly don't have anything to trade," Li Tongya awkwardly explained. He sighed inwardly at the words that left his mouth. Even he himself was not convinced by them. Naturally, Wan Tiancang was not convinced by his response either. He pressed on, trying to persuade Li Tongya to change his mind. At the same time, he could not help but secretly wonder, this trade is mutually beneficial, but why does Li Tongya seem so hesitant and disinterested? Noticing Li Tongya's troubled expression, a realization suddenly struck Wan Tiancang as he quickly reassured, "Don't worry, Brother Tongya. Besides the formation on Mount Huaqian, which is crucial to our family's safety and can't be revealed, I assure you that the remaining 10 formations of the embryonic breathing realm and 3 formations of the Qi cultivation realm will be fully handed over to your family. Not a single detail will be missing or altered." Seeing Wan Tiancang's eagerness, Li Tongya was indeed swayed. However, there was nothing he could do but to stall for time. He nodded and replied, I must discuss this with my father and younger brother before giving you an answer, Brother Tiancang. Of course. Wan Tiancang quickly nodded in understanding. Feeling that the agreement could pretty much be considered secured, he exhaled and added, such a significant matter certainly requires your father's approval. I'll await your good news, Brother Tanya. After a brief exchange, Wan Tiancang took his leave. Wan Tiancang certainly has a way with words. Atop Mount Lijing, Lu Jiangxian observed the interaction between the two men through his divine sense. His mind swirled with thoughts. The potency of the supreme yin profound light is truly remarkable, akin to an assault by a peak Jade capital cultivator at full strength. Even a cultivator in the early Qi cultivation realm would find it hard to withstand its might, so it's no surprise that Wan Tiancang is eager to acquire it. Lu Jiangxian was pretty satisfied with the Li family. The entire lineage had embarked on the path of immortality, guided by the profound pearl talisman pearls he had bestowed upon them. Each member's cultivation had been accumulated through their respective talisman seeds. In essence, the fate of the Li family hinged on Lu Jiangxian's decisions and intentions. This gave Lu Jiangxian a profound sense of security and control over their destinies. Whenever powerful auras traversed the skies over Mount Dali, Lu Jiangxian would take precautions. He cleverly disguised himself as an ordinary mirror, concealing his presence in the secluded depths of the mountain forest. His primary goal was to avoid becoming a mere instrument in someone else's hands. The capabilities of those in the Purple Mansion and Golden Core realms were unknown to him, and it was uncertain whether they could overpower an artifact spirit like him. Lu Jiangxian was well aware that he might be able to resolve his situation more swiftly being in the hands of immortal cultivators, but he cherished the comfort of his existence in the mountains far more. Each profound pearl talisman seed that he gave out was akin to an extension of himself like tentacles reaching out into the world. They relayed information back to him, aided in the search for treasures, and more importantly, every breakthrough in cultivation by a member of the Li family contributed to augmenting his own divine sense and mana. Always better to be a master than a dog, he concluded, content with the thriving Li family under the auspices of his talisman seeds. Yet considering another perspective, if he were in the Li family's position, having his cultivation under the control of an artifact with its own consciousness would be intolerable. He could empathize with the desire to assert control over such a situation. The Li family, though intelligent and capable, was naturally cautious and prone to suspicion. Therefore, Lu Jiangxian had consciously chosen to never reveal any signs of sentience or self-awareness. Instead, he always behaved as if driven purely by instinct. The prospect of the Wan family's formation legacy intrigued Lu Jiangxian. He could not help but wonder how effective it would be to utilize his spirit within the mirror as a medium for setting up a formation. How can I help the Li family acquire this legacy? Formation. Li Xiangping frowned, then glanced at Li Tanya and shook his head. But we don't have any talismans to offer in exchange. Yet the prospect of acquiring this formation is indeed enticing. I find myself quite drawn to it. Moved by the opportunity, Li Xiangping slapped his thighs decisively and abruptly stood up. He grabbed Li Tanya and quickly headed toward the backyard, saying, "Let's ask father about this." Li Mushin was in the backyard, sweeping the floor. The old man led a simple life. He did not even smoke or gamble. His days were usually filled with playing with his grandson and chatting with Tian Shaoshui. He also kept a watchful eye on the mirror, almost as if fearing that it would escape through the roof window if left unattended. Li Xuanxuan was cultivating in the side room. The child had impressively condensed 70 strands of moonlight energy with the mirror's assistance. Comparing his progress with Li Qijing's back then, he was only slightly slower, much to the delight of his mother and the other elders in the family. After listening to Li Xiangping, Li Mushin placed the broom aside, his gaze drifting toward the mirror on the stone platform. He spoke in a serious tone. This isn't a simple decision to make. Observing the disappointment on his son's faces, Li Mushin narrowed his eyes, then inquired, "What are your thoughts on the recent incident where the demon was eliminated by the mirror's white light?" Li Tanya and Li Xiangping paused, then knitted their eyebrows together as they thought hard. After a moment, it was Li Tanya who broke the silence first. It seems that such a spirit artifact is inherently destined to vanquish evil and slay demons. Perhaps the demon got too close and caused the mirror to react defensively. That makes sense. Li Mushin acknowledged with a nod, then added thoughtfully, "If we were to assist Wan Tiancang, we could claim that the talisman can only be used exclusively by members of our family, then launch a sneak attack on Jai Denki with the mirror from a distance. However, Jai Denki isn't inherently evil or a demon, so it's unlikely he would trigger an attack from the mirror. After a moment of contemplation, Xiangping said, "The profound scenery is the starting point in immortal cultivation. Whether it's alchemy, refining pills, crafting weapons, drawing talismans, or setting up formations, even using a storage bag requires the spiritual senses of the Jade Capital Chakra. Maybe once we advance to the Jade Capital Chakra, we'll unravel some of the mirror's mysteries and potentially leverage its power to our advantage in battles." "Agreed," Li Tongya responded. He estimated the timeline before continuing. The Wan family has just harvested their first batch of spirit paddies. It'll be another 2 or 3 years before the next harvest, giving us ample time before Jide crosses the border to assault them again. Li Mushin, seated on the stone bench, refilled their tea bowls and spoke calmly. "For now, let's delay our decision until someone from our Li family manages to condense the Jade Capital Chakra. We'll address these issues once the power gap between us and the Wan family significantly declines. Until then, let Jide be a thorn in the Wan family's side." "Yes," Li Xiangping agreed, taking a sip of tea. He then asked, "How's your progress, second brother?" "I'm close to reaching the Azure Essence Chakra. A few more months of cultivation and choosing the right day should allow me to attempt a breakthrough," Li Tongya replied with a light smile. Gazing at the moon and the moonlight gathered on the mirror, he added, "The Azure Essence Chakra feels much less challenging compared to the Radiant Lure Chakra." Li Xiangping smiled and nodded, then remarked in a serious tone, "The envoy from the Immortal Sect will arrive to collect the tributes in a few months. This is also a good time for us to seek advice on the Wan family's affairs." Mana has condensed into Azure Essence. Li Tongya dispersed the pale white moonlight, which was the Azure Essence, from his hand with a wave, his heart swelling with excitement. The Azure Essence Chakra, though not a significant milestone, represented the 4th chakra of the embryonic breathing realm. The smooth condensation of his mana over the past 6 months left him deeply satisfied. This Azure Essence mana seems rather unusual. Its growth is impressive, almost similar to the Jade Capital Chakra cultivation described in the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment Technique. "Looks like my family's Supreme Yin Breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra is really something special." Holding a sharp sword up, Li Tongya carefully wiped it with a piece of white fabric. In the Gili Road region, people mainly used sabers and poles. He had searched 4 villages before he finally acquired this valuable sword from his wife's family in Jingyang village. Upon learning of Li Tongya's quest to find a sword, they eagerly offered it and refused payment from him, insisting that it was part of Liu Raoxuan's dowry. "After half a year of cultivation, I've finally made progress. Now I can wield this profound water sword aura with confidence," Li Tongya murmured to himself as he gently ran his fingers along the blade of the sword, causing it to emit a light gray sword aura. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet lent the blade an air of sharpness. He exited the courtyard and then found a secluded spot in the mountains to practice with his sword in solitude. "Ha!" He fluidly moved through the motions, then raised the sword in his hand and flicked his wrist. With a swift motion, he sliced through a large curtain fig tree, which fell with a loud crash, raising dust off the ground. "Incredibly sharp," Li Tongya commented as he observed the cleanly cut stump before him. He was impressed by how effortlessly his sword had sliced through the large tree. Pleased with his sword's performance, he continued practicing for a while before returning it to its scabbard. He took a moment to cultivate and replenish his mana before heading back to the small courtyard in Lijing village. The white essence fruits in the small courtyard were ripe, dangling attractively from the pale yellow shoots. Unlike the more labor-intensive spirit paddies, these fruits were easily harvested using mana and then stored in jade boxes. Li Tongya had borrowed 2 such boxes from Wan Tiancang, just enough to fit the 15 white essence fruits he had picked. "Brother Tiancang, about the tributes." Upon hearing Li Tongya's inquiry about the tributes, Wan Tiancang immediately elaborated, "Just travel east along the Gili Road and all the way to the Xiao family's Cloud Crown Peak. Families in Lixia Prefecture gather there to pay their tributes, bringing their surplus goods for trade at the foot of the mountain. The market at the foot of the mountain is overseen by the Xiao family. While robbing and murders are rare within the market, all transactions are final and not reversible as soon as you leave the stalls. So the success of the trade depends on your own judgment," he cautioned. "I see." After a thoughtful discussion with Li Xiangping and Li Mushin over tea, Li Tongya gathered the pine yue fruit provided by the Wan family, along with a few cultivation techniques and spells. He then meticulously packed the spirit rice and white essence fruits from his home and set out for the Wan family's territory. The Wan family's carriage was parked discreetly at the side of Gili Road. To avoid alerting the Jai family and risking a surprise attack, they had sent only Wan Yuankai, an Azure Essence cultivator, and a carriage driver to meet Li Tangya at the designated spot. Li Tangya efficiently loaded his belongings, including the spirit rice and white essence fruits, onto the carriage. Under the veil of night, they embarked eastward on their journey. The golden autumn in the lake demands a journey of 1,500 kilometers to its shores, where the autumn hues turn golden under a clear sky and a luminous night. Using the breathing method, a single night yields a portion of autumn chi. 81 nights will yield a wisp of golden autumn in lake. It will take 10 years to amass 10 such wisps, so 10 wisps make a portion, which is sometimes also referred to as a decade's worth of autumn lake chi. Li Qijing was engrossed in his book, absorbing the details recorded in it. This 7th-month chi cultivation true technique provided by my master is remarkably comprehensive. I wonder if it includes a method for refining the Supreme Yin moonlight. He carefully went through the book, mumbling to himself, Supreme Yin moonlight. Supreme Yin moonlight, there it is. The Supreme Yin moonlight, white as frost and fluid like water, shines bright when the moon is full and dims when it wanes, he read. Perplexed, Li Qijing flipped a few more pages and then gasped in dismay. That's it. He let out a disappointed sigh. After condensing the nascent spirit chakra recently, Li Qijing was on the brink of reaching the chi cultivation realm. Seizing the opportunity, he began delving into a few essential techniques of the chi cultivation realm. If I can't find clues about the Supreme Yin moonlight, I'll have to settle with the clear essence rain control technique. By the time Li Qijing looked up, he saw that a specific task listed outside the martial propagation pavilion was no longer there. He had been waiting for 3 days outside the pavilion before someone finally took on the task of collecting tributes from Lixia Prefecture. Just then the pavilion door opened, revealing a figure. Seeing the person preparing to depart on a flying shuttle, he quickly called out, "Fellow Taoist." The person lowered her head and softly inquired, "Yes." It was at this moment that Li Qijing realized the person in front of him was a woman with delicate features, dressed in a pale blue dress. He offered an awkward smile and asked, "Have you accepted the task of traveling to Lixia Prefecture to collect the tributes?" "Indeed, I have." The woman looked at Li Qijing and her expression immediately softened upon realizing that he was just a 16-year-old boy. "Is your family in Lixia Prefecture?" she asked softly. "Yes, I'm Li Qijing from Kingsui Peak. May I know your name?" "I'm Ning Wan from Moon Lake Peak," she introduced herself and nodded for him to continue. Li Qijing cupped his fist and said with due respect, "As you're going to Lixia Prefecture to collect the tributes, I'd be truly grateful if you could look after my family there. I hail from the Li family of Lijing Village, located near Moongaze Lake. Of course, it's natural for fellow disciples to help each other." Ning Wan nodded, but then gave him a puzzled look and asked, "If you're from Moongaze Lake, which is under the governance of Moon Lake Peak, why didn't you join Moon Lake Peak?" Li Qijing smiled and explained, "Master Si Yunbai happened to be traveling through Mount Dali when he stumbled upon me. Fortunately, I was honored with his favor and ended up being brought back to the sect to cultivate." Ning Wan huffed in annoyance, then grumbled, "Si Yunbai never stays put in his mushroom forest plain. He's always poaching people from my Moongaze Lake. How annoying." Li Qijing could only chuckle awkwardly, choosing not to respond to her comment. Ning Wan pursed her lips and then changed the topic. "All right, do you have anything you want me to take along?" Li Qijing was initially contemplating how to make the request, but he was relieved to hear the woman make the offer first. Li Qijing eagerly accepted. "Yes, I do. Thank you so much for your kindness, fairy." He then handed her a small pouch. Ning Wan weighed it in her hand and then heard the clinking of what seemed like 4 or 5 spirit stones. "You've never received provisions from home while cultivating in the sect, yet you're sending items home instead. Why is that?" she asked, slightly puzzled. Li Qijing quickly shook his head and replied, "My family has sent me some pills before. Everything I need is available on the peak, so I don't really need to spend these spirit stones anyway. Besides, using them for cultivation seems like a huge waste, so I figured it's better to send them home to support my family." "I see. You're very thoughtful," Ning Wan remarked, her voice warm with newfound respect. "I'll make sure this gets there." In the brisk chill of early spring, Old Wu was bundled up in his cotton coat and sitting wearily on a weathered grayish-yellow wooden chair. The banner of his tavern, which had once fluttered proudly in the cold wind, now hung limply, much like a fatigued pond loach. Business should be decent today. Yue State, situated in the south, had a hot and humid climate. Winter snow was a rare occurrence, with last year's heavy snowfall being an exceptionally unusual event. The thick snow rendered the entire Gyuli Road impassable for carriages and horses, leaving Old Wu with only 3 groups of patrons all winter. Now, with spring ushering in lingering chills, it was the perfect weather for a drink. Leaning lazily against the creaking wooden chair, Old Wu squinted out the window and spotted a cloud of yellow dust on the distant road. He rose hastily, his limp noticeable as he shuffled to the doorway, calling out with renewed vigor, "Wine, mutton, meat." Observing a horse carriage slowing to a stop before his establishment, he quickly added, "Hello there. Our humble shop offers strong wine and a variety of refreshing, tangy side dishes." As the carriage curtain parted, two men in fur coats alighted. The first man to alight was scarcely 17 years of age. He had a certain glow to his handsome, youthful features and carried a long saber. He smiled as he gazed toward the town. His companion appeared to be in his mid-20s, with a valuable sword hanging at his waist. He was a rather good-looking man with intense eyes that were fixed on Old Wu with a certain cautiousness. He must be the guardian of that young man he's escorting. He looks rather seasoned and very alert to his surroundings. Judging by the sword he carried, both of them must come from affluent clans. Seems like I'll be able to earn a lot today. Sensing an opportunity, Old Wu greeted them with an obsequious smile as he ushered them inside. "Please, gentlemen, come in. Our tavern's signature snowflake wine is a renowned delicacy in these parts." Turning his head around, he called loudly, "We have patrons." As the two men settled at a table, two others hurriedly descended the stairs, bowing and standing behind Old Wu. "A bottle of snowflake wine and a few side dishes," Yuan Wenkai ordered, setting his long saber aside. Observing the old man's prompt instructions to his staff, he turned to Li Tongya with enthusiasm and happily explained, "This snowflake wine is made by boiling thinly sliced mutton in top-quality wine until it becomes soft. The meat is then ground into a smooth paste. To enhance the flavors, mutton bone marrow and kidney fat are melted in a pot and mixed with the meat paste, which is soaked in warm wine to make an indulgent drink." He gulped, then confided, "I first tried it here 5 years ago with another brother in my clan and could never forget the taste. I've tried countless dishes back at home since, but nothing compares to this." Li Tongya, who was feeling weary from days of travel and dry meals accompanied by cold water, found his appetite piqued by the description, eagerly anticipating the feast. As they conversed, a noisy clamor from outside interrupted them. A group of men dressed in cotton staggered in, taking their seats while shouting, "Old Wu, bring out some wine." "Ah, you're here. Welcome." Old Wu quickly approached them with a smile, ingratiating himself. "This spring's chill is no joke. We've been standing guard at the eastern gate all night, and our balls were nearly frozen off. We rushed here for a warm drink as soon as it was time for a shift change." The burly leader of the group chuckled heartily and continued, "I've got no idea what happened these days, but the road is under such strict watch by people sent by the clans in the prefecture. Birds up in the trees don't even dare to chirp." Another man at the table casually chimed in, "Oh, get used to it, Big Tiger. This happens every few years. Just wait it out, it'll ease up soon enough. Those prominent clans in the prefecture love tightening their grip every now and then." Wan Yunkai listened to the loud conversation for a while, then leaned toward Li Tongya and whispered, "We must be near the Cloud Crown Peak. I'm guessing those men serve the Xiao family." Li Tongya nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Yuansi's face suddenly came to his mind, and he somehow had a positive impression on these local men. Just then, a waiter brought over a hot bottle of wine, some small side dishes, and a bowl of creamy white mutton paste. Wan Kai eagerly picked up his spoon and scooped some of the paste into his bowl, then poured the hot wine over it. The rich aroma of mutton immediately filled the air. Big Tiger, the burly man, inhaled deeply. His eyes immediately lit up as he exclaimed, "That smells amazing. It must be the famous snowflake wine." Ignoring Big Tiger's comment, Wan Yunkai savored a mouthful of the delight, then gestured for Li Tongya to try some. With a polite nod and smile to the local men, Li Tongya filled his own bowl and then brought his spoon into his mouth. A blend of wine and mutton flavors immediately exploded on his palate. Before he realized it, he had emptied his bowl. "It's truly a delightful taste," he remarked with a chuckle. Big Tiger, feeling ignored, awkwardly curled his lips and grumbled, "Must be nice to have money to burn." His envious gaze lingered on the next table's feast as he reluctantly turned back to converse with his companions. Wan Yunkai had barely sipped a few mouthfuls of the snowflake wine when a commotion at the entrance caught his attention. A group of people clustered around a young man, dressed in lavish brocade and fur, making their way into the inn. "Clan brother, don't judge this tavern by its shabby appearance. It serves some of the finest snowflake wine on this road. Given the chilly solitude of these mountainous outskirts, it's the only spot around that offers us a bit of respite." The person speaking ingratiatingly was a well-dressed man in his mid-30s, addressing the young man in a manner that seemed rather comical, given their apparent age difference. The young man merely gave a non-committal hum in response. Dressed in pristine white fox fur with a golden pouch tied around his waist, the lavishly dressed man had sharp eyes that accentuated his refined features. On the other hand, Big Tiger suddenly grew anxious. Oh no, why is the manager of the main family here? He quickly lowered his head along with the other men seated at his table, trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. No one dared to breathe a word. That lavishly dressed man must be someone from the sect. Even the haughty manager acts like an obedient dog in his presence, Big Tiger quietly surmised. He sneaked a glance at the newcomers stationed at the eastern gate, recognizing a couple of them as prominent figures among the Xiao family's soldiers. They stood respectfully behind the manager, not daring to even speak a word. The lavishly dressed young man frowned slightly at the tavern's modest setting, causing the middle-aged manager to lower his head in a nervous silence. The manager was formulating the right words to address the situation, but was caught off guard when the young man in front of him unexpectedly let out a laugh. This sudden change in demeanor left the manager momentarily stunned and visibly shaken. This man, possessing a spiritual orifice and having embarked on the path of immortality, is known for his arrogance and overbearing nature. During my tenure of over 10 days guarding the eastern gate, I have never once seen him show a smile. I fear that his laughter is not one out of joy but anger. The lavishly dressed young man cupped his fist respectfully instead and said with a friendly smile, "What a pleasant surprise it is to find fellow Taoists in such a remote tavern." The middle-aged manager's mind went blank. He lifted his head in confusion, only to be greeted by the sight of two plainly dressed men in fur coats sharing drinks in the humble tavern. To his astonishment, his usually arrogant and overbearing clan brother stood by respectfully. "You've got a sharp eye, fellow Taoist," Wan Tiancang exclaimed with a warm smile, then asked, "Why don't you join us for a few drinks? That would be delightful." The lavishly dressed youth responded, seating himself casually on a rickety wooden stool. The chair creaked under his weight, as if threatening to collapse, causing the middle-aged manager to tense up. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I'm Xiao Yongling from the Xiao family of Xia Prefecture under the governance of Azure Pond." The youth introduced himself with a polite smile, gratefully accepting a wine bowl from Li Tongya before asking, "And you are?" "Wan Tiancang from the Wan family of Mount Huaqian, under the governance of Azure Pond." "Li Tongya from the Li family of Lijiang Village, under the governance of Azure Pond." Seeing Xiao Yongling's friendliness, the two men politely returned his greeting and introduced themselves. Xiao Yongling's expression remained unchanged when Wan Tiancang introduced himself because he had heard of the Wan family on Mount Huaqian. However, he seemed genuinely surprised when he heard about the Li family from Lijiang Village. "Is it the same Li family from the Lijiang Village located by Moongaze Lake?" he asked. "Yes, although my family only recently embarked on the path of immortality, I'm honored that our modest lineage has reached the ears of such a distinguished family as yours," Li Tongya replied, concealing his surprise behind a calm demeanor. Reflecting on this unexpected revelation, he found himself pondering about Xiao Yuansi. Wan Tiancang, feeling somewhat awkward, internally mused, "It's understandable that the powerful Xiao family would overlook my Wan family, but it's quite intriguing that the Li family, who have only recently embarked on their immortal journey, have already caught the attention of the Xiao family." Xiao Yongling chuckled lightly and then explained politely, "Xiao Yuansi of Kingsui Peak is my uncle. Since both our families are on Kingsui Peak, it's only natural we've heard of each other." "Oh, so that's how it is," Wan Tiancang said, his heart skipping a beat as he recalled the Li family had a member in the Azure Pond sect. Mixed feelings arose, but then he turned to Xiao Yongling and praised, "It's quite remarkable that you have reached the Jade capital stage at such a young age, fellow Taoist." Xiao Yongling awkwardly fumbled over his words in response, "I'm merely at the profound scenery stage. My status as a direct descendant of the Xiao family has granted me access to treasures that can discern others' cultivation, so I identified both of yours not due to the spiritual sense of the Jade capital chakra. My apologies for assuming." Wan Tiancang cupped his fist and replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. Xiao Yongling dismissed the apology with a wave and shifted the conversation. "Both of you are on your way to submit the tributes, I presume." "Indeed." Li Tongya and Wan Tiancang exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of amusement at Xiao Yongling's chatty demeanor as they prepared to listen to what he had to share. The entire area from Moongaze Lake to Lixia County falls under the governance of the Moon Lake Peak. Currently, only 4 disciples remain in Moon Lake Peak. Do you know who's been assigned as the envoy to collect the tributes? We're not sure. It's Ningwan, the fairy of Autumn Lake, Xiao Yongling announced triumphantly. Noticing the confusion on the two men's faces, he elaborated, Ningwan refined pine forest wind into qi and excels in formation arts. At only 24, she's already reached the 8th layer of the qi cultivation realm. She's rumored to be extraordinarily beautiful and usually keeps to herself. It's rare for her to take on such tasks unless the other disciples on the peak are occupied. Xiao Yongling went on and on with the explanations, but suddenly paused, then looked at Wan Yunkai suspiciously, asking, speaking of formation arts, does your Wan family have a legacy in this area? The Wan family of Huaqian rings a bell for me. Yes. Wan Yunkai, who had been waiting for an opportunity to share, lit up at the chance and proudly explained, my Wan family once had a renowned formation master, Wan Huaqian, over 200 years ago. In fact, Mount Huaqian was named in his honor. I see. Xiao Yongling nodded, then added, I recall reading about Wan Huaqian in our family's cultivation history. There's speculation that he inherited skills from a fallen cultivator after a great battle. Li Tongya, keen to keep the conversation on topic and not drift back to Ningwan's allure, quickly asked, could you tell us more about this great battle? Xiao Yongling nodded and pondered for a moment before sharing. There isn't much detailed information about that battle in our clan records. It said that someone under the banner of an upper sect known as Moonlight Origin Mansion attempted to force all 3 sects and 10 gates into submission. This incited the ire of the 3 sects, leading to a fierce conflict. The upstart met his end at Moongaze Lake. What audacity, Wan Yunkai remarked, visibly impressed by the boldness of such an individual. That battle was catastrophic. It altered the course of rivers and disrupted the earth veins. The 3 sects lost 15 cultivators in the Foundation Establishment realm and numerous in the Qi cultivation realm. 2 exalted cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm also perished. By the end of it, only 7 of the 10 gates remained, Xiao Yongling explained. Li Tongya sighed, envisioning the dramatic scene from 3 centuries ago. Wan Yunkai sighed and said, those in the Purple Mansion realm have a lifespan of 5 centuries. It must have taken immense effort and dedication to reach that realm. Why do they choose to fight in deadly battles rather than enjoy their hard-earned long lives? Ha 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 ha, us minor cultivators will never be able to fathom the lives of such exalted beings. We can only hope to reach the Qi cultivation realm in our lifetime. Xiao Yongling laughed and took a sip of the snowflake wine. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and glanced over the side dishes before awkwardly setting down them again. Looks like wine is the only decent thing served in this place, he thought to himself. Li Tongya, aware of his family's limited knowledge, seized the opportunity to acquire more knowledge. Brother Xiao, could you enlighten us on what pine forest wind is? He asked, following up on Xiao Yongling's previous remarks. To advance from the embryonic breathing to the Qi cultivation realm, one must breathe in a mouthful of spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. Pine forest wind is an example of it, gathered on snowy days in pine forests with a unique method. One can collect a wisp over 6 months and 5 years to gather enough atop a snowy peak. If one waits for annual snowfall, the process could extend over a decade, Xiao Yongling explained with a smile. I see. After a few more conversations, Xiao Yongling waved and said with a smile, it's getting late. I shouldn't keep you two from heading to Cloud Crown Peak any longer. Let's part ways here. If you ever find yourselves in Lixia Prefecture in the future, do make sure to visit. We'll share more stories over wine. Certainly, Li Tongya and Wan Kai responded warmly. With a friendly smile, Xiao Yongling bid his farewell to the 2 men and led his entourage out of the tavern, heading east. After taking a few steps, Xiao Yongling appeared lost in thought. The middle-aged manager bowed slightly and followed behind him, not daring to interrupt. While the manager was silently observing Xiao Yongling from behind, he overheard a whisper behind him. Isn't that master known for his arrogance? Why was he so humble and courteous today to those 2? That's quite a shock. Taking a step backward, the middle-aged manager slapped the speaker on the back of his head hard and hissed beside his ear, you think we mortals are seen as equals by the master. No one would waste polite words on a mere dog. The spiritual energy at the northern foot of Mountain Dali was gradually returning, and with this resurgence, the presence of demons increased. Li Tongya had only been away for 2 months when a bear demon appeared at Lidyaku village. Fortunately, the demon was only at the profound scenery stage. With Li Xiangping on the verge of breaking through to the Azure Essence stage, he was able to keep the situation under control. He gathered the men in the village and wielded his bow, releasing several golden arrows that swiftly dealt with the demon. On one hand, Li Xiangping had to arrange for the demon's remains to be hauled to the Wan family, and sold to Wan Tiancang. On the other, he was tasked with planning the reconstruction of the road damaged by the demon's rampage. This left him so occupied that he had not returned to Mount Lijing for several days. Back at home, his mother and Tian Yun, along with Ren Pinger, were busy taking care of little Xuanfeng and Jingshan in the main courtyard. Li Xuanxuan, having recently condensed the profound scenery chakra, had eagerly accompanied his third uncle down the mountain to confront the demon, leaving Li Mushan alone in the backyard. Li Mushan, unable to sit idle, busied himself crafting a set of furniture. He placed it outside the house that accommodated the stone platform, spending his days watching the spring breeze dance through the courtyard. Now nearly 70, the wounds from his youth occasionally reminded him of their presence. The toll of a farmer's life had aged him quickly. His hair was gray, and his vigor was not what it once was. He took a seat in the courtyard, his thoughts often drifting to his two children who were away from home as well as the affairs at home. I don't worry about Xiangping and Tanya, they have the potential to bring prosperity to our Li family. But Jinger, he's so far away from home, in the depths of the unknown of the Immortal Sect without anyone to help him. I wonder how he's doing right now. Stroking his white beard, the old man gazed at the mirror on the stone platform and mused to himself, one's success is everyone's glory, and one's loss is borne by the entire family. The small courtyards on the cloud-crowned peak of the Xiao family were shrouded in a veil of clouds and mist, so dense that it was rumored even spiritual sense could not penetrate it. As Li Tangya and Wan Yuankai followed behind the Xiao family servants, they eventually reached the flat summit of the mountain. Judging by our steps, cloud-crowned peak doesn't seem much taller than Mount Lijing, Li Tangya mused silently. Upon reaching the top, they saw a large courtyard bustling with about 30 to 40 people. All of them were well-dressed, conversing in hushed tones in small groups. Amidst them all, an elderly man sat serenely at the highest point, his gaze lowered to a book in his hands. That old man there is Xiao Shooting, an elder of the Xiao family who has attained the foundation establishment. Wan Yuankai whispered, causing Li Tangya to quickly divert his gaze, cautious not to inadvertently offend such a distinguished figure. Senior Xiao is quite the legend. Over a century ago, the Xiao family was barely notable in the prefecture. After the tragic demise of their chief who was in the qi cultivation realm, Senior Xiao averted the family's downfall with his exceptional pill-refining skills. Not long after that, he attained the foundation establishment realm and elevated the Xiao family to their current status of a prestigious clan. Xiao Yunkai continued explaining as he looked around in the courtyard. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up as he stepped forward and respectfully greeted, "Brother Lu. It's been so long, how have you been?" The man had a huge forehead and a blue silk cloak draped over his shoulders, radiating an air of natural pride despite his otherwise unassuming face. With a slight furrow of his brow, he responded somewhat coolly, "Ah, Brother Yunkai, it's been a while indeed." Wan Yuankai smiled awkwardly at the cold greeting returned to him, but was immediately taken aback by the gray pouch hanging at the man's waist. The Lu family is wealthy now, huh? Since he's given a storage pouch, does that mean? Have you broken through to the qi cultivation stage, my friend? Yes, thanks to a small reserve of minor pure spiritual qi at home, the man replied with a slight nod, lifting his chin proudly as he noticed the envious glances of others around them. Wan Yuankai's expression turned slightly pale as he congratulated the man in a small voice. "Congratulations, that makes 2 cultivators in the qi cultivation realm in your clan." Wan Yuankai tried exchanging a few more words with the cultivator from the Lu clan, but the cold responses from the man made him give up and return to Li Tangya with a somber look on his face. Li Tangya was aware of the Lu family, whose territory was just adjacent to the Wan family's. There was an unmistakable hint of envy in Wan Yuankai's voice when he previously mentioned to him that the Lu family had a cultivator in the qi cultivation realm. How did the Lu family gain another cultivator in the qi cultivation realm? I remember Lu Pingyuan once visited our family and offered us help against the Jai family. Back then, he was only at the Jade capital stage, but now he's already attained the qi cultivation realm. This minor pure spiritual qi, it sounds fancy, but it's really just refined using common spiritual qi on the mountains. With some effort, anyone could succeed in it. In fact, most cultivators rely on minor pure spiritual qi, Wan Yuankai commented disdainfully, as though trying to vent the frustration from being treated coldly earlier. Despite his dismissive words, it was clear from his expression that he deeply envied the Lu family. As they conversed quietly, a magnificent light gradually rose in the east. The cultivators around them looked up and began murmuring amongst themselves again. Quite the grand entrance. So that's a dawn cloudliner. The ethereal light from the east gradually neared, unveiling its true identity, a magnificent cloud ship enveloped in golden light. Adorned with misty wings on either side, it effortlessly sliced through the veils of clouds and mist. In just a few moments, the ship gracefully alighted upon the mountain's peak. Welcome, envoy from the Immortal Sect. The gathered cultivators, including Xiao shooting, bowed in respect. From the dawn cloudliner, several streams of green light descended gracefully. As it landed on the mountaintop, a woman wearing a pale blue dress and a cloak came into view. Her face was covered by a veil, so no one could discern her true appearance. Accompanying her were several attendants from the Immortal Sect, all clad in blue uniforms. Xiao shooting came forward with a warm smile and said, "Greetings, envoy. No formalities needed, senior." The fairy's voice was both clear and gentle, making her seem like a noble lady. Well, then I shall keep this short. These are the tributes from the Xiao family this year. Xiao shooting chuckled and gestured to the members of the Xiao family, who began moving their impressive tributes from the front yard. They hefted bags of spirit rice, easily amounting to several thousand jin in total. Additionally, there were also over a dozen boxes brimming with a variety of spirit goods, opened and ready for inspection. 5,000 jin of purple jade spirit rice, and all other spirit goods are accounted for as per the usual share. You may proceed with the inspection, fairy. Ningwan shook her head and softly declined, "No need. I trust the Xiao family's reputation." Xiao shooting cupped his fist respectfully while his family members began moving the spirit goods and spirit rice onto the cloudliner. Given the sheer volume, a staggering 5,000 or 6,000 jin of spirit commodities, a typical storage bag was inadequate for the task. Hence, the Dawn cloudliner was required. Following this, other families quickly stepped forward, each announcing their names and presenting the tributes from their families. Wu family from the south of the prefecture, Lu family from Mount Tioan, Wan family from Mount Huaqian, Li family from Lijiang village. Wan Yuankai and Li Tongya approached together, presenting their tributes to the attendants. The Li family's tributes this year consisted of 10 white essence fruits and 200 jin of spirit rice. Li Tongya's heart ached when he looked at the remaining 90 jin of spirit rice and 5 white essence fruits. However, his attention was suddenly captured by Ning Wang's voice. "So, you are from the Li family from Lijiang village." "So you are from the Li family from Lijiang village, by the Moongaze Lake?" Ning Wan inquired. Her question instantly prompted whispers among the onlookers. "Li family by the Moongaze Lake, I've never heard of them. What did they do to catch the envoy's attention? Who knows?" Xiao Chutin was also looking in their direction. He smiled and offered Li Tongya an encouraging nod. Despite being momentarily taken aback, Li Tongya quickly composed himself and raised his gaze. He could see the fair skin and soft jawline under Ning Wan's veil. "Yes, I am Li Tongya of the Li family. Our home, Mount Lijiang, is indeed by Moongaze Lake," he replied calmly. "And who is this Li Qijing to you?" Ning Wan asked. A spark of realization lit up Li Tongya's face. He figured that Li Qijing must have told something to this lady in the sect. "He's my younger brother," he answered respectfully. Ning Wan extended her left hand, and a small brocade pouch gracefully floated toward Li Tongya. "This is from your younger brother," she stated softly. Li Tongya hurriedly accepted the pouch. He could not help but feel the weight of the curious gazes around him, making him uncomfortably aware of his sudden prominence as he never enjoyed such attention. "Thank you, fairy." He quickly expressed his gratitude. Ning Wan gave him a nod. While she shared a light-hearted exchange with Xiao shooting, all the families eventually submitted their tributes. All 34 families in Lixia Prefecture have presented their tributes. One of the attendants respectfully reported to Ning Wan. "Good." Ning Wan nodded, then addressed Xiao shooting. "I must attend to other duties. With the tributes collected, I'll take my leave now." "Take care, envoy," Xiao shooting replied, cupping his fist as he watched Ning Wan make her way back to the flying ship. As the dawn cloudliner ascended into the eastern sky, Xiao shooting's gaze returned to the crowd. He spoke in a calm tone. "The rogue cultivators have gathered at the foot of the mountain. The market there has been open for a few days now. You're all welcome to head there for trading." He paused, adding a firm reminder. "Just remember, we're all old friends now. You should be aware that the Cloud Crown market is under the management of the Xiao family. I expect everyone to respect that. Any acts of robbery or forced transactions within the market will be seen as a direct affront to my family's authority." "Understood," the crowd acknowledged respectfully before dispersing toward the foot of the mountain. Several approached Li Tongya with the intention of engaging with him, and Wan Yunkai could only stare at him enviously. He was about to say something when Xiao shooting's sudden cough drew their attention. "Young Tongya, would you kindly join me for a conversation?" he asked with a smile. The people who tried to approach Li Tongya quickly stopped in their tracks. Wan Yunkai quickly buttoned his lips as well. Li Tongya eagerly responded, "You're flattering me, senior. It would be my honor to speak with a cultivator of your caliber." Xiao shooting led Li Tongya to the main courtyard. They settled at a stone table, with attendants promptly serving tea. Taking a sip of the delicately flavored brew, Xiao shooting remarked, "I rarely visit Cloud Crown Peak, so the hospitality here is modest. I hope you don't mind, young one." Li Tongya accepted the teacup and took a small sip. A sweet, refreshing flavor instantly exploded on the tip of his tongue, clearing his mind. While resisting the urge to empty his cup in one go, he shook his head humbly in response to Xiao Shooting's remarks. "Your younger brother and my grandson have been cultivating on Kingsui Peak for several years. My grandson had mentioned him to me before. That younger brother of yours shows great potential in swordsmanship and has caught the eye of Master Si Yuanbai, who considers his talents to be unparalleled in Kingsui Peak's recent centuries." Raised in a farming family, Li Tongya was more accustomed to the tables of his village than the delicate teacups. His surprise was palpable when he heard Xiao Shooting's remarks. Pausing momentarily, he replied with a pleasant surprise, "Jinger has never mentioned that to us." "Your younger brother is a good kid. Have you taken a look inside that brocade pouch?" Xiao Shooting's gaze softened as he looked at Li Tongya, revealing a look of nostalgia on his face. A smile graced his lips as he continued, "There are 5 spirit stones in there. These are part of the provisions he received over 5 years. He has probably used the spirit rice and pills, but he saved these spirit stones." Li Tongya's expression immediately shifted to one of poignant realization. "My family has truly been a burden to him," he murmured. Xiao Shooting raised his hand dismissively and said, "Ah, you shouldn't think that way. In a family, one's success is everyone's glory and one's loss is borne by the entire family." He then produced a white jade vial from seemingly nowhere and placed it on the table. "I see you're still at the azure essence stage of the embryonic breathing realm. This is a bright spirit powder. Use it to break through to the jade capital state." Li Tongya was taken aback by the unexpected generosity. He stood up hastily and waved his hand. "Senior, I couldn't possibly accept such a valuable gift. Do not refuse it. Take it before you leave. Without a jade capital cultivator at home, you're letting Kingsui Peak down. Now go." With those final words, Xiao Shooting rose and retreated to the backyard, leaving a stunned Li Tongya to be ushered out by the attendants. At the foot of Cloud Crown Peak, Li Tongya clutched the precious pill and smiled wryly. He looked at Wan Yunkai, who wore an expression of mixed emotions, and said, "Brother Yunkai, about this market." Snapping back to the present, Wan Yunkai gestured ahead and said, "Just follow this path. There are illusionary formations around the market to keep the mortals away. Stay close and don't wander off." As they ventured further, the once quiet mountain path transformed. They entered a bustling marketplace, alive with the sounds of barter and conversation. "Brother Tongya, my clan has entrusted me with a task, so let's part ways here. We'll meet later at the foot of the mountain and return together by carriage." Wan Yunkai cupped his fist and smiled at Li Tongya before quickly heading eastward. Li Tongya watched him disappear into the distance, then turned his attention to a small roadside stall. The stall owner was deeply engrossed in a book with a perplexed expression. There was a collection of talismans, a few unknown spirit objects, and several small flags displayed in his stall. "These are formation flags, aren't they?" Li Tongya inquired, his curiosity piqued as he eyed the small grayish-white flags but refrained from touching them. "Yes, crafted from the leather of a beast demon in the Jade Capital stage and mounted on poles made of white jade wood. They're priced at 8 spirit stones each." Recalling the 6 flags Xiao Yuansi had sold to his family, Li Tongya probed further. "I've heard of flags made with white-striped crucian carp skin for the body and red birch wood for the poles. Do you know how they are usually priced?" The stall owner looked surprised. His gaze on Li Tongya turned into a mix of eagerness and respect. "That's quite specialized, senior. Red birch wood is not that uncommon, but white-striped crucian carp skin is typically used for crafts in the Qi cultivation realm. You might want to check the stalls on the east side for those. Our stalls here mainly cater to the embryonic breathing realm." "I see." Li Tongya nodded as a realization dawned on him. "It appears the price Xiao Yuansi charged my family was quite reasonable. If these flags of the embryonic breathing realm are 8 spirit stones each, then 12 spirit stones for those of the Qi cultivator realm is still a fair deal."